We are live, I hope. Tanner's hit the button at Coletco. And of course, we're right on time for tonight's live Facebook record sale. Otis is here. Otis, we are now live streaming. There's no way to get you on camera. That would really help our viewership if I could. Welcome. I need this phone first. There's a lot going on right now. One of the first things I've got to do is Tanner's telling Otis to sit. Very nice. Can we get the camera on this dog? Wow. Very nice dog. He sat in place the entire time, and then he got camera shy. Now the camera was perfect, and now the camera's no longer perfect.
Paul had it at a really weird angle. You have to fix it.
All right. Well, it's kind of crowded around me, even though I spent the entire night preparing. But I didn't work on this area. I worked on the area adjacent to me over here. But welcome, everybody. And it's going to be a fun and interesting night. I'll tell you this. All right. So, big night for pre-order. Big nights for pre-orders. Let me walk over here. Let me go ahead and start photographing these. Okay. Let's hit the like button. All right, so let's hit the like button on Facebook, please. Share, copy link, share, group, share there, and share here. All right. Copy link. So we got Laura and John here today. We got, I think I just counted 7 crates of new vinyl Jerry Stone. 3 of them are full of Pink Floyd, which I'm probably going to do like right now. We're probably going to go ahead and knock out Pink Floyd like first thing tonight. Still while everybody's getting on. Links are being shared. Satellites are linking up. Y'all remember that Ron White they call me Tater Salad skit? He's like, satellites are linking up. That's a funny one. And we got comics tonight. We got autographs tonight. We got Chad needs lots of caffeine tonight. Chad's sharing the feed right now. What did somebody comment here? Patty Anderson Williams says, there goes my paycheck. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Patty. From one paycheck to Coletco. I appreciate it. And Laura said new vinyl. Yeah, the one invoice I don't have, unless Tanner can get it to print right quick. It might be, we'll figure out in just a second. Yeah, I'll have to. Here, I'll pull it up, and then if you can connect to another printer right quick, or because I probably need to have a backup on here anyway. I can get to the email fast. Right here. Mute. Right here it is. Command print, selection. Now it just needs to be put into a printer. All right. Tanner's going to try to print it out right quick. It's from the distributor that we get a lot of cool on sale stuff. They don't put an invoice in with our order. Ed always prints me one out, but he don't have access to that website. I got to get him access to that website. He's probably asked for access to the website, and I forget to get him access to the website. We'll get him access to the website soon. All right, make sure everybody's hit the like button. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Paul said he had a pretty good sale last night. I got here, well, it appeared I got here about 5 minutes after he left, probably, last night. And I stayed here all night cleaning out this room I usually call, quote, my office, but it's just a storage room. I spent pretty much all night working on that into the morning, and then I had to go to Carthage. And then I've been up for, well, I had 2.5 hours sleep. John's probably like, that's not good for you. Yeah. I'll take those 3 empty crates over here, actually, John.
Absolutely. I've got plenty in the back.
Okay. I'll take them right there. And I'm almost done sharing links. Almost done sharing links. The birds are chirping in here.
They are.
Yeah. Golly. Can y'all hear that? And followers, y'all are going to see my comment pop up right now. There it is. Here, I'll leave another comment. Hi. Led Zeppelin is the greatest. All right. Getting links shared. Getting links shared. Welcome, everybody. I'm getting links shared. By the way, this is a short week for me. Metallica this week. I won't be here Thursday or Saturday night. So y'all have got a short week here with Chad. I won't be here Thursday night or Saturday night. I won't be here Thursday night. Paul, I said, Paul, Godspeed to you. You're going to have to handle the Thursday night metal crowd. They get a little rowdy. He's like, I've got it. I was like, I know you got it. Paul's got it. Let's delete a few things here. Get this on our story. Almost done sharing links. I'm being delivered this, and I'll need the laptop back at some point for a waiting list. Yep. So Tanner just handed me an ink pen. Chad's brain is still waking up. I'm also sharing links. It just got, so here I'm working on my phone. If you're ever curious what I'm doing, like I'm sharing links on our story right now. So that's the first, 10 minutes of the sale. I can't till we're live and the links are here. And it's fast for me to do it, probably having more than anybody else to do it. So that's fine right there. And there's one other thing, and that's this link. And then Otis is here. Otis Hackett, king of... I tried just to make a song on the fly right there. That was in the tune of Davy Crockett. Otis Hackett, king of something. I'll let y'all finish the lyrics. All right. Let's price all this right quick for Laura. That's going to be 38. That's going to be 38. This will be, we'll do those for just 24. I'm putting prices on stuff right now as we speak. Stuff y'all be seeing here in the next hour. Oh, we got some action figures in. Nice. Otis Hackett. He keeps hearing his name. He's like, what's going on? All right. Those are filled out. I think we're ready to go. It's in that crate over here. I think that's everything. If let me look and see. No, he probably don't have. Yeah, there's another one missing. That's is it here? Yeah, it's this one. I got another one right quick. Yeah, the one's next in the middle. Yeah. Alrighty. Here's this. Let me knock these out right quick too. Looks like we got some more industrial stuff that showed up. That's good. Frontline Assembly, Isendrins and Nibbenbanten, Dead Can Dance. The Gandalfs are back in. He should have already priced those. Life of Agony, more Mayhem. I think I just ordered more of those too. Some of the stuff I didn't realize had shown back up again. Nirvana, Ozkents are back in. Rammstein, Rees, the new Pink Floyd, Steely Dan, Throbbing Gristle. Sorry, my printer ink went out, so we're pricing stuff a little bit here on the fly because they can't get. I'm the master pricer on new vinyl. And if they don't have prices, everybody starts freaking out on me. They're like, Chad, where is the prices? All right, we're ready to get started now. Thanks, everybody, for bearing with me for about, 20 minutes there. I'm sure some people just got on and had no idea that I've not been doing anything. But we're ready to go now, so welcome. This looks like a crate Paul was going through. Is this new stuff he had marked? I don't remember most of this, so let's make it best offer. We hadn't missed, nobody's missed anything. No 78s tonight. I don't know what these are. I mean, we can sell them. We can sell them. They're Billie Holiday. There's 2 Billie Holiday 7. How about we start right here with 2 Billie Holiday 78s? 2 Billie Holiday 78s. Billie Holiday, Long Gone Blues. Billie Holiday, I Am Blue. Billie Holiday, Loveless Love. And this is a promo. And Billie Holiday, St. Louis Blues. 2 Billie Holiday 78s. A $15 start. $15 start, Billie Holiday. No, our distributors, one distributor carries everything. Toys, collectibles, CDs, all kinds of stuff. But those are, so Billie Holiday 78s, what are those, from the 40s? I think those are original, probably 40s era 78s there, maybe 50s. I got drumsticks. I told y'all in the post, I found a lot of cool stuff. These are actual, like, stage play drumsticks from Buck Cherry, Twisted Brown Trucker from Kid Rock, Buck Cherry, and REO Speedwagon. Those are actual stage play drumsticks. I'm going to have those up for auction. That was something cool I found last night. I thought they were signed, but they're just stage played. Somebody asked how much packs of polyline sleeves are. Packs of 100 polylined sleeves are $24.99. packs of 100 polyline sleeves. And speaking of orders, actually, when I left this morning to go to Carthage, I forgot to submit these carts. That one got submitted, and both of those got submitted. All right, so let me just close those out so I don't accidentally submit them twice. I'm going to go ahead and close all this out too. I was looking up Britt Turner, JSA. Do I have anything in the cart here? 2 things in the cart there. I'll leave that open. And let me minimize this. I can close out of that. Close out of that. Close out of that. And hopefully that hadn't been deleted. It hadn't. Okay, so there's Billie Holiday. She's getting bids like crazy. And now there's a box of cassettes behind me that I've never seen before. I don't know where these came from, but it looks like some pretty decent ones, so we'll run some of those. And then here's a single. I didn't know where it came from. Some sort of Parlophone, Paul McCartney. It's maybe from the 90s. I don't know. I've never seen it before, but I found it. And this is Paul McCartney, No Other Baby, and Brown Eyed Handsome Man. Paul McCartney's going to go up for a $7 start. Let's get this camera back to where I normally have it. I feel like there's a light not on. This light's not on. Paul must have turned that one off. There we go. Okay, so let's start right here with this. And I found 2, let's see, I'll show those later. Okay, so I guess this is probably some stuff Paul went through probably at the end of his show last night, Buy It Now, Best Offer. So we'll try it right now, Buy It Now, Best Offer. I have no idea, but I'm going to go through it. Those are for 7-inch singles. Those are polylined single bags, packs of 100, $24.99. All right, so we have Ruben Blades South Swing. That is sealed for $24.99. This is $24.99. Ruben Blades South Swing, 2 of those. Nathaniel Merriweather presents Lovage. Nathaniel Merriweather presents Lovage on Indie color, turquoise colored vinyl. That's sealed for $29.99. We got 2 Billie Holiday 78s, I Am Blue, Long Gone Blues, and then this is a promo copy, St. Louis Blues and Loveless Love. I don't know where those, they were over here, I guess, in our office. High bid right now is $26. Paul McCartney has a bid for $7. And we have the Nits, Hink, limited edition of 750, music on vinyl press. That's a music on vinyl, clear vinyl, $19.99. And Sloppy Jane Madison. I don't know if it's called Sloppy Jane, Sloppy Jane and then Madison. It's on blue vinyl. That's $14.99. Now the Billie Holiday 78s are at $30 with Thomas Hujar. And now we're ready to go ahead and put up some auctions. Other price sheet. Did I not give it to you? Pretty positive I gave it to you. I said it right there. That's what I did with it. All right, so there's that. All right, here's the most random thing you'll see tonight. I probably should keep it for when we need it, but I bet somebody needs this right now. I have the insert to a couple Kiss inserts. This is a Kiss Alive book, and I got a Kiss Destroyer merch insert. I've got a Kiss Alive book and a Destroyer merch insert. 2 Kiss inserts, $7 start. Kiss inserts, originals of course, $7 start. Also, we have Tommy Bolin Energy. That's sealed on red vinyl, a record store day, $34.99. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer bin. One of the first things we're going to do tonight is knock out the Pink Floyd pre-order. Dale Reeves is sealed, $9.99. Dale Reeves. LA4 at Montreux, that's Lorindo Almeida, Ray Brown, Jeff Hamilton, Bud Shank. That's a 79 US, $19.99. Paul McCartney's a final call for $7. Paul McCartney has one bid for $7 with Robert Warner, No Other Baby, and Brown Eyed Handsome Man. And just FYI, already early tonight, Donna Turner and Thomas Hujar are in a steel cage death match for these 2 Billie Holiday 78s. I have already seen a lot of punches thrown early, and I hadn't even had time to take a sip of purple juice. The wedding cake, Connie Francis, $19.99. The Kiss bids are rolling in. Holy moly. Richie Havens, The End of the Beginning, a white label promo, $14.99. Now Paul McCartney has new bids. Now Homeland Conspiracy gets Tommy Bolin. First sell of the night and first sell of the new week with me. Technically, the new week was last night with Paul. All right, now I'm going to throw something at you. Not literally. I guarantee these were thrown at somebody at some point. These are from Kevin Cave of Rock's personal collection. I guarantee, I can't, I mean, there's no way to, it's just like one of those things you just got to take my word for it. I guarantee this was played on stage. It's stage played. I can't guarantee it, but I can guarantee it. Does that make sense? I can't give you a letter of authenticity, but it's a cool item. This is most likely a stage played drumstick from Twisted Brown Trucker, which I'm pretty sure was or has been or is Kid Rock's longtime drummer. That is a original drumstick. Guarantee that was thrown out at a concert and Kevin called it $15 start. Let's do a $15 start because that's going to cost extra postage. That's definitely going to cost extra postage. So Kid Rock drumstick, it's drum played, but I can't prove it, if that makes sense. And then Air 2 free, VG Plus $11.99. Star Point, It's So Delicious, VG $9.99. And then Red and Murphy and Company, Fast Picks and Hot Licks, that's VG Plus $9.99. All right, so we got Billie Holiday at $49. Patrick Lear's in on the mix too. Now the Kiss inserts are already at $20. And this Paul McCartney single is at $8 with Ginger Lynch. Chris Bichak, you've tied her, so that's at $8. And the Tommy Bolin has already sold. Okay? And then the Kid Rock drumstick is a $15 star. Wade's at $17. And then after that one, I've got Buck Cherry, and REO Speedwagon. And I mean, you can just tell these were played. I mean, they were definitely. Kevin Cave of Rock has probably been to 300 concerts. I mean, there's no telling. So probably more than that. This dude went to a lot of shows, a lot of front row, VIP, backstage stuff. We bought his collection. He might even be watching right now. He knows Kid Rock. So we bought that. We got Kid Rock's robe back here. I found a signed Kid Rock guitar. Didn't know we had it. I had no idea we had a signed red Kid Rock guitar back here, but we're going to put it up for sale tonight. A quick surprise to see who's paying attention. All right. What's that, Tanner? Yeah. It's just a card because it's a pick guard. Signed pick guard. It's ready to go. All right. That was just a buy it now best offer crate, and I just read through that once. Let's go ahead and knock out the Pink Floyd pre-order. So I've kind of have to weasel my way over here to get to them, but we're going to go ahead early, basically before the show really starts, and while we're putting up some really cool auctions. That's why I went to really cool auctions. We're going to go ahead and knock out this Pink Floyd pre-order. So let's go ahead and do it, and hopefully I have a few extras for everybody. We're about to find out. Oh my gosh, Otis, you're about to get trampled on. Me and Otis just went down a one-way street together. He was going one way, I was going another. All right. So let's get here and figure out what's going on. There's Jill. We have Buddy Holly. These 78s are graded a little bit different, but they're nice for a 78. I mean, they hadn't been cleaned, which, by the way, you'll just want to use like dish water, and don't put alcohol on these. Just use like water. There's the special instructions, but yeah, for 78s, I think you call them like E, like as an excellent. They have a little bit different grading system for 78s, but they're nice. They're a lot better than I normally see 78s, so you have nothing to fret over. Okay? Now, drumsticks at $18. Are we done on Paul McCartney? We're not done on Paul McCartney. Now Paul McCartney's at $9. What about the Kiss inserts? The Kiss inserts are at $20 with Jamie Diaz. And one more look at the Kiss inserts. The Kiss inserts are a Kiss Alive book and a Destroyer, and that's a Destroyer merch insert. And those are at $20 right now. Those are at $20 right now, okay? Let's click on this, and this, and this, and let's search the Whole Lot of Records group for Pink Floyd. Let's go ahead and do this right now early. And the post has 61 comments, and this is really cool. I've been a Pink Floyd fan since I've been into music. I have always waited for this. I hope that there's an extra one for me. If not, I'm going to probably have to order more anyway. And one of my first comments is 8 weeks ago on the post. This is a long-awaited release by Pink Floyd fans and collectors. Finally, an official Pompeii release. So this is a legendary concert. Pink Floyd went and played at that Pompeii, in Pompeii, Italy. This concert has been bootlegged for years. For years. For years. This has been bootlegged. This is the first official release, and it's remixed by Steven Wilson. It just came out of IMAX. Yes, sorry, I misspoke. Love Gun. Insert for Love Gun. I'm sorry. Love Gun insert. Love Gun. You got to be careful misquoting Kiss stuff here. Love Gun. Love Gun. I got when I know I'm selling Kiss records, I like prepare like I'm about to go play in a Super Bowl. You cannot misquote Kiss stuff here. Love Gun. Yes, thank you. Love Gun insert. Okay, and then Pink Floyd at Pompeii. This is sold to Sean Fairweather. So if you know for sure you don't have one and you want one, right now's the time to claim it, okay? This is Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $46.99. The first ever vinyl release. And one of the most legendary things on here you'll ever hear is Echoes. They do a part 1, and then a little bit later they do the part 2. Absolutely incredible. So Sean Fairweather was the first one to pre-order 8 weeks ago over in our group at Whole Lot of Records. So thank you, Sean, and let's get everybody else tagged for Pompeii. First thing I have here is we got one for Sean, we got one for Rob Fordham, and one for Jen Cast. One for Rob Fordham, and one for Jen Cast. We got one for Aaron Below, we got one for George Ellis. We got one for Aaron Below, we got one for George Ellis. We got one for Aaron Jolly, we got one for Jackie Ray. We got one for Aaron Jolly, we got one for Jackie Ray. We got one for Larry Drish, we got one for Douglas Sirocco. We got one for Larry Drish, we got one for Douglas Sirocco. We got one for Autumn Betts, we got one for Jerry Stone. We got one for Autumn Betts, we got one for Jerry Stone. We got one for Dustin Whitaker, we got one for William Simmons. We got one for Dustin Whitaker, we got one for William Simmons. Also Bob Potato Sticks, also known as Bob Panozniak, we got one for Jason Waldron. So thank you, Jason Waldron. Thank you, Bob Panozniak. Thank you, Brian D. Leon. Thank you, J.J. Wilson. Can we tag J.J. for one, or do we need to skip that? I think we're supposed to skip that right now. Let's skip that, and let's give one to Mike Moore. So Brian D. Leon and Mike Moore. Brian D. Leon and Mike Moore. John Miller and Sherry Darnell. John Miller and Sherry Darnell. And then we got Katie Gomez. Let me pause right there. And guess what? I've got 2 more crates full. But before I walk away, let's update all these auctions, okay? Don't worry, I've got 2 more crates full of those. I stopped at Katie Gomez. So right now, the very first auction I laid down about 20 minutes ago, I wasn't even going to show them. And then somebody's like, what's those 78s? And then we're still bidding on them. Billie Holiday is a final call to Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar has these for $60, and they're a final call to Thomas Hujar. Billie Holiday. One's a promo, one's a stock copy. Never selling any 78s here, but it looks like I need to. Those are a final call. Both of them being sold together for $60, okay? Then I got an original, most likely played at a show. I guarantee it, but I can't. Is this Kid Rock Twisted Brown Trucker drumstick. Calvin Ward has it for $20. Calvin Ward has that for $20. Calvin Ward has that drumstick for $20. Now, I've got a Mick Fleetwood that I think's worth like a few hundred. I don't know where it is. I hadn't seen it in a long time, but I think I've got a Mick Fleetwood somewhere. This Paul McCartney single. So that drumstick is at $20, final call. This Paul McCartney single was a final call to Chris Bachek at $9. Chris Bachek had this for $9. We're about to sell that. And then all the Kiss inserts are a final call. The Kiss inserts are a final call to Jamie Diaz for $26. Jamie Diaz, $26. So that's our first 4 auctions of the night. Tanner is right on cue. I don't even have to do anything but turn around. And here is more Pompeys, okay? So I left off at Katie Gomez. If you don't have a Pompey, right now would be the time to claim one. We got one for Robert Tomic, and we got one for Fred Cardinale. We got one for Robert Tomic and one for Fred Cardinale. One for Ron Cornwell and Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Ron Cornwell. We have Matt Barnhill and Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. Thank you, Matt Barnhill. We're going to go ahead and knock this out early because it's a big one. One for Jim Berg and one for Mike Bartlett. One for Mike Bartlett, one for Jim Berg. And let me pause right here with Matt Lawson and Christopher Morris. Matt Lawson and Christopher Morris. Let me pause there because the first thing I'm going to do is sell these 278s that are fragile. Let's go ahead and lay those in the operations room. Those are sold for $60. On top of that, I'm going to go ahead and sell these Kiss inserts. These Kiss inserts, that's the book and the merch. Those are sold to Jamie Diaz for $26. Let's go ahead and sell our first single of the night. Chris Bachek gets Paul McCartney for $90. And the Kid Rock drumstick is sold for $20. And I'm going to hand all this stuff off to Tanner for our first miscellaneous items of the night before those Billie Holiday's 78s get broken. And then let's go ahead and put up another drumstick. This one is from REO Speedwagon, it looks like. Brian Hitt, H-I-T-T. It looks like Kevin or somebody wrote REO Speedwagon, Vic Forth, custom signature. And let's put this up for a $15 start. It's broken at the top. Sounds like he threw it out in the crowd and it hit somebody in the head. That is a $15 start. $15 start. I didn't even get to fill that one up. Tanner's taking away my crates. Okay, and then we got Michael Ruttman and Leslie Silvley. Michael Ruttman and Leslie Silvley. That's 2 more sold there on the Pompey. Michael Ruttman and Leslie Silvley. We got Scott Beebe and Catherine Lutz. Scott Beebe and Catherine Lutz. Also, Mike Owen and Marsha French. Isn't it full now? Mike Owen and Marsha French. Thank you, Mike Owen. Thank you, Marsha French. Robert Sulligan and Thomas Reed. Robert Sulligan and Thomas Reed. Daniel Cody and Ben Reynolds. That might be a new buyer, Ben Reynolds. Let's make a note to make sure he's reached out to us in case I need to reply to him. Ben Reynolds, Daniel Cody, George Scherer and R.J. Myers. Ben Scherer and R.J. Myers. Tony Murphy and Daryl Johnson. Tony Murphy and Daryl Johnson. We have Paul Brothers and Darren Wortman. Paul Brothers and Darren Wortman. And let's pause at Jim Sedal because that's the last one in there. Wow, and guess what? We got another one. We got a whole nother crate coming up right now, and it's the last crate. Oh, so this should wrap up the Pompey, and then I'll go up to the top and see who was next in line to get these, okay? And let's go ahead and put up another auction tonight. And I've never sold a duplicate comic for my collection, but I'm about to. And before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and put up something here that Laura has actually tagged for tonight. Let's go ahead and put up an LP. Live Cream is sealed. A 1972 US OG sealed copy of Live Cream. Unopened, sealed, 1972, a $25 start. The drumstick is currently at $22 with Calvin Ward. And I've got... Tanner just brought me more vinyl. That's fantastic. What is the... Oh, I've got all the autographs and stuff I'll do a little bit later. I do have some comics there. I was going to do some of those earlier and then some of them later just to see what the interest is on those tonight. But before I do that, let me go ahead and read off some more Pink Floyds. Keelan Lee and Brent Robley. Keelan Lee and Brent Robley. Thank you, Keelan Lee. Thank you, Brent Robley. Jeremiah Stasich, who I just found out the other day was local. Jeremiah Stasich and Talks with Ravens over on YouTube. And then Ronnie Ritchie and Susie Breedlove. Ronnie Ritchie and Susie Breedlove. That was 2 days ago. And then we have Burt Jordan, Tim Floyd, Colin Butler, Burt Jordan, Tim Floyd, Colin Butler. Those were in the last 48 hours. And then Richard Yeager. All right, I got lots of extras. So I already seen several. Let's go over this again. This is an epic historical release. This has never been officially released by Pink Floyd. The legendary Pink Floyd at Pompeii, Italy. Remixed by Steven Wilson. First time ever offered. $46.99. This comes out Friday. Now, there was some claims live for this. The first live claim was Jetstream. Thank you, Jetstream. That's so do you. Alan Jonathan. Thank you, Alan Jonathan. That's so do you. Thomas Baumhart. Thank you, Thomas Baumhart. That's so do you. And I didn't see anybody else. And some people wait to actually make sure I have them on hand. I have them on hand, and that's how many extras I have. And it would be kind of lengthy for me to read the pre-order off again, but if you need me to, let me know. For those that like to definitely make sure they're getting one live right now, that is my leftover stock. I've still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 extras. Let's get them all sold tonight. Incredible. I hope hope we can sell out and I have to order more. That's my goal. We got one for Scott Sneed, one for MT Matt, one for Bill Samus, one for Jamie McCord. Chad Sarr just got on. Did I request one? Let's see right quick if Catherine Lutz got one. Let's see here. Catherine Lutz. Let me just read it again right quick. It won't take that long. There's a lot more new people watching. Sean Fairweather, Rob Fordham, Jen Cast, Aaron Below, George Ellis, Aaron Jolly, Jackie Ray, Larry Drish, Douglas Sirocco, Autumn Betts, Jerry Stone, Dustin Whitaker, William Simmons, Bob Panozniak, Jason Waldron, Brian DeLeon, Mike Moore, John Miller, Sherry Darnell, Katie Gomez, Robert Tomick, Fred Cardinell, Ron Cornwell, Clifford Umstead, Matt Barnhill, Brian Call, Jim Berg, Mike Bartlett, Matt Lawson, Christopher Morris, Michael Ruttman, Leslie Sibley, Scott Beebe, Catherine Lutz. You did get one, Catherine. You did get one. Mike Owen, Marsha French, Robert Sullivan, Thomas Reed, Daniel Cody, Ben Reynolds, George Scherer, R.J. Myers, Tony Murphy, Daryl Johnson, Paul Brothers, Darren Wortman, Jim Sedal, Keelan Lee, Brent Rively, Jeremiah Stasich, Talks of Ravens, Ronnie Ritchie, Susie Breedlove, Burt Jordan, Tim Floyd, Colin Butler, Richard Yeager. All right, so right now the drumsticks at $32. This is most likely, it's one of those deals where I can promise you it is, but I can't guarantee it. I can promise but not guarantee. This is a stage-played REO Speedwagon drumstick from Brian Hitt, H-I-T-T. I think that's how you say and what his last name is. You can obviously tell it's a signature edition. Somebody wrote REO Speedwagon on there. And then this is sealed. This is an original Cream Live Volume 2, a sealed copy, a $25 start. No bid on that yet. And then Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Here's what I have left over. Yes, it's a double LP. Oh, it's a long concert. Echoes by itself is 25 minutes, I think. But yeah, Pink Floyd at Pompeii, 1972? Yeah, 1972, right around from the metal era, remixed by Steven Wilson. I remember, when we get bootlegs of this, the bootlegs sell for $100. The vintage bootlegs, we had one the other night. We sold a vintage bootleg for, I think, close to $100, a bootleg copy. This is remastered, remixed by Steven Wilson. So, $46, and it's official. David V gets one. That's his. I just put over there. And let's go ahead and put up another crate. Let's start doing some vintage discounting. And we've already filled up 2 crates tonight because of the Pink Floyd pre-order. And hopefully, like I said, I can sell those out. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, officially released on vinyl for the first time. Rod Bryan gets a Pink Floyd. Let's start doing some discount bins. The final call on the drumstick is right now. Calvin at 32. Who was before him? Tom Kelly. Tom, let me know if you're done. Cream does have a bid. Chad is going to mute his mic and drink some purple juice. And Pet Otis. Purple juice first, Otis next. Okay, I'm back, and Glenn Kesey wants a Pink Floyd. All right, now I had 15. Now I have 2, 4, 6, 8. We just sold half of that stack. All right, Glenn Kesey. They just made a lot of money this week. I don't know, between that and IMAX, I bet David Gilmour made about, what, $1 million this week, probably? Probably more than that. Okay, let's go ahead and let's find a good, fantastic discount bin. I have basically got stuff all around me like I normally do. I think John's heading out. Thank you as always, John. I got a cool Gold Key comic book here. We're going to try to auction some comics here early tonight just to see if we got the comic book crowd with us. I try to pick out stuff I think is cool just for some warm-up auctions here the first hour. This is Magnus Robot Fighter, vintage, original Gold Key comic book, awesome cover, painted cover, and this actually retails the origin of the Magnus Robot Fighter. Last 12-cent issue from that series, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Magnus Robot Fighter, and that's a $10 start. Gold Key comic, okay? Now, did I get a King? Rod, you got a Pink Floyd, yes. Let's go ahead and sell another drumstick. Calvin gets this one for $32. That's sold to Calvin for $32. Comic is a $10 start. Cream is a $25 start with, or a $25 bid with Jetstream. That's a final call. Let's put up another drumstick. These may actually need to stay together. So we'll do these together for a $30 start. They're both Buck Cherry. They might have been used at separate occasions. But here's Buck Cherry, Buck Cherry. Let's sell these together. One's already taped up where it was played. Those are going to be a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. So there's, or excuse me, two $30 start. We'll sell those together. Buck Cherry, 2 of them. I don't know if they were actually supposed to go together, but we'll sell both of those together in case they were. $30 start on Buck Cherry. This has a bid for 10. Let's grab a new crate. Which number? That's the first thing I was going to ask because there's not a number on it. I had a feeling I was going to ask that myself. Let me check that for you, actually, because I don't see one on here. And this is number... It actually don't say. That's probably why. There it is, number 22. It's number 22. Origin is the Origins retold. So I think I've got enough cool comics here. The kind of stuff I like. Some of y'all that I know we have usually similar music interest. Sometimes we have similar comic interest. And we got a lot of new vinyl. So after we've knocked out Pink Floyd's pre-order, we got a lot of killer autographs tonight too. It looks like we've got about 4 more crates of new vinyl to go through now. So let's find a great discount bin to go through. I usually start off this time of the night if I don't have like a flip crate. We might go ahead and do a half-off crate. That might be a best way to start the show. Or buy it now, best offer. What do we got? Let's do buy it now, best offer. Vintage stuff here. Let's do buy it now, best offer, okay? Magnus Robot Fighter does have a bid for 10. And now, welcome everybody. Buck Cherry guitar sticks 30. Nobody else bid on Cream. Cream is sold to Jetstream for $25. Thank you, Jetstream. That's sold to you. That was a 72 US original OG. And this is a buy it now best offer crate. This was probably shown sometime last week, so it may be recent on your mind, Colin Butler. But now the good thing is they're on sale. They're buy it now best offer, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another LP. And John had me some sealed original stuff. What did I do with that? Here we go. Here's a sealed original Harper Valley PTA. This should be on green vinyl. This is this should be on green vinyl. Harper Valley PTA, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. It is sealed. It is sealed, a $10 start on that. Vinny Pullen, you're about to get the comic for $10. First thing I have is Mountain Avalanche. No condition notes on this one, $19.99. Mountain Avalanche. Nice. So everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We also have the Boomtown Rats, the fine art of surfacing. That's VG Plus, $14.99. These are now buy it now, best offer, which means you can go ahead and buy it or you can make an offer. There's Boomtown Rats. We have Brewer and Shipley, Rural Space, VG Plus, $9.99. And Jay Giles Band, The Morning After. Jay Giles Band is VG Plus, $14.99. The Jay Giles Band, great rock blues there, $14.99 on that. All right, and now Vinny Pullen, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Magnus Robot Fighter for $10. Thank you. I got plenty of cool comics to sell tonight. That's sold to Vinny Pullen for $10. Thank you, Vinny. That's sold to you. We got nobody bid on the Buck Cherry, so let's go ahead and make these a $30 buy it now. 2 most likely stage played drumsticks, $30 buy it now, okay? $30 buy it now. No bid on those. Harper Valley was just dropped, not literally. I just laid it up there, and the album didn't just come out. It's about 50 years old. But that's why we're here. And then our next auction is U2. This is Under a Blood Red Sky, a 1983 U.S. original VG Plus copy. U2 is a $15 start. U2 is a $15 start. And now both of these are sold. Both of these are sold. Drumsticks, these are sold for $30 to Rick Hall. Both Buck Cherries. Those are sold. And then there's already an offer. Ginger on BTR, Boomtown Rats. Let's sell that to Ginger Lynch for $12. Thank you, Ginger Lynch. That's so to you. Robertson on Harper for $10. Tom Kelly second on that. And then we have U2 at $15 with Robert Barnett. Cassettes. Yeah, I've got some $5 start cassettes here. Or buy it nows, whichever. This is some good looking metal here. Sacred Rock. Holy moly. And then what is this here? DJ Jazzy Jeff, that sounds pretty cool. Let's put up a couple $5 start cassettes and another comic. But first we'll do a cassette. Holy moly, I wish I had this on vinyl. Sacred Rock, Surf Nicaragua. Sacred Rock cassette is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on Sacred Rock. That's up for bid. DJ Jazzy Jeff is on deck. And where is my box of comics? I've moved them 2 or 3 times. Here they are. Let me grab these here. So I've got some cool Hanna-Barbera stuff most likely for tomorrow. I'm going to try to sell these kind of throughout the night. The reason I'm doing this is so we can get some people very much interested in, some comics. I told Tanner, I was like, if we kind of mix some of these in here and there, people's going to get the comic bug like I get every once in a while. I go in waves. I collect everything, but every once in a while, like I'm on a comic bug. How about Elvira? Uh-oh. I should have showed this to Laura. She might be mad at me. Elvira's House of Mystery, issue number 4, June of '86. Very nice. A $10 start. Elvira's House of Mystery, $10 start on that. Pink Floyd is $46.99. Pink Floyd is $46.99. So the last bid that came in was U2 15, U2 15, U2 20, U2 21, and then MT $15. MT, that was for Mountain. Is that right, Michael Peevler? You get that for $15. The Elvira comic is a $10 start. And we have Spirit Feedback. Spirit is EX $17.99. This is Spirit Feedback, EX edition $17.99. And we have the Birds, Hey Mr. Tambourine Man, VG Plus condition, $24.99. A Columbia 2i, VG Plus $24.99. The best thing to do would be somebody to buy it and then pay for it and give it to Laura. Wouldn't that be the best thing to do? Somebody buy it and then pay for it and then give it to Laura. That'd be the best thing for everybody. We have Wes Montgomery going out of my head. VG $9.99. This is Wes Montgomery going out of my head. VG. It just hit me like as soon as I saw that. I was like, oh no. I've learned 2 things. I got to show everything Elvira and Kate Bush to Laura so she doesn't come back here and stab me. And then we have, yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans, EX edition, $17.99. All right, so Harper Valley PTA did just get a bid. Just did get one bid. Robert Warner, that sealed record is sold to you for $10. That is sold to Robert Warner for $10. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. Do I got new sleeves over here? There's new sleeves. Here comes Otis. He's sniffing the floor. He's trying to find something. Details. Elvira has new bids, 12 and now 13. Give me 1 second because I've got to swap out crates, make sure I didn't miss any comics. Somebody asked about Pink Floyd. If you want it, just let me know. I'm going to put this crate here with the drumsticks on top of it. And now we're ready for a new crate. U2 is a 1983 U.S. original. It is in VG Plus condition. U2 is a 1983 original. It is in VG Plus condition. All right, there's that. There's that. Let me grab another empty crate here. Let's start filling these suckers up tonight. That's already 2 crates full tonight. Thank you, Pink Floyd, for releasing something. That's always a big day that's always a great financial day for a record store. Pink Floyd coming out with something new. All right, so let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. So U2 was at 23. We sold Marshall Tucker. Elvira got a new bid for 12. Michael Peevler said yes. He said that was yes for Mountain. Donna wanted Wes, but then she passed on Wes. Elvira 13. And then Sacred Right cassette does have a bid for 7. Sacred Right has another bid for 7. And now Randy put yes, and I think this time actually 4 yes. So the U2 is a final call. Jennifer went out. Ben Digert has it for 23. And Elvira's at 13 with Laura. That's only if Michelle wants to bid again. If Michelle says out, then we'll go ahead and sell it to Laura. Also, we have Spirit Live. This is EX Edition, $17.99. Spirit Live, EX Edition, $17.99 for Spirit. And Pro Call Harem, Shine On Brightly. I love their music. VG Plus, $17.99. That's a gatefold with a very nice jacket. Very nice jacket. The Sacred Right cassette is tied. So Shannon Price, you tied John Oliver. His bid came in first, so technically he has it. You can bid 8 or more, or you can say out. Mike Massey has bid 20 on the Elvira comic, and he's bidding for Laura. He has officially taken over. He says, I'm bidding for Laura now. Next auction is going to go up right now. What happened to those sealed? Did I hand them to you, Tanner? What have I done with those? It was a sealed Night Ranger. They may be right here. Here they are. I got some. Y'all wouldn't believe what I found. I cleaned up this store for like 12 hours last night. You would not believe what I have found. Just stuff. I found stuff I didn't know I have, as usual. Night Ranger, 7 wishes. Night Ranger is sealed. This is going to go up for a $20 start. Now, technically, we got Mike, Michelle, and Laura all bidding on the Elvira comic right now. Night Ranger's a $20 start. That's a sealed original. Michelle says she's done. I'm assuming Laura's done. And now the Sacred Right has a new bid as well. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus, $14.99. And don't let the crate leave your recent memory. There's some pretty cool stuff in here. Check condition. Buy it now, best offer. You make me so very happy. Spinning wheel. What goes up must come down. And we have Eric Clapton, $34.99. That's Eric Clapton by Eric Clapton, $34.99. That's a non-check condition record. Elvira's the final call to Mike Massey for 20. And U2 has a high bid of 23 with Ben Digert. 2 people just asked the details. This is a 1983 U.S. original in VG Plus condition. 1983 U.S. original in VG Plus condition. And the high bid on this is Ben Digert for $23. He's had it for about 5 minutes right now, but people do see U2, and it keeps getting asked about. Ian Hunter, short back and sides. Ian Hunter's $19.99. And Lee Michaels live. Lee Michaels is $29.99. And Donovan Barberjaggle. Donovan is $14.99. Jetstream said he would do 12 on Spirit. Spirit right here sold to Jetstream for $12. Thank you. That is sold to Jetstream. We also have the Animals, Animalization. The Animals is $19.99. And the Mamas and Papas is $19.99. All right, the Elvira comic is sold to Mike Massey for $20 with a note to give it to Laura, it sounds like. So thank you, Mike. That's so to you. Night Ranger 27. That is a sealed copy. And then Sacred Right cassette. That is a final call to Shannon Price for $12. The other bidder went out, which was John Oliver. So Sacred Right's a final call for $12. $12 on that. $12 on that. All right. Let's see what else we have in here. Looks like I've got a few more. So this comic here, that for, it depends on, I guess, the level of collector you are. But let me give you an idea. I saw this comic laying in the back, and this is the kind of stuff I love. I was like, wow, look at this. You got a 60s comic about space, a green alien monster is coming out of the U.S. space station, etc. Now, Steve that works there is a pretty serious comic collector, and he's like, well, Chad, there's a big problem. The back has some coupons cut out of it. Y'all know these old ads that used to be on the back of comics. And I was like, yeah, but man, this cover's so cool. You can still read the story. It's still, I mean, I love it. You put it in the board and bag, 1967. Monsters are being fought in space. The Outer Limits. Are you kidding me? $7 start, The Outer Limits. That's now what forbid. 1967. And some of these don't have the issue number on the front. You have to go inside here. This is issue 16. The Strangers in Our Midst. Can you imagine reading this as a kid? There is no telling. What an imagination. $7 start on that. That's now what forbid. And we have Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Bob Dylan, no condition notes on this. $34.99 on Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. $34.99 on that. And we have Ars Nova. Ars Nova is a 68 Allentown press. I don't know what that is, but it's giving off some like psych vibes. I don't know. John didn't leave us a genre, but it's $29.99 for Ars Nova. And then Daniel Boone starring Beautiful Sunday. That's actually a white label promo. $19.99. And then the Bluebell Sisters. That's a gold stamp promo. $19.99. So back here, we have Night Ranger, a sealed copy, $27.28.30. U2 is sold to Ben Diger for $25. I think that was the winning bid. Let me make sure on that. Ben Diger, U2. He's had this forever, but as usual, $23. Ben Diger, that's sold to you for $23. Bob Riger's in on the Outer Limits at $7. The Sacred Reich cassette, we can go ahead and sell Sacred Reich, SR. Shannon Price, thank you. Shannon, you bought from us before, right? Thank you on that. And we have the Outer Limits with a bid. Also, Peter Frampton's Camel, that's $9.99. And Dylan as in Bob Dylan, $24.99. Animal 16, that was Animal 16. What was Animal 16? That was an offer from Von Stom. Animal 16, yes, the animals. That's sold to Von Stom for $16. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any other offers. Von, thank you. I got you down for the animals. And then Eric Clapton is VG Plus, $24.99. And then we have Ars Nova. That was $29.99. Shannon Price has not bid. Bought from us before. We already have a first-time buyer tonight. Thank you, Shannon Price. This is sold to you. Now, what we do here is $7 in limited shipping. You've bought at a great night because the rest of the week now, you can buy $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. So thank you. Welcome to Cletco. I've got one instruction to give you. Message our page through Facebook, email address and mailing address, okay? Our next cassette is DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, a.k.a. Will Smith. Keep your wife's name out of my mouth. I mean, out of your mouth. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. And now the sealed Night Ranger is a final call to Calvin Ward for $30. I think Bob and everybody else is out. The Best of Dave Mason is $9.99. Rebecca, you get Ars Nova for $20. Thank you. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. $9.99. And Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. This is in shrink wrap. $34.99. Several nice Dylan records in there. Also, Steely Dan, Asia. Wow. Some nice stuff in here being overlooked. Of course, I just literally showed this, but I'm looking at it underneath my light, and that's nice. $34.99. The Peter Frampton doesn't have any condition notes. Pete Maselli. This is closer to the EX side. It looks like it has some like sleeve deterioration right in here. So it's probably closer to the EX Plus side, the near mint, but it is non-check condition, $9.99. The Outer Limits comic is sold for $7 to Bob Riger. Thank you, Bob. That's so to you. I love stuff like that. Looks like Bob does too. Thank you, Bob Riger. That's sold to you for $7. And now Night Ranger is sold for $30. And guess what? we have all new auctions to put up. Night Ranger is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $30. Thank you, Calvin. That's sold to you. And we have Climax Blues Band, $19.99. Solarplex put PF7. Now there's two Peter Framptons here. There's that Peter Frampton. You got Peter Frampton NU, and you got Peter Frampton's Camel. There's that and that. And then DJ Jazzy Jeff, that's a $7 start. Looks like we need all new auctions, right, Tanner? And then right now, we got David Bowie going up, station to station. David Bowie is an original press, that tan label. They only use that tan label for a year or two. A 1976 Indianapolis original with the original under sleeve, EX++. I like that grade, EX++. The jacket does have a little bit of cover wear, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Janie's off for $29 for Steely Dan, sold. And then we have Solarplex says NU, so that's sold for $7 to Solarplex. And Robin wants DJ Jazzy Jeff, that's DJ JJJ. Robin Glenn has that for $7. Let's throw up another comic right quick. Let's go back here and we'll try, what did somebody request? They wanted, we'll try the, let's see here. We'll try, not for sure what somebody asked for the second time. Maybe this one here. This is, what is this? The all new, oh, this is some of those charlatan comics. This is number 6, all new Haunted, Earn Your Fortune. Very interesting one here. Laura's already delivered a Laura crate. Oh, wow. And we have all new Haunted, and this is June of 1972, volume 2, number 6. There is maybe some light moisture, but nothing to fret over if you're going to read it at all. And that's Haunted. What is this one actually called? It is billed as Haunted. That's the name of it, Haunted. Volume 2, number 6, 1972. $7 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? And Pete said he would do 7 on Campbell. That's sold. And now David Bowie has a bid for $35. There we go. So a cool 1972 comic there. Robin's offered 12 for the Birds. Let's find the Birds over here. That's in this bin. We're doing a Botnell best offer crate here. The Birds, Mr. Tambourine Man. This one here, Robin, I can do this for $20. It is a OG pressing on the first label. That's $20. And we have the Who joined together. The Who is $44.99. There is a lot of people interested in this, and Otis is bringing me his toy, and the Who is $44.99. I remember the first time I showed this joined together box, there was a lot of interest. It was a 3 LP, and it has the book. It was $44.99. I think some people passed because of the condition of the box, and now it's really nice, $44.99. Mike Bartlett, I'm going to sell you Dave Mason for $7. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you. We got DJ Jazzy Jeff sold for $7 to Robin Glenn. David Bowie is a $35 bid, and that's a final call. And that was Jennifer Corbin. Otis just went on like a crazy, just like running around in circles. He like totally flipping out. It was pretty funny. And then we have our next auction. Let's go ahead and put up Miles Davis Water Babies. Miles Davis is going to go up for auction. Miles Davis is a 1976 U.S. Santa Maria original. Miles Davis going up right now for a $25 start. $25 start. Miles Davis Water Babies. One more quick look at that. This is an original 1976, $25 for Mr. Miles. The Haunted is a $7 start. I like those comics. We have Steve Miller, I should say comics in that realm, $24.99. We have Steve Miller Band Rock Love, that's $24.99. And Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde, $29.99. $29.99. The Rockets, no ballads, $9.99. The Rockets, no ballads. All right, let's go ahead and find something else to put up. This could be of some interest if you need it. Just another quick, almost still like a warm-up auction here, even though we've been live for about an hour. This actually goes inside of a Dolly's Greatest Hits. But just by itself, it's a pretty cool item. You're talking about a vintage, original Dolly Parton poster. But that is an insert that goes in Dolly's Greatest Hits. That's also a $7 start. So Dolly poster, that's supposed to go in Dolly's Greatest Hits. That is a $7 start. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second and take a drink of purple juice here. The Haunted is a $7 start, Bob. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. Joe Cocker's VG Plus $14.99. The Frost Rock and Roll Music. The Frost is $34.99. Rock and Roll Music. Al Green's Greatest Hits is $24.99. I'm Still in Love with You. That's unusual to see that in there. Everything in here, by the way, is buy it now or best offer. John Mayall, The Turning Point, $26.99. And John Baldry, It Ain't Easy. John Baldry is $19.99. The Haunted's a final call to Bob Riger. Bowie just got one bid. I went ahead and started some of our auctions tonight early because I got a lot of supplement autographs to run tonight during prime time. Jennifer Corbin, you get that for $35. There is no leftover Japanese. Nope. No leftover Japanese. The Frost has an offer for $25 with Thomas Hujar. That is sold to Thomas Hujar for $25. Dolly is an insert it's supposed to go in Dolly's Greatest Hits. It's a poster. So if you have that record and you're missing the poster, that's a great addition. Or just by itself, it's a pretty cool vintage Dolly poster. $7 start on that. AG, that is Al Green. That's sold to Chris Baycheck. Thank you, Chris. That's sold to you for $20. Bob, I'm going to go ahead. We have a couple requests to see Otis again. Do you think we can get him to... We have a few more requests to see. He was shown early. That is the lower crate, yeah. So the Haunted is sold to Bob Riger for $7. Thank you, Bob. That is sold to you for $7. And his toy's right here. This little fish thing. I think everybody said he wanted me to sell this. It's kind of been chewed on and it's wet. So there's that. And Otis, you're about to be famous, okay? Here, I'm going to turn the camera around. Let's see. There he is. There's a good look at him. And Tanner's holding this toy, so he'll pay attention. Oh, there we go. There he is. That's a good look at him. Probably one of the most realistic teddy bears I've ever seen in my life. It literally looks like, he looks like a live teddy bear. I mean, it's amazing. So he's impossible not to pet. And Tanner, what is this dog called? What is its breed? He's a golden doodle. He's a golden doodle. All right, if anybody wants Dolly, that's a $7 buy it now. Dolly's a $7 buy it now. Let's put that right over here. And then Miles Davis. Miles Davis is sold, and that just got one bid, and it's sold to Neil Rigler for $25. That is gone. Okay? Now we have Ron. I just sold Miles Davis. Also, we have This Is Sinatra, $14.99. This Is Sinatra is $14.99. This is Sinatra, and Gary Wright is in shrink, $14.99. That's one of two of Tanner and Addison's children. The other one hadn't been born yet. The other one's born in a few months or so. This one is their first child. And he's also on staff here at Coletco. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction is a 1974 USOG. Sorry, Ron. I may have pulled the trigger a little bit too early on Miles Davis. I'm sorry about that, but I've already sold it. Miles Davis with Memphis Slim with Roosevelt Sykes. This is Memphis Blues, a 74 US original, no condition notes, a $25 start. Memphis Slim's our next auction for a $25 start. Dolly is sold to Jennifer Corbin for $7. And we have Grand Funk, the Red Album, $26.99. Grand Funk, the Red Album. Make sure I didn't miss anything else in there. Memphis Slim was $25 start. Since then, there hadn't been any more offers or claims. I don't think so. And then somebody said, who can we evaluate comics? I can evaluate comics. If you have some for sale, just let us know. But yeah, that would be me. And then, of course, Steve is pretty knowledgeable that works here. And but yeah, if you got something, you can just let us know. All right, let's go back over here. And let me throw another one up here right quick. This is The House of Secrets. That's a very popular series from DC. Issue 109, The House of Secrets. That's going to go up for a $7 star. Presenting the immortal, the man who lived 1,000 years. I don't know if you would actually want to do that. Let's see what else we got here in our sealed stuff. John gave me some more sealed records, original sealed records. And here's another one. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. That is sealed for a $15 start. And then the last few records in here was Jean-Luc Ponty, $9.99. and the Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever, which is an Allman Brothers greatest hits. The Allman Brothers is $34.99. The Allman Brothers is $34.99. I'm trying to get my camera. Otis has repositioned my camera. I'm almost got it locked in. There you go. That's good right there, I think. Maybe a little bit more to the right, and then we're good there. All right. So this is going here, and first thing we have is Memphis Slim has a bid for $25, and then we have Sealed Doobie Brothers for a $15 start, and then the House of Secrets issue 109. That's a $7 start there. All right, now we're ready. That's trash. That's trash. I'm already getting rid of some sticky notes here. And that crate was buy it now best offer. Somebody asked the condition of the vinyl, the doors. Yeah, this almost sold the first time we showed this crate. The box is the only thing I think held some people back. It's got some cover wear, but the vinyls EX Plus are better. It's a really nice box. It's a triple LP. I'm just waiting for a fair offer, and I'm going to sell it to somebody, okay? And this was a buy it now best offer crate. Since I've started this, there's a lot of other stuff going on. But right now, if you want to make an offer on something, I'm just going to read the title so we can go ahead and go into something new. I'm going to go ahead and go into another crate of new vinyl tonight, as in new stuff. So if you were on the fence about something, right now would be the time to make an offer before we move into something else, okay? And I have like a ton of Bob Marley cassettes. And I think the best way to do this would be to sell them in a lot. So, you know, I would typically put these up for like a $5 or $7 start, $5 or $7 start each. I mean, it's all from like the same label here. You get Confrontation, Survival, Kaya, Uprising, Babylon by Bus, all original classic Bob Marley albums. So you got 2, 4, 5 Bob Marley cassettes. The minimum bid individually would be like $35. I'm going to go ahead and put them all together. They probably individually would bring 7, 10, 12, 15. $25 start for all of them together. $25 start. Jetstream does get the Who box for $34. I think he's the one that asked about it, so that's sold to him. And yeah, he did. And thank you, Jetstream. That's sold to you. All righty. And now we have Memphis Slim, a final call for $25. Doobie Brothers, a final call for $15. And House of Secrets. I don't think the Kenny Burrell came in today. That should be here tomorrow. And plus, I had worked all night putting in some big orders, and I hope that they got in time. I forgot about them this morning, and then boom, I submitted them like at 12, and I don't know if we're going to get next day shipping. So I hope some stuff shows up tomorrow, but man, that means we could have a ton of new vinyl on Wednesday if I didn't get those orders in time. But oh well, we're going to have a lot of cool stuff tomorrow regardless. All right, House of Secrets is a buy it now for $7. If anybody wants that, $7 buy it now. That was our first no bid. Memphis Slim is sold to Tim Colino for $25. The Doobie Brothers, the sealed OG Doobie Brothers, just got a bid with Rob and Glenn for $16. And the lot of 5 Bob Marley cassettes is a $25 start. I'm just going to read the titles. If anybody else needs anything in here, just let me know. We have Brewer and Shipley. We got Jay Giles, Spirit Feedback, Wes Montgomery, Procol Harum, Shine On Brightly, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Eric Clapton, Ian Hunter, Lee Michaels, Donovan, Mamas and Papas, Bob Dylan, Daniel Boone, The Bluebells, Dylan, Eric Clapton, Dylan, Climax Blues Band, The Byrds, which is OG VG Plus, $24.99. I already told somebody I would do 20 on that. Also, Steve Miller, The Byrds, The Rockets, Joe Cocker, John Mayall, John Baldry, Sinatra, Gary Wright, Grand Funk, Jean-Luc Ponty, and the Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever, which is a 2 LP Allman Brothers greatest hits. Now, I have the Doobie Brothers at 18 with Joe Salamo. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. Final call on Bob Marley cassettes for a $25 start. Final call on Bob Marley cassettes for a $25 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. U2 was popular early tonight. Let's do another one. This is a 1985 U.S. Specialty original pressing of U2's Wide Awake in America. No condition notes. EX++ near mint minus, a $25 start. $25 start on YouTube. Robin, let me know if you want backing on the Doobie Brothers. And if nobody else wants to make an offer on anything in there, I'm going to go ahead and go into another crate of new stuff for tonight. And don't forget, some of the featured stuff tonight is a lot of killer signed autographs. Signed autographs. How about autographs? Signed autographs is kind of a double positive there, isn't it, Tanner? Not a double negative, a double positive. I got some cool stuff over here. We're going to start running those in about 20 minutes. But first, let's go ahead. Oh, Tanner's already got me a crate of new vinyl here behind me. Oh, this is a box. I didn't realize this was a box. This is stuff from my distributor. This is stuff from my distributor that technically is already on sale. And then, so I get it at an on sale price, so y'all get it below MSRP. I didn't realize this was an actual box. The MSRP on these are $57.99. So these are supposed to originally be retailed for $57.99. This is now $39.99. So y'all getting, I've never had this, so it's on sale right off the bat. Elvis with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, a collector's edition box with 3 bonus tracks, the CD, a book, and a poster. And that's $39.99. I've got 3 of those. 3 Elvis Presley. So already on sale. Already on sale. I think we didn't leave that out because there's not room for it. On sale. No bid on Bob Marley cassettes. All 5 of those being sold together for $25. All 5 Bob Marley, $5 each on those. You get a big run of his discography there, okay? Big run of his discography there. Let's go ahead and put up. I got some really cool EC reissues. So EC comics are some of the most rare and collectible of all of the horror comics you can get. In high grade, they demand thousands and thousands of dollars. We got some really cool reissues that are still pretty desirable because these are ones you can handle and read and not worrying about destroying a $3,000 comic book. And this is The Haunt of Fear, which is an EC reissue. Awesome cover there, featuring the Old Witch, the Vault Keeper, the Crypt Keeper. That's going to go up for a $10 start. The EC reissue, number 12 there, is a $10 start. Okay, and now we have Heath Norman on Elvis. Thank you, Heath Norman. Brian G. Owens on Elvis. Thank you, Brian G. Owens. And I've got one more if anybody else wants one. Those are $39.99. Also, 1971, the year that changed music. I've got 1 copy, and I can't get any more. I've got 1 copy, and I can't get any more. This has been a really popular compilation. 1971, there's 1 person on a waiting list. 1 person on a waiting list. And after that, I think, hold on a second. Nope, maybe I got him. Yeah, I've already got him. Okay, he's good. So there's 2 left, and that's it. There's 2 left, and they're gone. So if you've been missing out on these, incredible compilation. We've sold now, what, 43 of them? I think I've sold 43 copies of these, but I've only got 2 left. Those are $29.99. U2 has 1 bid with Kathy for $25, and the Sealed Doobie Brothers got a bid with Patrick Smith for $25. So Doobie Brothers, $25. We're about to sell that. U2 has 1 bid for $25. We're about to sell that. Thomas Baumhart gets 1971. That's sold to Thomas Baumhart. And now we have Soundgarden live from the Artist Den on splatter vinyl. Chris Cornell, Soundgarden, recent inductees finally to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, $59.99. And this is Soundgarden. Once again, talking about, I remember when this was relatively new, and we were selling these for like $119.99. $59.99 for live Soundgarden on colored vinyl. I've only got 2 tonight, but I can get more if anybody wants one. Thomas gets a 1971. Charlie gets a 1971. Now, John Smetzer and Greg Herman. I'm going to take y'all's names down just in case there's ever a putback or a non-payment for those other ones, or for some reason I do get more. I don't think I can get these anymore because they were kind of clearance through a distributor, which means they're probably discontinued, but you never know. They do pop up. They have warehouse finds. So if it's okay, I will go ahead and add y'all to a waiting list. John Smetzer, Greg Herman. I don't think I can get any more, so don't be on the lookout for it on your invoice, but in case they do, we'll take down your name. Shannon Price wants a Soundgarden. Stacy said she did not get outer sleeves, and I wanted outer sleeves, and they were not on my invoice. They probably never did hear my comment. Let's make sure Stacy Metternich this week gets a pack of outer sleeves. Now, Stacy, since we were supposed to give those to you, if you've already paid for your invoice, that's fine. If you hadn't paid for your invoice, Ed can come add that tomorrow morning. But if you've already paid your invoice, we'll just put it on a new week. And if anybody wants the Haunt of Fear, EC, it's a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that. Cool horror comic. We got a lot of horror type comics tonight. That's a $10 buy it now. Okay, Susie, I think you've already been invoiced. You probably were invoiced today for it. The Doobie Brothers is sold for $25, a sealed original copy. Thank you, Patrick C. Smith. And now U2 is sold for $25. U2 is sold for $25, and that is sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $25. Thank you, Kathy. That's sold to you. All right, our next box set is, this one's always popular too. Life moves pretty fast. The John Hughes mixtapes. No waiting list. $139.99. $139.99. The John Hughes mixtapes. Life moves pretty fast. $139.99 on that. We have, these are only $24.99. Death Wish Blues, Samantha Fish and Jesse Dayton. Indie Store exclusive with Clear and Black Orange Swirl. Samantha Fish, $24.99. Now, I kind of ran through that box set pretty fast. So this is all those classic John Hughes. Most of these are very tough to get OGs of. And most of these are very tough to get OGs of, or they've never been made on vinyl. Some of these soundtracks have never been made on vinyl, or they're just, tough to get. 16 Candles, The Breakfast Club. Some of these, Pretty in Pink, we've auctioned for over $100 before. So you get 6 LPs on red vinyl, all that incredible music from those John Hughes movies, $139.99, which is about $60 below that. And we have Rick Hall on Samantha Fish. We got Scott Beebe on Samantha Fish and Danny Thomason on Samantha Fish. Let's get a waiting list going. Another on-sale record, new from distribution. The first person on a waiting list will be Kristen Driscoll, or the EC Comics 1974. This here, this is a 1990. Yeah, for sure. So we recently had some EC Comics, hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. They're very, very tough to come by. So this is a reissue. $10 buy it now, and House of Secrets is $7. But I did one time had a pretty killer EC comic collection that came through here. Very rare stuff. Janie Green on a John Hughes box. So Kristen does one on that. And we still got 2 comics there for a buy it now. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And sounds like Mark Fallon's an EC comic collector. Uh-oh. I may have found something to be on the lookout for Mark Fallon and everybody else. Anybody else out there? So is there anybody watching right now that you can say you definitely not just pick them up for a novelty, but you are a legit comic collector? Is there anybody out there that's like, I'm a legit comic collector just like I am records? Or are there some people just maybe interested, maybe picking them up for a novelty, or maybe you're just a casual collector? I'm very curious because we have thousands here, and I'm going to try to mix them in with the record sales throughout the week, and then about, every once in a while have a comic sale where I can really know what we need to put out in price, and then also buy. Just like when we buy records, I know what to look for. We buy everything in records. But, we also definitely look for metal. We look for jazz. We look for stuff I know for sure I know on those. So we have the Miles Davis Sextet and Quintet. This is a 1973 Netherlands reissue. This is the Miles Davis Sextet and Quintet featuring John Coltrane, a 1973 Netherlands press, a $25 start. $25 start. Miles Davis Sextet and Quintet, Miles at Newsport, is a $25 start. $25 start on Miles Davis there. Let's go ahead and throw up another Miles Davis tonight, okay? So make sure I didn't miss anything yet. We sold Samantha Fish, Kristen Driscoll on a waiting list, Bill Samus on a waiting list. Janie Green got a John Hughes mixtape box. And then we have, I Want to Start with Batman. We have a legit collector of Vinny, Craig's Casual, Joe Is, Michael Peveler wants a Soundgarden box. Does anybody want on a waiting list And then Craig's the Vintage Collector, Danny on King Diamond, Mark's and EC, Bob's Casual, and then we have Casual on Art, Comic, Miles Davis 25, Gold Key and Dale, Elvira Vintage Modern, and Music Band Comics, Miles Davis 28. I gotcha. Thank y'all for the information. We have Fugazi. This is $24.99. Let me see if I had a waiting list for this. I always forget what this thing's called because it's not written. Is it 7 songs, 13 songs? I always forget what this thing's called. Fugazi, though. I listened to it for the first time about 2 weeks ago, and I was impressed. I never had really listened to their stuff before. 24 after selling hundreds of albums. Fugazi's $24.99. Fugazi $24.99. And Brett Denton, that might have been a miscue, but let me know if it's not. 7 songs. Thank you. Fugazi is $24.99. No waiting list. I have 3 there. Miles Davis. All right. Well, tonight I've got a lot of spooky and horror books. Just different stuff. Some of them, we got some of those Tarzan. I don't have a lot ready. It's like a quick sample tonight. And then we're going to put some time into it to have more ready for the rest of the week, if that makes sense. So, but we're going to try to mix them in here and there. And then, every once in a while do a big sale. I envision in the future, like if I'm not doing a comic sale or if I'm not doing a coin sale on a Sunday and Paul's not doing, that's a good night where we can do all of our, all the miscellaneous stuff. And I told Tanner, I was like, the feature will be comics, but we can, we now have it set up where I can do my phone as the camera. We can connect my phone now as the camera, and I can go mobile and still walk around the store and see Restream. It's really cool. We're about to set it up. It's part of the new Streamlabs software, so really cool. All right, here is Tower of Shadows, issue number 1. Tower of Shadows, issue number 1. Is this Stan Lee? Edited by Stan Lee, and there is some water damage down here on the bottom. It doesn't really affect the pages too much, the story where you can read it. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That is Tower of Shadows. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, Fugazi. Yes, these are new and sealed. Fugazi, new and sealed. We have one for Jennifer Corbin, one for Brian DeLeon, and yes, these are new. Everything in here is new and sealed right now. Right now, this is a new and sealed bin. Don't forget about Miles Davis back here. Miles Davis has one bid for $25 and $26 now with Donna Turner. Who was Neil Reigler? You're out on Miles Davis, just FYI. And we have the Highwayman, a music on vinyl press, $38.99. This is new and sealed music on vinyl. But yes, right now, this is a new, everything in here is new and sealed from distribution. Brand spanking new stuff. Melanie gets the last John Hughes box. Does anybody want to go on a waiting list? I'm going to order 2 more tonight. Tower of Shadows, issue number 1. Issue number 1 there. Marvel Comics. What year is that? It looks like 1974 to me. It looks like 1969, a little bit newer than I thought. 1969, 15-cent cover. I should have knew that. Tower of Shadows, $10 start. And this is a great deal. A triple LP, yes, live from the House of Blues. Technically on sale, $34.99. Yes, House of Yes, live from the House of Blues, $34.99. That is a triple LP sealed. Triple LP sealed. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is the Rolling Stones. This is interesting. It is a 1964 U.S. original with a promo sticker. How cool is that? Now, no white label promo of this exists. So there is no white label promo of this record. This is about as good as you're going to get. And I have never really seen too many early Stones albums like this with a promo sticker. This also has a misprint. Congratulations on the back cover instead of congratulations on the company inner sleeve. Interesting. So let me figure out what Laura's saying here. Congratulations on the back cover instead of congratulations. Oh, it has the company inner sleeve. So they misspelled congratulations somewhere here. They misspelled something. Right here, congratulations. They misspelled. What a nice jacket, though. I'm impressed by this. Very nice. Original inner sleeve. This is a beautiful Rolling Stones record. So, 64 U.S. original stereo. The vinyl's nice. EX, a $35 start. A very nice jacket with promo sticker. I mean, look at it. Unbelievable. White. Very little wear on the front. That is a nice copy. There is no white label promo of that exists. That is a $35 start, okay? Now, the last thing we had was David V on Highwayman. That's Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson. I have one left. Miles Davis, 28, 28, 30. Stephen A. Young wants a yes. Miles Davis has a new bid for 35, and we already got a $50 bid on the Stones. Tower of Shadows is a $10 start. Final call on that before I make it a buy it now. Let's see what else I have over here for auction. I'm going to try to throw up another cassette right quick. And here is Fishbone, In Your Face. And we're going to put up Fishbone for a $5 start. Fishbone, In Your Face. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Welcome all first-time buyers. We're going through some really cool stuff here. MT Matt wants yes. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants on the waiting list, let me know. Before I change out crates, I am going to show y'all some waiting lists we already have going. But check this out. I think these were originally like $54 or $59.99. It was always a pricier release. This is a killer backstory on this, but also just a killer concert. The Rolling Stones went to the Checkered Board Lounge in Chicago in 1981 just to go watch Muddy Waters play live. The footage is on YouTube. They go in, the Rolling Stones, just to watch Muddy Waters play at this small little lounge, this club in Chicago. Muddy Waters calls them up on stage, and they end up playing with Muddy Waters. It was all recorded, and this is the official release for it. 2 LP, red and white vinyl, $44.99. Baby, Please Don't Go. That's the footage I've watched 100 times on YouTube. It's pretty amazing. They sneak in. You can tell they're kind of, people know they're in there, but then Muddy Waters kind of calls them out, and you can tell like Jagger and Richards, it kind of throws them off because, you know, they're probably just wanting a night out on the town. And then next thing you know, they're on stage playing with Muddy Waters. So that's a really cool release. The footage is on YouTube. After you watch it, you'll want that $44.99, okay? And $8 for Hana Fear. Let's sell this to Mark Fallon for $8. The Hana Fear, that's sold to Mark for $8. No problem on that. Miles Davis is at $45. 2 of the Stones. Before I swap out these crates, let me show you the waiting list we have. I don't know if I can get more, but we got 2 people on a waiting list. 1971, the year that music changed everything. That is an amazing compilation. We've now sold about 40 of these. I only had 2, and I don't think I can get any more. But if you do want on a waiting list, it's $29.99. Look at the track list and imagine what's going on. My Sweet Lord, Peace Train, Your Song, We Won't Get Fooled Again, Brown Sugar, Maggie May. It is incredible. So that's a waiting list. I don't know if I can get more. Then we got a waiting list going for this. Soundgarden, a 4 LP box set on splatter vinyl. Chris Cornell, Soundgarden, live from the Artist Den. That's a waiting list, $59.99. The other waiting list is the John Hughes box. Life Moves Pretty Fast. 6 LPs red vinyl. That is $139.99. John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast. And then we just sold out of Yes, if anybody wants one of those. House of Yes, live from the House of Blues, a triple LP blue vinyl, $34.99. So those are all waiting list. I'm about to show you what's left as soon as I bring over a new crate because we've already filled this up. But I had an uncle show me that concert for the first time on YouTube. He's like, man, you've got to watch this. He said, it's funny. It's like, I mean, because it's just it's funny how it happens. Muddy Waters calls Mick Jagger Mick Jagler. He goes, Mick Jagler, get up here. Mick Jagler, get up here. It's pretty cool. So we've sold out of these. We'll get a waiting list going if anybody wants one for this week. One goes to Brian Call, one goes to Kathy Collinsworth, and one goes to James Rayner. Let's start a waiting list with Jetstream and anybody else. It's a double LP, red and white vinyl, $44.99. So Jetstream, if you're okay with a wait list, those are in stock. They should be in by Friday this week. All right. Tower of Shadows was a no bid, so this is a buy it now for $10. Issue number 1, some light water damage on the bottom. That is At the Stroke of Midnight, Tales to Blow Your Mind. That is a 1969 issue number 1. 15-cent comic, and that is a $10 buy it now. You said Soundgarden in 49. Soundgarden is $59.99. $59.99. If I misspoke the first time and you need to put it back, I apologize. But yes, they are stickered. They are definitely $59.99. $59.99. Okay? Sorry about that. $59.99. Soundgarden is $59.99. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. If I misspoke, I apologize. If you need to put it back, that's okay, because I think there's probably going to be somebody already on a waiting list. The Miles Davis Sextet and Quintet. Miles Davis, the last bid on this was Donna Turner at $52. So let's go over these one more time. Miles Davis was a 1972 Netherlands press. The high bid is with Donna at $52. The high bid's with Donna at $52. The cassette is Fishbone. No bid on Fishbone. It is In Your Face, Fishbone, $5 start. Final call on that. And we have the Rolling Stones 12 by 5. The Rolling Stones is a promo marked record. Beautiful copy. There was one bid for $50 with Von Stom. He opened it. A top copy. $52 with promo sticker. And it's now a final call. It's only got one bid. I said a 35. He pushed in some chips at 50. It looks like he's about to get it. It's a beautiful copy with promo sticker. So Michael Peveler wants to put back Soundgarden. That's okay. And let me see if was there anybody already on a waiting list on that? Maybe not. I'll go ahead and just put one back in the crate then. They are $59.99. I either misspoke or Michael misheard me. I probably misspoke. I'm bad about doing that. They are $59.99. And I'm okay if I put back. So Shannon got one. I hope Shannon, I did say Shannon Price claimed the other. So Shannon, if you're still watching, I'm going to make sure you're good at $59.99 too. And we do got some Gandalfs in, yeah. So let's put back one Soundgarden box. And if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? And this is $59.99. We also have a new waiting list on the Rolling Stones Muddy Waters. That was Jetstream. And then also the other person was Randy Klein. And we're good to go there. There's Soundgarden. $59.99, quadruple LP splatter vinyl. Lastly, let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. Dragon Force, Reaching into Infinity. And this is about the only thing I can get from them. That's why I went ahead and ordered 3 more. We sold out last week. What's the Stones at? $50. $50 on the Stones. Let me look up Dragon Force. No waiting list for Dragon Force. So these are all available. These are all available, okay? Now, Fishbone is a buy it now for $5. And then Miles Davis is sold. Miles Davis is sold. And this was sold to Donna after a battle with Neil for $52. And now the Stones has new bids. Vaughn, 2 people asked about that since your bid. I just updated it, and now we have a new bidder, and Vaughn's right back in at 60. I figured that would get a little bit more activity. So there's Dragon Force. That should be on colored vinyl as well. Let's go ahead and throw up another auction. Let's go ahead and put up another David Bowie here. This is called Stage. And David Bowie is a 1978 U.S. Indianapolis original. So it's a 2 LP gatefold, VG Plus vinyl, and about a VG Plus cover just with some minor wear there on the front. Awesome gatefold. David Bowie is a $25 start. All right. Now, the only thing left in here is just a handful. This is all new stuff, technically from distribution that I get on sale. So, AKA, there's some really good deals in here. And the first is this Elvis. That's Elvis Presley with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, 17 tracks, has book, also has a CD and a poster, just $39.99. It's kind of in a boxed set. We've sold 2. There's one left. $39.99. Elvis, The Wonder of You. Also, we have one Fugazi left, $24.99. Also, one Highwayman left, $38.99. Soundgarden. I would love to sell this to somebody. That way we can order more, get a waiting list going. It doesn't matter to me, but let's get that sold. Let's get Elvis sold to Don Nicole. Thank you, Don. That's sold to you. And we have Dragon Force. 3 copies, $38.99. The Stones and Bowie has absolutely just took off all of a sudden. And now let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the first thing I'm going to do is what? I don't know. Let's see what I have over here in my, I'm trying to figure out what I have in my autograph pile for tonight. This. Let's put this up right here. Let's go ahead and get one of our first autographed items up for tonight. And before I do anything else, though, I want to show y'all the new big release for this week. I'm going to show you what I have left. The pre-order's already been tagged. And there's a lot more people watching than earlier. This is it. That's all I have left. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. The new Pink Floyd at Pompeii. First time ever on vinyl. A new release. It's been bootlegged since 1972. First time they've officially released it. Steven Wilson mix with poster. $46.99 for Pompeii. If you didn't get a pre-order, if you didn't get one already, that's how many I have left. Pink Floyd is $46.99. Now, Don got an Elvis, Stone 75, Bowie 60, Stone 76, Cameron Lingefeld on Fugazi. Brandon Lack wants the Fishbone cassette for $5. Soundgarden is $59.99, Tom. 4 LP. They make them on splatter and they make them on black vinyl. This is splatter vinyl. Stones is at $80. Bowie's at $75. And that's where we're at. And that's so far all the new vinyl I've shown tonight. I'm going to go ahead and grab a crate of new stuff. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. New vintage stuff that's never been shown. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. We have a claim on the Soundgarden. And whoever's watching, I'm going to put that over here in the previous crate. So whoever's tagging the sale, because I had to pull it out, I don't like it when these records can slide around over here. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in the last crate as the last record right behind Yes, the Yes album we sold out of. All right. So that's going back over here. Now that crate's really full. That's more like it. And thank you, Tom Harris. Now, if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. And let's go ahead and put up some more comic books right quick. Yep. I had an original of this one before. I highly regret selling it. Any kind of EC comic I've had over the years, I highly regret selling. But here is Crime Suspense Stories. And this is, of course, an EC reprint. Very rare to find an original and pricey. This says copyright. Of course, it originally came out in 54. This is it says 1974. Is this from 1974? I don't think it is. It might be. This says, of course, it originally came out in the 50s. This is copyright 1974, classic EC reprint number 6. I wonder what was the copyright date on this one. But I used to have one of those. Let me check this other one, Mark. Let me see what this other one here. Let's see what I have right here. Let's see if this one says 1990. Was these printed? I might need Laura to check on this. It says 1973 too. Of course, I knew they originally came out in the 50s, but these might be the 70s print, but they shouldn't be $1 price tag, so I'm assuming it's 90s. I don't think they're obviously not 50s. I think they're definitely 90s because they shouldn't have even a reprint shouldn't have $1 price tag. That would be pretty crazy. So, but you know, I don't know. Steve just kind of board and bagged some of this for me. So, okay, yeah. Of course, if it was 8.0, if this was like an 8.0 1954, it would be what, like 15 grand? So, all right, let's go back to the top and see what's going on. We sold that. Nobody else on Pink Floyd. We're good to go. He went out on the Stones. Final call for 80, and Bowie is a final call for 75. Final call 80, final call 75. Let's put up some new stuff. There's a crate and a half or 2 more crates of new vinyl. There's about a crate, 2 crates. There's 2 full crates of new vinyl left. 2 full crates of new vinyl left. So that looks pretty cool. Let me grab this stuff over here and let's see what John's got us here. I have no idea. Oh, well, there's a Laura crate over here too. Let's do this John crate, Laura crate. We'll keep it on a rotation. John crate, Laura crate, John crate, Laura crate. All right, and let's grab this right here. All righty, folks. All righty. So Crime Suspense is a $10 start. And let's sell these right here. All right, so David Bowie, Rebecca Howard has it for $75. Rebecca Howard, $75. $75. So that's a final call back here for $10 on that. And the Stones is sold to Jason Boxell for $80. All righty. And Brandon, we were selling these as a lot. Bob Marley, Babylon by Bus, Uprising, Kaya, Survival, and Confrontation. I was trying to sell all those together. Sell all those together for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Okay? So right now, Mark, the way I'll do this is it's up for bid. I've got to wait to see if he gets a bid or somebody doesn't grab it for the buy it now. If no one bids and no one grabs it for the buy it now, then sometimes I'll be interested in taking offers. Right now, I've got to leave it up as a live auction, though. We'll see what happens if nothing happens, okay? We'll see what happens if nothing happens. Here's our first advertised auction of the night. This is pretty cool. This is Tommy Thayer. This is, of course, Guitars for Kiss. This is Tommy Thayer. It's a pack of custom Tommy Thayer guitar strings. It's been autographed by Tommy Thayer. It's JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. And it comes with 2 Tommy Thayer guitar picks, which I think was part of it. So this is signed, JSA authenticated, Tommy Thayer with the guitar picks, and that's going to be a $45 start. JSA authenticated. Cassette bundle, $25. Now, Brandon, you asked first. Michael says he'll take them. So if you don't want them, Brandon says he'll go ahead and take them for $25. And I've got more to put up. Okay, let's get some more auctions up as well. So Tommy Thayer, signed guitar strings with picks, and JSA authenticated. That is a $45 start. That is our first autograph auction lot of the night. It's available if you want it. Just bid in the comments. Welcome everybody to CollectCo. We've got a great week started tonight with Monday. Somebody said, do we have more jazz tonight? I do have more jazz tonight. And I have a 1966 U.S. repress, a 66 U.S. repress of Horace Silver Quintet. Doing the thing, the Horace Silver Quintet at the Village Gate. A 66 U.S. repress with company inner sleeve. That is EX condition, a $35 start. That is Horace Silver at the Village Gate. That is a 66 press, a $35 start, okay? Now, Crime has a bid for 10. Kiss has a bid for 50. I'm going to go ahead and slide this back in here before I lose the picks. Like I just did. I knew it was going to slide off eventually. I went ahead and boarded and bagged all this stuff so I wouldn't drop any of it. But yeah, there are the guitar picks. They're signed, of course, the JSA. That already has a bid for 50. All right, let's go through some new arrivals here. Very excited to see what they've always marked. I have no idea. This is all new to y'all as much as it is me. I took a quick peek, but most of this stuff I have never seen. I own it. It's in my store, but most of this I've never looked at. So it's fun to see what we have every night. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. I'm on the Purple Juice tonight, and let's see what we have in here. First is Bob Dylan. It looks like an exceptionally nice copy in shrink wrap. This is a non-check condition bin, so everything in here is really clean. It's been cleaned, and it's all EX Plus or better. That's $34.99. We have Carole King for $14.99. Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, $9.99. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do With It? $24.99. And The Speed of Hope, Dole. That's interesting, $19.99. Dole, D-O-L-E. And Sophomore Slump, this is $14.99 by Doctor's Mob. That looks interesting. Couple interesting things in here. And here's another one. ELEP Elephants. Elephants is $49.99. That looks interesting. All right, Crime Suspense Stories is sold to Mark Fallon for $12. Thank you, Mark Fallon. That is sold to you. Michael Rudolph cost him $12. That's why I got Michael Rudolph watching, to run up bids on Mark Fallon. Of course, I'm obviously joking. Final call on Kiss. This has a high bid with Mr. Ricky Owen at 50. Ricky, I'm about to sell that to you for 50. I got some other Killer Kiss stuff tonight as well. We already sold those cassettes. George Samberez on Lionel Richie. Hello. This is the record that George Samberez is looking for. That is sold. And then Lonnie Jolly was second. Robin Glenn was third. was that Dylan. This was Dylan Slow Train Coming, $34.99. And Boz Scaggs Slow Dancing, that's $19.99. And the Beatles Hard Day's Night, $34.99. Interesting. United Artists, that's the second label, but nice. What's John doing putting Beatles records out without my permission? That's way too nice not to be auctioned. Andy Summers, Robert Fripp, I Advance Mask. What's that doing in there? $34.99. Nobody bid on Horace Silver. He's a $35 buy it now. Doing the thing, the Horace Silver Quintet. That's a 66 US with company inner sleeve from Blue Note. Now just a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Horace Silver. All right, let's put that right over there. And Ricky Owen, you're going to get the Tommy Thayer for $50. Thank you, Ricky Owen. That's sold to you. And we have Horace Silver, and that's sold to Donna. That's sold to Donna for $35 buy it now, and ST gets Robert Fripp. All righty, the auction block is cleared. We got some people on the edge of their seat for comics. We got some people on the edge of their seat for records. We got some people on the edge of their seat waiting for me to do something dumb. And we have our next auction, Robert Johnson. This is a U.S. reissue, unknown year. Laura says it appears to be a modern pressing. Comments on Discogs suggest that it's 2008. So if you want to buy Robert Johnson's original records, first you got to have something that plays 78s. You're going to be looking your entire life, and you're going to be spending thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. So the best way to listen to Robert Johnson is buying these LP compilations. Original Robert Johnson, he died, 30 years before they even made an LP probably? Very rare stuff. So people settle for reissue compilations. You can get his original records, but you'll be looking your entire life. I've never seen one. I've never seen one actually live and for sale. Maybe once on eBay in the last 15 years, but they're rare. Robert Johnson's a $15 start. $15 start. No one even knows where the man's guitar went to. If they could actually trace that thing down, it would be probably one of the most important instruments in history. $15 start. That's now up for bid. Let's put up a classic, one of my favorites here. This is Cream's Wheels of Fire, featuring In the White Room with black curtains. And this is a 68 U.S. Pitman repress. So this is a repressing. That is the first label, but if you didn't run the matrix, you probably wouldn't realize that. It's VG Plus. It's a $25 start, and it has the really cool foil cover here, Wheels of Fire. And here is the cool part. You ready? Psychedelia at its best. In the White Room. And then, of course, that amazing live cut of Crossroads. Hey, speaking of Robert Johnson, Crossroads on here. Amazing. Crossroads is on here. That live cut from, I think that's technically Winterland, and Eric Clapton's just absolutely shredding. That's a $25 start on Cream. All right, that's now up for bid. I'll put up another auction in just a second. Next in the bin is Jefferson Airplane. This has the original brown bag that came with it. It is a cutout, but it's nice, $44.99. That brown bag's always missing. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, just $19.99 with Gypsy and Hold Me, $19.99 on that. And we have Carole King Thoroughbred, $14.99 for Carole King Thoroughbred. And Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, and American Prayer. Jim Morrison is $34.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. It looks like we got some people interested in some of the EC reissues. Now, I was told this one's pretty popular because it has the origin of the Crypt Keeper. Now, some of this I don't know too much about, but the Crypt Keeper here, pretty popular in the EC world, and this is Tales from the Crypt, issue number 1. That has the origin of the Crypt Keeper, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. This says 1990 here. This one does say 1990. I think those other ones might have been 70s press or 70s printing, but yeah, very cool artwork there. EC Tales from the Crypt with the origin of the Crypt Keeper. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. I think that really is 1990 there. And then we have Carole King Rhymes and Reasons. Carole King is $14.99. And Jose Feliciano with his cover of The Doors, Come On Baby, Light My Fire. That's $9.99. And Tom Jones, Green Green Grass of Home. Tom Jones, $9.99. Alice Cooper request comic. You know what? I was on my way over here to pull the next autograph. And how about, since we already have one comic up, we go ahead and do another. And this is actually signed by the man himself. And I have 2 signed comics tonight. I got a signed Alice Cooper and I got a signed Kiss comic. First is Alice Cooper. And this is signed by Alice Cooper. It's actually called Marvel Premiere issue number 50. And it was a comic book about Alice Cooper. Chad's about to sneeze. Whew. Sorry. And it's JSA authenticated. This is going to go up for a $95 start. $95 start. Alice Cooper autographed and JSA authenticated. Now, they asked me where I wanted stickers put out on the comics, and I told them the best place is probably on the inside of the cover. So there is technically a sticker on it because JSA's got to put the sticker somewhere, and they put it on the back of the front page, so in case for some reason somebody ever wanted to cut that out, which would be insane, but they try to keep it on the item. And this has white pages. This is actually a really high-grade comic, too. So this is a really high-grade comic, beautiful signature, signed, not personalized, and Alice Cooper is JSA authenticated. It is a $95 start, all right? Let's update everything that's going on. So right now, Robert Johnson was at 15, Robert Johnson 20 with Von Gillespie, Cream 25, Cream 30, the EC comic 10, another comic book bid for 10, Alice Cooper 95 and Alice Cooper 105. There we go. Wow, Dire Straits, Private Investigations, $19.99 on Dire Straits, a 12-inch single. Electric Love Muffin, $12.99. And El Dorco, a 96 Punk on red vinyl, $14.99. Some odd stuff to see in a John crate, right? And what do we have here? The Entropy Project, a hardcore album for $14.99. How unusual. I'll have to go back over those again. But first, we do have somebody out on Robert Johnson. We believe it's a 2008. So Brandon Lack, you're out on Robert Johnson. Let me know if you want back in. Cream, the 2 bidders on Cream are Christman Durnan, which I believe is a first-time buyer, right, Chrisman? So Chrisman Durnan bid 25. You got outbid over on YouTube by MT Matt. So Christum and anybody else new that's a new buyer, if you're done bidding, make sure you say out. But if you do say out, you can't bid again, okay? So if you do say out, you can't bid again. Let's take one more look at Cream. But if you let me know you're done, we can really speed up the show here. So it helps me out by saying done, and you're kind of throwing in the towel, and that way I can go ahead and do a final call, or maybe somebody else might be waiting to bid. Cream is a 68 repress. That's still the original release year, but it is a repress with the Gold Award sticker, VG Plus condition. No company inner sleeves. No company inner sleeves. Alice Cooper's already at 115, and Durnan Chrisman out. Thank you, Chrisman Durman. Appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know you're out. So Cream is a final call then, and that final call is with MT Matt. He's done on Robert Johnson, so that's a final call for $20. And I think the EC comic is tied. The first person who bid 10 was Stephen Lewis Jr., right? No, Michael Rudolph. Michael Rudolph bid 10. Stephen, then you bid 10, so you tied him. Then Michael Ruckman was first on Dire Straits. That sold to Michael Ruckman. Stephen A. Young was second. Mike Massey first on El Dorco. That sold to Mike Massey. Alice Cooper, 106. Rebecca second on El Dorco. And then Rebecca first on Project, okay? Joe Salamo wants the classic Tom Jones. He said, I had a Tom Jones claim. I completely missed that, but I guess I got you right now. This is sold to Joe Salamo, and we have Rebecca is backing on Alice Cooper for 120. So I'm going to make sure Steven's done on that, and then we're about to sell the 2 back auctions so we can get new stuff up, okay? Next thing I have is Marty Wilson Piper, She's King. $9.99. Some interesting stuff in here. Wow, MoFi, Melissa Manchester, $39.99, a MoFi copy. It is, it's from the Connery. He almost hit it right there. It is from the dreaded Connery collection. Now, what does that mean? That means there's some writing on the cover, but the vinyl was spectacular. $39.99. Thank you for the water delivery, Laura. I'm going to need that. This blue juice makes me dehydrated. It really kicks up my adrenaline, but I get dehydrated. So, and then there's a looking for a Gladstone label on the outer or inner cover. They handled 90s double-side repress. Got it. And then we have Kansas Audio Visions. Kansas is $17.99. And we have Pink Floyd, the final cut. Wow, OG Pink Floyd showing up in the bin tonight. $44.99. It does have the original inner sleeve. Now, I want to let everybody know that if you're watching, somebody has asked twice tonight already, how do you bid? You don't have to be registered. You can bid as easy as you asked how to bid. All you do is put in the comments. You see other people doing it? All you got to do is put in the comments. If you end up buying something for the first time, there's a good chance I'm going to recognize your name as a first-time buyer. And if I recognize your name, then we'll recognize you as a first-time buyer. We'll get you registered, and invoices go out on Monday. Ed came in today. He sent out hundreds of invoices today for all of our buyers that purchased from us last week. Once again, a big thank you to everybody because we had a very good week again, as usual. Thank y'all. And now Robert Johnson has sold a Von Gillespie for $20. That's sold a Von Gillespie for $20. And Alice Cooper is now at $145. We have not sold Public Image. And now let's go ahead and run Cream. And Cream is ran, and it's runned, and Cream is gone to MT Matt for $30. Thank you, MT Matt. In the White Room. Man, what a song. And then Crossroads. Cream's cover of Crossroads is one of my favorite covers ever, I guess. You know, that and Joe Cocker's with a little help from my friends. I'm going to go ahead and put Alice back in its sleeve because it's such a nice book. Don't want anything to happen to it here. And I spent enough time cleaning up this store last night that I have found enough cool stuff to auction off all week. So we got some cool stuff here. There's that. It's still getting bids. It's JSA authenticated. Really cool sign. And now the Tales from the Crypt is getting bids. And that has bids now for 12. Patty bid 12 first. So Steven's out. So it's a tie. And that's at $12. Okay? That's $12. So if you are new, welcome to Coletco. Okay? If you are new, welcome to Coletco here. All right. Let's go ahead and be grabbing our next auctions. First thing I'm going to do is, one second. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is grab another LP auction. Let's go ahead and grab the Rolling Stones here. This looks very interesting. So there is, once again, there is no white label promo of this Rolling Stones. So this Rolling Stones record does not have a white label promo. So there is no white label promo of this record that exists. What's that mean? The reason I'm telling you that, because it's marked promotion copy, not for sale. It has another promotion sticker, not for sale. They call this a title strip, a timing strip. They put this usually for radio station play so they could do suggested cuts and also put another sticker saying it's a promo. Obviously, first cover uncensored. So this is pretty much a real true OG, and it's a promo copy with promo timing strip. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. So $35 start. This is the Rolling Stones. Now, if you're looking for a promo copy, it doesn't exist. And for something to be truly a promo copy, it's got to have a promo marked label. But technically, we classify this as a promo, but not really. You get what I'm saying, okay? The label's not marked promo. Most people won't call it a promo, but there is no promo of this that exists. That's about the best you're going to get, and it's got bids for $35 and $35. That is beautiful. Tales from the Crypt is at $15. Alice Cooper had bids for $150 and now $165. Now $165, and now we have a high bid and a final call to Rebecca for $165. $165 there. All righty, there's that. And one second, please. Okay, there we have it. Back to the bin. Nobody on Pink Floyd. We have Lou Reed Street Hassle. Lou Reed $34.99. We have The Doors Classics $39.99. Awesome compilation. This came out a little bit later. Yeah, 85. It's a compilation. The Doors Classics. Very high grade. That's $39.99. And Carlos Santana, The Swing of Delight, a double LP. I hadn't seen that in a while. Phenomenal looking copy. That is $34.99. All right, so the Tales from the Crypt. Patty had this for $16, and Patty said, Al, I actually think you have the high bid right now, Patty. Unless he bid and I didn't see it. Steven bid $18. Okay, Steven has this for $18. Final call on that. And that is Tales from the Crypt, issue number 1, reprint, of course, has the origin of the Crypt Keeper. I was actually over here trying to find a original, kind of show you some of these EC comics, what they sell for. I found where a 7.5 of this comic recently sold in the last year for about $2,700. So yeah, and a real one of this in higher grade recently sold for about $2,700. So if you find an original of this in pretty good condition, around a 7, maybe an 8, it's worth a few $1,000s. It's worth a few $1,000s. So I think Steven's going to settle right now with the reprint. That way, you can also handle it and read it. It's at $18. So some of these early horror comics are extremely desirable. So yeah, that is a good one if you find a real one. All right, let's go ahead and sell Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is sold here, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $165, signed by Alice Cooper. Thank you, that's sold. And now the Rolling Stones is at $47. Back to the crate. Really good stuff in here. The Only Ones. This is $14.99. Looks like it's a white label promo from Epic Records. The Only Ones. And REO Speedwagon, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. I didn't miss any other claims, did I? I did not miss any other claims, right? I did not miss any other claims, so we're good to go. Let's keep rolling here. Also, we have Lionel Richie. That's $9.99. And Daz Band Joystick. Daz Band is $14.99. Stephen Lewis gets the Tales from the Crypt for $18. Thank you on that. All right, now let's go ahead and put up another LP right quick. The next LP I'm going to throw up is The Band, Islands. And this is a 1977 Japanese press. Unfortunately, no Obi, but it is near mint minus and pristine, and it has the Japanese insert. That's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start there. I'm about to put up another autograph too, and then another comic book. But first, don't let me forget about the cassettes either, Brandon Lack. I know you won't, but if we run out of time, we'll do buy it nows later tonight. You might prefer that better. Rod Bryan on The Only Ones. That's sold to Rod Bryan. ST second. Stone 55. Robin put rep, and she meant REO. So Robin Glenn gets REO, and Lonnie Jolly on Lionel Richie. Nice. And now the Stones is at $56. The Band is a $20 start. All right, let's go over here and check out my autograph stash. Now, just so y'all know, the Trickster is not actually a signed record. It's a promotional flat, just FYI. But I'm going to go ahead and throw up a pretty cool set here of items. This was advertised tonight, and pretty cool set with a lot of provenance. This is Jackal. And there's a lot of stuff here. So this is going to go up for a $55 start for any Jackal fans. And I tried to put 2 and 2 together here, and I end up making an assumption, and y'all will probably agree with me. So first, let me show you the autographed item. The autographed item is a bumper sticker signed by the full band Jackal. It's JSA authenticated. So there's the autograph signed by Jackal. And it also has, with it, I'm going to sell a patch, a Jackal patch. I'm also going to sell Jesse James Dupree, a patch advertising his whiskey. Of course, he's the lead singer, frontman of Jackal, Jesse James Dupree. And then a Jesse James Dupree guitar pick. Also, another bumper sticker, this one not signed, so you get another bumper sticker, this time not signed, and this flyer from Pappy Hole Campground. And it appears that this campground had a festival where Jackal played at. So it looked like it was some kind of festival. Looks like a motorcycle festival. And it appears that Jackal played there. So I'm assuming this person got all this stuff from this festival. That's JSC authenticated, of course. $55 start. Okay, there we have it. What about the Stones? Von Stom has it for $56. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. Final call to get on a band for $20, and Jackal already has a bid for $55. Back to the bin. Paul Davis. Paul Davis is $9.99. El DeBarge. El DeBarge is $14.99. El DeBarge, $14.99. And then we have DeBarge, Rhythm of the Night. That's $14.99. And Chris DeBurr. So we got DeBarge, and there's DeBurr. That's $14.99. And Vanity 6. Vanity 6 is $24.99. $24.99 on that. And Mark Fallon must have been reading my mind. Here is another EC. And this one's going to go up for a $7 start. Jackal has another bid with Brad. So you get a signed item and then a lot of extra stuff there. Here is 64 pages of vintage EC horror. Tales from the Crypt presents the Vault of Horror, issue number 2. And this is a $7 start. A $7 start on this one. Number 2, 1991. Originally from 1953, which in high grade may cost you a pretty penny. That is a $7 start. It is now up for bid. That's now up for bid, okay? And the Stones is still getting bids. First right now, we have Vanessa Williams, The Right Stuff. Vanessa Williams is $14.99. The Commodores, working on the night shift. Commodores is $14.99. And Christopher Cross, Every Turn of the World. Christopher Cross is $9.99. And Bob Dylan, Shot of Love. Bob Dylan's in shrink wrap, $34.99. Let's go back to the top. And I did say the Stones was at 56, and then Brent was out. He had bid 55. Jackal got a bid for 55. Jackal got a bid for 60. The Stones got a new bid for 57. The Stones got a new bid for 65. Lonnie Jolly got Vanity. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. And then Janie was second. Janie Green was second. Craig Weatherford on DeBarge. Now, Craig, do you want El DeBarge or DeBarge, or do you want both of them? And then Mark Fallon wants to know, is Lady in Red on the Chris DeBurr? Lady in Red is not on the Chris DeBurr unless it's on a different title. Not on that one. Vault has a new bid for 7. Jackal 62. Janie Green wants Vanessa Williams. He's out on the Stones. So here's what we're going to do. The band is a beautiful Japanese pressing, no obi. That's going to go up for a $20 buy now. So that's a no bid. That's a $20 buy now. The EC has one bid for 7. And Craig wants both of the DeBarge albums. The Jackal autographed item with bonus items is at 67, and Brent's out on the Stones, so Von Stom has that at $65. Last few records in here. Speaking of the Rolling Stones, the epic Hot Rocks. This is an 86 remaster, $36.99. Very amazing compilation, of course. Don't make me read the track listing, okay? And then Ryan Anderson on Vanity 6. That has already been claimed. And Sheena East in A Private Heaven, $9.99, and Neil Diamond Gold, $14.99. So Jackal's at 67 with Patty. Brad, it's back to you. Final call on this for 7, and final call on the Rolling Stones, which is Von Stom's at 65. Von Stom's at 65. All right, and then 2 more in here. Boz Scaggs is $19.99, and a beautiful looking copy of Harvest. Wow. With the original inner sleeve. $39.99, Harvest. Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. Kathy Collinsworth on Hot Rocks. That's so to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you on that. All righty, here we go. What's going on? I have no idea. We're about to find out. And Corey Harrison says, I'll take, no, he said the Chris DeBurr. Is that a sale? Does that mean yes, you want it? And then Robin Glenn on DE. And DE for Robin Glenn was something else. We'll see what some of those are, okay? And then we're about to sell him the EC comic. All right, let me go ahead and grab. The band is a $20 buy it now. And then Sheena Easton, that was her DE. Let's go ahead and grab our next LP here. Yeah, y'all may not be able to tell it, but if I do get slippery later on the sale, I'm on about 3 hours of sleep at most. I'm on about 3 hours of sleep. So bear with me. I'm pretty good right now, but if I do get slippery a little bit later in the show, I told Tanner, I was like, don't be surprised if I stop tonight at 11:30. But if I can get to it, we'll go till 1 o'clock like we usually do. Here's our next auction. A New Perspective, Donald Byrd, Band and Voices. This is a 1973 U.S. Blue Note Liberty, a $35 start. A $35 start. Mark Fallon, you get the EC for $7. Thank you, Mark Fallon. That's so do you. I may go ahead and bundle some of these together so we can go ahead and start knocking some of these out in bigger lots. And Jackal, the last bit on that, Patty went out. So Brad, let's look at that one more time. Final call to him. It's JSA authenticated. It's a bumper sticker that's autographed, a Jackal patch, a Jesse James Dupree whiskey patch, a Jesse James Dupree guitar pick, and some provenance, a program from the concert where all this stuff was signed, which was a Pappy Whole Rally, motorcycle rally. Wow, 79th annual. 79th annual. That's been going on for a while. And, of course, the autographs are JSA authenticated. That is a final call for $68. Robin Murphy Glenn gets the Sheena Easton. That is sold. And we have price on Daz Band. But first, let's go ahead and sell this. A Beautiful Stones promo marked. And that's sold to Von Stamm for $65. Amazing. Miss You. And we have price on Daz Band. Let's go back and find that. And title of Elephants, okay? So we'll go ahead and show this. Daz Band is called Joystick, $14.99. Another jazz album's up. Jazz, I'm ringing the jazz bell. Donald Byrd's a $35 start. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It's going to be a very fun night. Lots of cool stuff, okay? And yes, I'm just going to read these titles. Let's find that Elephants album for John Dodd. He's got dibs on the read-through. But first, let me go ahead and pull it right now. Actually, you know what, John? Let me just do it when I find it, okay? And that way, there it is right there. I got my thumb on it. We'll show it right now. This is called Elephants. I don't know if it does have a title. This label says Carver. Very generic label. Elephants Carver. And this one says The Rose Attic. So I'm not for sure what's going on there. The cover is like really flimsy, almost like just a piece of cardboard. It does have an inner sleeve with it. $49.99. And there's that. Let's go ahead and get all this Jackal stuff off before I drop it all. And the hammer's being dropped on this. And Laura's already delivering another crate. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Laura crate definitely next. I just saw my peripheral vision. She just delivered another one. Holy moly. So this is sold for $68. Let's put this in here and this in here. And Brad Waits, all that's sold to you for $68. Thank you on that, Brad Waits. Thank you. Okay, now there's Donald Byrd, $35 start. Scott O'Man says he'll take the Daz Band. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here right quick. And let me see what I can do here with these EC comics that's left. Far as ECs, I'm showing, I guess there's only 2 left. I could have probably bundled that one and these 2. So here we go. Let's just go ahead and put these together. And let me take my notes off here that Steve left me. And here we go. So, yeah, I think we just sold number 2, didn't we? Yeah, here is Volume 1 and Volume 3. We'll put both of those together for a $15 start. So 2 Vault of Horror reissues here. We'll put those together for a $15 start. $15 start on those. Donald Byrd's a 73 U.S. reissue. That's a $35 start. Another autograph coming in just a second. But first, we have this. A quick read-through. If you need a price, just let me know. We have Carole King, Tina Turner, Dole, The Speed of Hope. This was Sophomore Slump, Doctor's Mob. Also, Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer, The Beatles, Hard Day's Night, Jefferson Airplane, Fleetwood Mac Mirage, Carole King, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, Carole King again, Jose Feliciano, Electric Love Muffin, Marty Wilson Piper, and I believe somebody did make a note, that's Marty Wilson Piper Church. Is that from the band Church? The Church, Melissa Manchester, MoFi, Kansas, OG Pink Floyd, Lou Reed, The Doors compilation, Carlos Santana, Pauls Davis, Christy Burr, Commodores, Christopher Cross, Dylan, Neil Diamond, Boz Scaggs, and Neil Young. I'm searching for a heart of gold, and I'm getting old. Let's put this up because, man, I wish this was the record because holy moly, this is a very desirable item. This is Trixter, but still a really cool piece for collectors of this glam hair metal era that everybody seems to can't get enough of. This is signed by the full band, Trixter, and this is called a promotional record flash. So these would have been sent to stores, you know, to display. You probably remember back in the day, stuff like this hanging on the walls. Record stores used to tape them up in the windows when advertising a new album. And a lot of bands would get them from distribution so they could autograph them, or they would come to a store and sign them for in-store autograph. So this is a $95 start. It's signed by the full band Trixter, JSA authenticated, very cool, a $95 start. $95 start on that. So the high bid on the comics is a final call to Mark Fallon for $18, and then final cut was a U.S. original. Gatefold, of course, no condition notes, $44.99. U.S. original. Typically something we would auction. It would probably bring $45 at auction. Right now, you can buy it for $45, $44.99 to be exact. The first person who asked was Chaz Gordon. Chaz Gordon asked, and then Craig Weatherford. Was Jim Morrison an American Poet? It was. Jim Morrison, American Poet. Very nice, $34.99. It has the insert booklet with it. It does have the booklet. That's always getting asked about. The booklet is in there. The booklet is in there. Hand effects. I just got a notification. Turn on reactions to express yourself with a hand gesture during a video. Click in the status menu, then click reactions. Man, I might do that right now because I'm very curious what my reactions are. Jim Gray says price on HDN, $34.99. It is the second label. It's definitely a vintage 70s press. Bird, I'm looking for a $35 start. Price on Sophomore Slump. Sophomore Slump, Rebecca, was $14.99. Trixter does have a bid for $95. And Joshua Cross says, I'll take it. And that was Jim Morrison. 45s. Right now, I'm working on comics and autographs. And then I'll start putting up some 45s later. But yes, there will be some tonight, okay? And Chaz Gordon said, so or pass on Pink Floyd. So if you do want that, the second person, it's yours. Rebecca sold on that. Mark Fallon gets these two comics for $18. Thank you, Mark Fallon. And Trixter does have a bid for $95. Bird just got a bid for $35. And right now, the only no bids tonight is a Japanese pressing of the band. It's a 77 original Japanese, a $20 buy it now. And here is Tower of Shadows. That is $10. And The House of Secrets is $7. A couple comics. Tower of Shadows, issue number 1, $10. And The House of Secrets, $7. Those are available, okay? And then price on Carole King Thoroughbred. That's a good one. That one and Rhymes and Reasons. Of course, I just like Carole King in general. $14.99 on Rhymes and Reasons. And Thoroughbred's $14.99. Everything in there is EX Plus or better. Guess what? We got new vinyl to go through. Let's put that up right now. And then it's about time for all new auctions. Only one bid on Trixter. It's only at $95, and that is a final call. And I looked up some of their stuff. Nothing like that signed with that first album artwork, which is obviously really desirable. Oh, we have another pre-order. Oh, the new Godsmack's in. Let's go ahead and take care of that right now. I forgot about that. The new Godsmack is in. I forgot about Godsmack. Can I get over here with it? I'm kind of trapped right now. I may need y'all to come rescue me. I can't get back over here. All right. So I did a rough count for our autograph inventory. So I've done like 4 or 5 big mass submissions to JSA. And I did a rough count. I did a really rough count last night, but I'm pretty accurate, rough and accurate at the same time. I think unprocessed autographs, I got a rack built. That's why I'm only on 3 hours sleep. I had to get our autographs under control. So I estimate we have about 1,400 unprocessed autographs. That means they've been authenticated by JSA, and I've never looked them up, processed it, researched them, advertised them, or put them out for sale. Around 1,400 unprocessed autographs. It could be photos, guitar picks, album covers, albums, posters, anything. Cards, index cards. We've got around 1,400 unprocessed autographs. So tonight we're going to chip away at least 15 of them. I got 15 ready for tonight. So that gives you an idea of what's coming in the memorabilia department here. Unbelievable. So we got a crate of new vinyl, then we're going to do a Laura crate, and then another crate of new vinyl, and then probably go ahead and do either a John or Laura crate again. I wouldn't go anywhere for about the next 3 hours because it sounds like we've got about 3 hours of nothing but fantastic stuff coming up. Okay? Don't go anywhere. Let's go ahead and try to knock out this pre-order. And I should have done this a little bit earlier, but let me go ahead and do it right now. And this is either a new album or first time on vinyl. I can't remember. This is remastered on vinyl for the first time. This originally came out in 2010. So yeah, this has never been, that'll leave 13. Yeah, roughly 1,385. Yeah. I did a lot of counting and stacking. But, like, I've got stacks of signed photos from Fred's collection. Oh, I've got bad news. I got a text this morning at 5:10 a.m. Mr. Fred Goodwin of the Fred Goodwin collection, rest in peace. Mr. Fred passed away this morning at 5:10 a.m. His brother texts me. I've been selling this man's collection for 6 years. And I basically spent all night looking through his autographs. And he passed away this morning. We've been selling his stuff to thousands of people for the last, 6 years? Since 2019. I say his name almost every night. Incredible person. Collected. He was 81 and he'd been collecting for 70 years. I mean, since he was a kid, he had his first records. Unbelievable. We have sold, 100,000 items from this man's collection. Thousands of posters. A lot of y'all own hundreds of items. There's no telling. Probably y'all have a record with his name written on it. He passed away this morning at 5:10. I got that text and I'll say it hit me in a soft spot. I was like, wow. I mean, he transformed our business with posters and autographs. I probably wouldn't be dealing in stuff like that if I hadn't have acquired his stuff. So, all right. So let's go back up to the top and let's see where we're at on Donald Byrd. Sorry for the emotional announcement to bring everything down, but Fred was always happy knowing we was selling his stuff. He kind of had late stages of dementia, so he was starting to slip a little bit, but the last time I talked to him, you wouldn't think anything was wrong with him. You wouldn't think anything was wrong with him, but there it is. All right, so here we go. Back to the auctions, Donald Byrd. I'll share more information. I'm going to make an official Facebook post about that whenever his family has the arrangements public. All right, so here we go. Retro Class did bid $35 on Donald Byrd, so this is a new perspective. Donald Byrd, Band and Voices. A new perspective. Donald Byrd, Band and Voices. A 1973 U.S. reissue. Retro Class Entertainment has it for $35. $35. Retrospect, a new perspective. Donald Byrd and Retro has that. Okay, then Trickster got a bid for $95. And let me make sure I didn't miss some stuff here. I think that I pulled Carole King. I still got to pull Carole King. But first, Trickster got a bid for $95. And Joe Salomo got Carole King Thoroughbred. This is sold to Joe Salomo. Carole King Thoroughbred. That's sold. Bird has a bid for $35 of Retro Class. Trickster got a bid for $100. Trickster got a bid for $110. And then let's go ahead and knock out the pre-order for Godsmack. I see that Solarplex wants one. Pink Floyd did come in. But first, let me do this right quick. So this is the first ever vinyl release. First ever vinyl release of Godsmack, the Oracle. Kevin Jordan, 6 weeks ago, wants 2 of them. This was posted over in our private group. This is over 2 weeks, or this was about 6 weeks ago, the Godsmack pre-order. So this is sold to Kevin Jordan. Kevin, you get 2 of those. And then Sean Druin and Mike Hilton. Sean Druin and Mike Hilton. Robert Matthews and David Campbell. Robert Matthews and David Campbell. And then Bob Reiger with one. Thank you, Bob Reiger, as always. Derek Zazzaro and Autumn Betts. Derek Zazzaro and Autumn Betts. And we have one for Jerry Stone and Glenn Kesey. Jerry Stone and Glenn Kesey. Brian Dismore and Greg Preston. Brian Dismore and Greg Preston. Brian Thurman wants 2. There's 2 for Brian Thurman. Thank you, Brian Thurman. He got 2 of them. Tim Miller and Paul Conway. Tim Miller and Paul Conway. Fred Cardinale and Tim Holloway. Fred Cardinale and Tim Holloway. Leslie Silvley and Randy Tabron. Leslie Silvley and Randy Tabron. Leslie Silvley and Randy Tabron. Also, Chris Frazier and Ron Duffield. Chris Frazier and Ron Duffield. And then Kenny Cates Jr. got the last one. Or Kenny Cates Jr. was the last one. I've got lots of extras. So there's the Godsmack pre-order. Let me read that one more time so you don't accidentally claim twice. And here was the people got one. Kevin got 2. Sean Drew and Mike Hilton, Robert Matthews, David Campbell, Bob Reiger. Also Derek Zazzaro, Autumn Betts, Jerry Stone, Glenn Kesey, Brian Dismore, Greg Preston, Brian Thurman got 2. Tim Miller, Paul Conway, Fred Cardinale, Tim Holloway, Leslie Silvley, Randy Tabor, Chris Frazier, Ron Duffield, and Kenny Cates. So let's definitely go ahead and give one to Solarplex Studios. Thank you, Solarplex Studios. All right. Now, let me pause there, and let me leave off where before the next question. I was talking about autographs. Then I reminded to tell you about Mr. Fred passing away. So rest in peace, Fred Goodwin. Godsmack, Solarplex got one. Pink Floyd, Pompeii's in. I have duplicates. Trickster is just a signed record flat. It's a promotional record flat autographed by the full band, JSA authenticated. It has a bid for $125, now $135, now $135. And then don't forget, Donald Byrd has one bid for $35. Donald Byrd has one bid for $35. And that is a final call unless there's a new bid when I get down here at the bottom, okay? When I get down here at the bottom. And let's get down to the bottom, $35. And Mark Fallon says he bid first on Bird. I might have missed that. Trickster, $120. And we are near the bottom, okay? So how about I do this? Mark Fallon bid first on Donald Byrd. I actually think Rydell Martin, I'm pretty sure I said that, and then I saw your bid and I said you were first. Mark Fallon has this at $35. The vinyl has no condition notes. The vinyl has no condition notes. The vinyl has no condition notes. It's on the Blue Liberty, which is a 73, and it's been graded EX Plus or better. So sorry for the big pause there. Had to make an important announcement about Fred. And I'm back to the bids now. Donald Byrd, it's Mark Fallon, and then Rydell Martin. You're out. Nobody else's bid. It's currently live. Now, before anybody else accidentally bids on Trickster, Trickster has a high bid of $100. Let's confirm this one more time. It's $135 with Mike Torres. This is not the album. It's just the signed record flat. It's just the signed record flat, JSA authenticated. It's at $135. It's signed by the band. It's just a promotional record flat. $135, okay? That's the high bid. Now, Donald Byrd has a bid for 40. I need to sell a lot more Godsmacks. I have a lot of extras. Godsmack the Oracle, remastered, $33.99. First time on vinyl. First time on vinyl, $33.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10 extra copies. The only person I saw one claimed live was Solarplex Studios, okay? Now, we have 2 copies of Frontline Assembly. The 1992 Cyber Classic, fully remastered, $33.99. I do have more industrial stuff that showed up from that industrial and goth rock playlist. There's a few in this crate that I've never shown. Here's the first one, Frontline Assembly, $33.99. And then Dead Can Dance. This one's called Into the Labyrinth. That's a double LP, $38.99. Now Byrd has a new bid for 40. Donna, you're out. Rydell Martin, you're out. And Christopher Dean, you're out. Mark Fallon has it for $42. I'm also going to throw up another comic book right quick. I'm going to mix it up now. We've been doing horror, kind of stuff like that. I'm going to throw up something really old here, really cool. And I love stuff like this too. Let me go ahead and show it to you. Let me get it out of the bag, because this is probably 50s era. And for those that's relatively new, so Fred Goodwin was a local man. He lived in Murfreesboro, which is just right down the road from here in Lebanon, where we're out in Lebanon, Tennessee. He's from Murfreesboro, and I'm sure I'll share his obituary on Facebook as soon as they make that public. But this man collected stuff for his entire life. He had around 100,000 records. He probably had 30,000 posters and miscellaneous, thousands of autographs. We've still got his book collection. Right here next to me, tubbed up, is his personal library of about 12,000 books. I got to know him originally. He came to my store. He had a business of selling photographs and reproduction posters. He had originals, and he would sell reproductions. He collected original stuff, and sometimes he would sell originals. But he had thousands of items. He was a seller, a buyer, a collector. And I got to know the man. And his brother and daughter reached out to me when he got sick about 5 or 6 years ago. And they said, for some reason, Fred said only one person can come look at his stuff, and that's you. He likes you. He said he met you a couple years ago, and he wants you to sell. He wants you to come buy everything. It took me, basically because of logistics and just storage, it's took me about 5 years, and just earlier this year, we moved the last part of his collection. So 5, 6 years, we have been selling stuff. I still got thousands of his items here. I mean, thousands. I mean, already 12,000. I hadn't touched his books. Maybe we've went through, a tub or two, but we've got a lot of stuff from his. So that's a quick backstory on Fred. Just an incredible person. I mean, and his collection, a lifetime. To get that much stuff, I mean, and he traveled with his job with, I think he worked for Philip Morris originally, and so he did a lot of traveling as a salesman, so he would go to stores and stuff, etc. Here's a 1951 original Tarzan comic, issue number 26, Tarzan, 1951. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. Now, back up at the top. So Byrd was at $42. Rebecca wants FLA. That's Frontline Assembly. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. Byrd has a new bid for $45. Rebecca also got Dead Can Dance. Byrd's at $47. And Byrd's at $50. And we have Trickster sold to Mike Torres for $135. $135 on that. That is sold for $135. Thank you. That is done, okay? Also, we have Megadeth Holy Wars Live 2000. This is a live unofficial from Megadeth, $39.99. Holy Wars Live 2000, $39.99. That is a live unofficial from that. Tarzan, $10 start. They're still bidding on Byrd. Now Christopher Dean has it for $50. Now Christopher Dean has it for $50. All right, back to the advertised auctions. The next thing I have here in the advertised auctions is going to be AC/DC Fly on the Wall. This is a 1985 This is a U.S. specialty original, somewhere between VG and VG minus, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. Just a $10 start. It is a lower grade copy, but it is OG. Bird has a new bid for 52. Ryan R on Dead Can Dance. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. That's sold to Ivan R, and that one's called Into the Labyrinth. Now, my crate has really filled up over here, so let me swap out crates right quick. And let me do that right now. I have really filled up this crate to the brim. Oh my gosh. Wow, we've already filled up 4 crates tonight. That's absolutely incredible. Still got plenty of extra Godsmacks. I was hoping we'd sell out of that live tonight, so I can go ahead and order more. But they are available. AC/DC has a bid for 15. Brian Reynolds wants the Megadeth bootleg. There's Frontline Assembly. That was in that industrial compilation I listened to. Bird has a new bid for 52. How much is Frontline Assembly? Craig, that is $33.99. $33.99. Now, we have an exhaustive waiting list for the Steely Dan bootleg. They keep sending them to me in 2 and 3 at a time. I hope one day I get a bunch of them, but this is a killer live Steely Dan live recording, and the next 2 people on the waiting list are Dean Tefford and Clifford Umstead. Dean Tefford and Clifford Umstead. Here's who I still have on the waiting list. On the waiting list, I still have Kenneth Russell, Robert Lee Bunch, Scott Reimer, Scott Smith, Mark Fallon, Chris Bachek, Catherine Lutz, Brent Robley, Stephen A. Young, Aaron Below, and Tim Graham. And if anybody else wants to go on there, we'll continue to add to that. That is Steely Dan. So these 2 are definitely sold, and there's a long waiting list on that, $29.99. I actually have some pictures of Fred. I actually have something prepared tonight to show for autographs that's really cool, that's Fred related. And I probably need to go get that right now before I forget about it. If anybody wants Tarzan, that is $10. Tarzan is $10 if anybody wants that. It is a 1952 original comic book here from Dale. It is a photo cover. It is $10. But yes, those have been coming in. That must be a very low print run, or I don't know how they're special ordering those, but we're only getting them like, you know, a few at a time. Solarplex wants on Steely Dan. Let's go ahead and sell Bird. And Bird is sold to Mark Fallon for $52. And yeah, that was what's weird last night. I worked with Fred Goodwin stuff all night last night. His autographs. I actually wrote up a paragraph about this next item I'm going to show you here in a second. I had to do a little research. And so I had to literally type up something about Fred last night for this item that I'm about to start telling and showing online and everywhere I can sell them. And it wasn't too long after that I got that text. So it's like one of those bizarre like things, you know, you're thinking about somebody and then all of a sudden something like that happens. So Tarzan is sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Let's make a note to try to order more Frontline Assemblies, not only this one, but others. That's sold to Craig Weatherford. Chuck Haley got Tarzan for $10. The Steely Dan is a live unofficial. I'll go ahead and show it again. It's from the Record Plant, a classic live recording, and that's 1974. Do it again. Any major dude to tell you, Ricky, don't lose the number. Ricky, don't lose that number. Reeling in the years, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a killer unofficial. AC/DC's OG, but it is a lower grade copy. Robin has it for $12, and then Chris Mendurnan bid $15. Chris Mendurnan bid $15. Is Megadeth a soundboard? I'm sure it is. Yeah, all these modern type bootlegs. This is actually probably a live compilation where they've picked the best tracks because it doesn't actually say where it's at, just live 2000. So yes, I doubt that's low quality. I guarantee that's better. Solarplex, $38.99 if you want it, okay? Now, Electronic Symphony. Yes, that's a great idea. We'll do something like that especially. Or I'll make a post and I'll let everybody leave notes and I'll tag his daughter. I'll tag his daughter Catherine in the comments. All right, Mayhem. Here is the Mysterious Dom Santhanas, and I think Cameron Lingefeld was on a waiting list. Let me look up that right quick. Mayhem, and I think Cameron, or was it Solarplex? I usually get those guys confused. Cameron or MT Matt, one of the two. Cameron Lingefeld. Cameron Lingefeld, you was on a wait list for this. Solar said he already bid 15 on AC/DC. Christum, I may have missed a bid on AC/DC. I think I did. Solarplex opened this at 15. My bad. Oh, the bids got out of order. Solar bid 15. Michael bid 10. I think that got out of order. And then we had 15, 12. My bad. Solar already bid $15. I thought he opened it at 10. So my name is Darren. Oh, your name's backward. Okay, so Darren. Darren Christum. Okay, sorry. And he does want Mayhem. Thank you. Now, that's officially your first purchase. Welcome, Christum. Christum, welcome. Make sure you've reached out to us, and you're also outbid on AC/DC, okay? There's that. And let me go ahead and show the last thing here. Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits, $33.99. Let me go up front and grab that item. I don't know if anybody be interested, but I've got so many of them. Let me go grab that right quick. I'm thinking of. So I went ahead and actually listed these. If y'all can hear me, I hope so. Yeah, my mic is moving. Let me move over here. First, let's see what else is going on here. Okay, Mayhem, what's going on here? All right, so Christum got Mayhem. Next is Rebecca. Put Rebecca on a waiting list. And Travis wants Throbbing Gristle. Okay, thank you, Travis. That's sold. And then AC/DC, let's go ahead and sell that to Solarplex then for $15. That's sold to Solarplex for $15, okay? Now, there's only a few things left in there. Did I pull that other Megadeth for Solarplex? I don't think I did. I didn't. So Solarplex did want the Megadeth, and there's that, okay? Mayhem is $38.99. The Mysterious Domson Thomas, Sathamanas. It sounds like something to do with Satan. And this is a final call for the waiting list. Waiting list is Rebecca Howitt and anybody else that wants on there. Okay? And Solar, I got you for Megadeth. Yeah. Wow, just a couple things left in there. Godsmack and Throbbing Gristle. And that's limited edition orange vinyl with a 12-inch booklet, okay? All right, 12-inch booklet on that. Now, here is... let me go ahead and show these. So I went ahead and listed these on eBay. So a cool note about Fred Goodwin. He would love everybody knowing this because this was like a highlight of his life. I would brag about it too. Fred Goodwin, the man I'm talking about, he dated a Bond girl. And not just any Bond girl. He dated the Golden Girl. He dated Shirley Eaton, who in the movie Goldfinger... at the beginning of the movie Goldfinger, he dated Shirley Eaton, who was Jill Masterson in Goldfinger. That, of course, early tragic in the movie, spoiler alert, she was painted gold after she betrayed Goldfinger, and he painted her gold and had her killed. So I've got a entire, I think this one honestly is the best. I'm going to show the best two in my opinion first, so it doesn't get too complicated. I think these are the best two. These are the best two because they have Sean Connery on them. And this is just a good picture of her. So we've got signed photos. These are, I like this one myself because it's got Connery, it's got Shirley Eaton, and Ian Fleming, who, of course, wrote all the Bond novels. When I first found all these in Fred's house, I was like, I thought they were a print. And I was like, Fred, are these all differently signed? Are these live ink? And of course, he's like, yeah. And of course, you know, she would sign stuff for him, posters, photos. Y'all have bought a lot of Shirley Eaton stuff from me. But these are $55. They're signed and JSA authenticated. If anybody wants one, I don't know if this is up y'all's alley or not, but here's a book by Shirley Eaton, and it actually has a picture of her and Fred in here. They dated, I guess, sometime in the 90s. She was a little bit older than him, and the picture of them in here is somewhere together. But signed Shirley Eaton photos. I'll show you the other two if anybody else wants a different pattern. But they're signed. Yeah, there's Fred, and then there's Shirley Eaton. A very good friend of mine from Tennessee, Fred Goodwin, and I posed before a water wheel at the mill in Pigeon Forge. So, and then there's her and Pierce Brosnan, too. So I've got that signed photo, and they're all, of course, you see all the certification cards I have. I've got hundreds of them. So I've got that one with Connery and Ian Fleming. There's one from the movie where she's just like laying on the bed. There's that book of poetry where that's her poetry book with that picture of Fred in there. Then I've got cuts. Now with this, you could do anything you want with it. You could take this and frame it with another picture, whatever else you want to do with it. And then here's the other two designs. This one has Connery on it, of course. And then there's just like a glamour shot of her. So I actually went ahead and listed these on eBay, $60 shipped. And I think I've got a couple more stacks of all these somewhere. So just so you know, I have those. I do have other Bond-related stuff she signed. But, man, I don't know how I've ended up with so many, but it's just where he knew her and had so much stuff signed. So I've got hundreds of Shirley Eaton autographs. So, yep. And those are all $55 a piece if anybody decides you want one. Signed and JSA authenticated. Okay, now, Throbbing Gristle. This was sold back to our auctions. Throbbing Gristle was sold to Rebecca Howard. And the only thing left in there, is Godsmack, the Oracle. Godsmack is remastered, $33.99. The Oracle, $33.99. Okay, I'm going to put that over here with the other stuff. And if you missed it, about the only thing else left in new vinyl tonight is Pink Floyd at Pompeii. And this is $46.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Let's go ahead and go through a Laura crate. I'm going to put up all new auctions, and let's keep this show rolling. All righty. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's figure out, should I go through the first Laura crate or the second Laura crate? Let's go through the one on top because I can get to it easier. Let's see what Laura's brought us up here. And we need all new auctions, okay? Is the Godsmack Swirl with a 7. No, that was a website exclusive. That was evidently through Godsmack's website. Here is the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Awesome. The first person who buys something out of this crate will get the Laura Crate Hop sticker. That's really cool. And now, let me adjust my back and neck. And here we go. First thing we have is Miles Davis ESP. Miles Davis is a 1970 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, a $25 start. It is a 2-eye stereo. There is some writing on the cover and the label. That's going to go up for a $25 start. And yes, Sandy Villa on the Steely Dan waiting list. Let's go ahead and show a few records. So I'm sure some people's on the edge of their seat on the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Nice start. Greta Van Fleet, their newest album, Starcatcher, on clear vinyl. That is sealed. Greta Van Fleet, $29.99. We have Life on Earth. This is Hooray for the Riff Raff. Life on Earth, Hooray for the Riff Raff, sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. And then Nina Simone, Nice, music on vinyl for $29.99. That's about $10 below MSRP. Let's go ahead and put up another item. I still got some killer autographs to run tonight, including the Kiss comic. That's coming up right now as soon as I introduce Slim Harpo. A late 60s U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown. But I've never had that one before. Painting in My Heart. Slim Harpo, a $25 start, a VG copy. So a great start here to Laura Crate. Some Greta, some Nina Simone, and Kristen Barnett. First on Greta Van Fleet. That means you get the Laura Crate sticker, the now rare, highly desirable, sought after, iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate Hop sticker. That's so to Kristen Barnett. And then we have Romelu on Nina Simone. Thank you, Romelu C. on Nina Simone. And we have The Parable of the Poet. And that is Joel Ross. That's sealed for $19.99. And Billy F. Gibbons, you may know him from ZZ Top. indie retail exclusive colored vinyl, sealed for $24.99. Now, Slim Harpo has a bid for $25. Miles Davis has a bid for $25. Those are all going once and going twice. Next thing I have over here is the following. An awesome signed Kiss item here. Now, this comic book itself is a pretty good item, but this is signed. It's going to go up for a, let me find it here, $195 start. Dual signed by Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons. Now, this particular comic, you know, I looked at my Overstreet guide and I could only find one example on eBay graded, and it was pretty pricey and it wasn't signed. This is a foil, gold foil edition, limited to 100. And they're awesome silver paint pen signatures from Gene and Paul. $195 start. That's a pretty good comic by itself, much less signed by the two front men there of Kiss, Gene and Paul, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley. $195 start. That's up for bid. Sandy Villa also wants a Nina Simone. Thank you, Sandy Villa. That is so to you. And then Tim Graham wants the Billy Gibbons. Tim Graham gets Billy Gibbons. That is sold to Tim Graham. Also, we have Big John Patton. Big John Patton sealed, $19.99. We got two. That's a Blue Note Classic Vinyl Series remastered by Kevin Gray. Just $19.99 on that. Kiss already has a bid for $195. And Jason Morin, another Blue Note, sealed, $29.99. Jason Morin, $29.99 on that. I'm going to try another Tarzan comic. Some of these I got suggested prices like from Steve, and some of them I'm going to start a little bit less. I don't want to pull this one out of the board because it looks like it's so nicely packaged. But here's another really nice Tarzan. This should be another one from early 50s, not mid 50s, probably early 50s. We might go ahead and take a look at it. Let's just go ahead and do that right quick. There's also a new bid. There's also a new bid on Kiss at $200. But Tarzan's going to go up for a $15 start. This one appears to be slightly better condition than the one we just sold. There we go. And should be 51. This is number 24, 51. I think we had number 26 earlier. So that one's going to go up for a 15. Les Baxter as Tarzan there. Or excuse me, Lex Barker, not Les Baxter. That's a musician. $15 start on that. Okay, back to the crate. The Grateful Dead, Oxo, Moxo, Oxo, Oxo. That is sealed for $24.99. That is sealed for $24.99. There's the price tag for that, stuck to my hand. Grateful Dead, and we have 2 copies of Grateful Dead. 3, make that 4 copies of the Grateful Dead. And we've got 4 copies of what? Hot Jam. Hot Jam is a blues rock album, sealed, double LP, $19.99. So these auctions back here, Miles Davis has got 1 bid. We'll go ahead and sell that for $25. And that's sold to Romulus C for $25. Slim Harpo did get some new activity, though. Patrick opened it at $25, and then we had a bid of $195 on Kiss. Then we had a bid of $195 on Kiss. Donna Turner on Big John. Donna Turner on Big John. That was back here. Thank you, Donna. And then Corey bid $200 on Kiss. Slim Harpo got new bids for $26 and then $30. Kiss got a new bid for $225. And then we have, and then Joe Salamo also wants a Big John. Joe Salamo also on a Big John, okay? And Tarzan's a $15 start. Let me go ahead and put up another LP. Looks like Kiss is getting some bids, just FYI. And let's go ahead and put up a Beatles album. So this is an 87, a later pressing for, I think it's some of the last pressings of these Beatles albums before they were basically discontinued. There were some being pressed in the 90s and early 2000s, but some of these late 80s were the last run of Beatles albums before really production cut back until the revival. So an 87 U.S. pressing of the Beatles, the Color Band label, they kind of brought that back in the late 80s. That was one of the first Capitol labels. They brought it back in the late 80s. That's a $25 start. Who's out on Kiss? Corey, let me know if you want back in. Mike does have this for $225. And, of course, it is JSA authenticated. There's the sticker on the inside of the jacket. The actual comic is near mint. and that is a final call for $225. Beatles at 25. Slim Harpo, we have a final call on that for 30 with Slicker. Slicker on that. Next is Detour Ahead, the music of Billie Holiday. This is sealed. Southside Johnny, Blue Vinyl, 1999. Southside Johnny, 1999. Two of those. And Pat Metheny, Road to the Sun. Pat Metheny, this is sealed for $19.99. Pat Metheny, Road to the Sun. I need to take a drink of water, okay? I need to take a drink of water for sure. Classic album there, of course, Rubber Soul. All righty. Now, there is a bid on that for 27. Back to this crate. New sealed stuff in here. Ice Age Beyondless. It's a post-punk album sealed for $19.99. And we got 3 copies of God is an Astronaut. Ghost Tapes number 10. That's a post-rock album, also sealed, $24.99. All right, if anybody does want Tarzan, the last one was a buy it now. You can also pick this one up for $15. 1951, issue 24. Tarzan's a buy it now for $15. Let me put that right over there. Now the Rolling Stones the Rolling Stones, Rubber Soul. Anytime I see RS in the bids, I think Rolling Stones. Rubber Soul does have a bid for $30, okay? And then I think we're done on Slim Harpo. I unfortunately lost a couple people there. And the last bid on that was $30 to Slicker Van Slyke. Let's go ahead and pull an Ice Age for Rebecca Howitt and Mike Massey. So Ice Age is sold to Mike and Rebecca. Thank you and thank you. We got Hot Water Music, Vows. I think that's what that says. Yeah, sealed on orange vinyl for $19.99, and 2 copies of John Scofield and Pat Metheny, I Can See Your House From Here. That's a reissue supervised by Joe Harley, and of course, mastered by Kevin Gray, 39. Boy, some of these guys have great job security. Kevin Gray and what's the other couple that I hear all the time? Man, they must have to wake up every morning and hit the grindstone to get all this stuff remastered. I mean, what an amazing job, but you hear some of these same names. It's like there's only like 3 people in America doing all the remastering in the world, or in the country, or I guess world too. Slicker, you do get Slim. Slim goes to Slicker. Slicker gets Slim. That's sold for $30. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And this is going to go up right now. And it's old Booker T. This is Macklemore Avenue from Memphis. If you're from Memphis, you're probably familiar. This is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute original. It is a white label promo copy. A 1970 Terre Haute. They're kind of doing a parody there of Abbey Road. This time, Macklemore Avenue. I always thought that was pretty cool. There's stacks right back there. This is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. White label promo copy. $25 start. So that's a white label promo of Booker T. It is a VG copy. $25 start on that. The Kiss comic is at $250. We're about to sell Rubber Soul. Actually, Jim Gray just bid $30. So Pat Fratt, you are out. The next comment was, how much is God is an Astronaut? Let's go back. And Colin, that was sealed for $24.99. Sealed $24.99. And we have Kevin Gray, Chris Bellman, Ryan Smith, Bernie Grunman. Yeah, now Kevin Gray's a lot younger, right? Bernie Grunman, I think, is a little older. Or maybe it's Chris. One of those guys are relatively young compared to the others. Corey has Kiss at $250. And then the info on the Detour album. Detour, that's the music of Billie Holiday. I think it's covered by different people. So Southside Johnny, John Isley, that's some of the other people here. Glenn Alexander, Alan Wan. And it looks like a covers album, $19.99. Booker T and the MG's $25. The latest bid on the Beatles is $30 with Jim Gray. And then I'll take a Shirley signed photo with her on the bed. Pick me out a good one. Okay, awesome. All right. So, yeah, I'm kind of trying to push my James Bond stuff because I'm a major fan. But what's pretty amazing is I just watched this movie. I just watched Goldfinger the other day for like the 10 millionth time. And, of course, they're all very similar but different. They're all uniquely signed. Boy, this one right here on top is pretty nice, honestly. This one right here on top is pretty nice. Nice, and she inscribed it Goldfinger. So this is sold to Matthew Cabot. Yeah, this will be shipped just like in your record mailer. Yeah, these are definitely shipped flat. And let me find you the JSA card for it. This is AX. So this is AX73. I think this is the best one I picked out. I mean, they're all very, very similar. But I use this one, I think, for eBay stock image. And we're looking for AX73580. AX73580. AX7, probably in this other stack. AX7530. As you can see, I have hundreds of authentication cards here to match up. We got these things all over the store. AX735 right here on the bottom. Yep. So that is sold to MT Matt for $55. Let's make sure that gets in a new board and bag. They will board and bag that. They will board and bag that. And if it's the only thing you buy this week, they'll probably ship it in a rigid envelope. Of course, if you buy albums, it will be shipped to you. It will be shipped to you in with your albums. It will probably protect it too. I've got more if anybody else wants one for $55. I've actually got hundreds, and I've got other stuff signed by her too. Thank you, Matthew Cabot. Okay? Now we have Booker T 25. Sorry, I'm working my way down. Kiss 260. Slicker on BT. I think he's about to bid on Booker T. He did. These are all new arrival sticker price. Booker T 30. And then Kiss 270, Booker T 35, and Kiss 295. All right. So Kiss is at $295 with Mike Torres. That's at $295. Signed, gold foil edition, limited to 100, the actual comic. And then Gene and Paul signed it. All right. And that's JSA authenticated. It's at $295. Now three with Corey. Rubber Soul. The last bid on Rubber Soul that came in. Rubber Soul. Jim Gray still has this for $30. It's a final call to him for $30. It is an 87 US. An 87 US. 87 US. And it's a final call for $30. Now, Booker T is a white label promo, Macklemore Avenue. It is a VG, but it's a white label promo. Tyler Hubery has it for $35. Tyler Hubery has it for $35. Booker T is now at 36, and Colin Butler does want God as an astronaut. This is a very interesting bin. A lot of stuff in here I don't see as often. We're going through a new Laura crate. These are all new arrival sticker price. I got another crate of new vinyl after this, and another John and Laura crate after that, and another one, and another one. We have R&R now live. This is Reflect and Respond now live, a contemporary jazz album. Contemporary jazz, R&R now live. That's $19.99. And then, Speaking My Piece, Horace Parlan Quintet. Horace Parlan is sealed, $24.99. And I've got 3 copies of Conan Gray, Found Heaven, Bullseye Edition, red and black splatter, sealed, $19.99 with poster. We got a battle going on for that. I'm assuming nobody else wanted to bid on Rubber Soul. There's Jim, I hadn't sold it to you because 3-4 other people have asked about it. I'm assuming they don't want to bid. It's a final call. And Gary Mulligan Night Lights. Gary Mulligan is unopened. $29.99 on Gary Mulligan. That is unopened. $9.99 on that. All right. And yes, let's go ahead. And I actually have, I'm going to try to do another lot here of, let's see here. Let's go ahead. We'll put Ziggy in there too. Do I have any more? Yeah, I got a lot of reggae cassettes. Let's do these 4 reggae cassettes. Two are, we got Exodus and Natty Dread, and then Ziggy Marley, and then a Bob Marley single. So all 3 of those, a $15 start. Bob Marley, Ziggy Marley, and then a Bob Marley single cassette. That's a $15 start. Booker T's in VG condition. VG condition on Booker T, okay? Kiss is at $350. Kiss is at $350. Booker is a VG. It is an OG white label promo. Jim Gray, you get the Beatles for $30. Thank you, Jim Gray. That's so to you. So there's 4 Bob Marley cassettes. a $15 start. They are doing absolute war on the Kiss comic right now. And Booker T, Rod's out. That's after Tyler bid $40. All right, I'm just going to read through these one more time very quickly in case you missed something. Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher, sealed on clear vinyl, $29.99. Life on Earth, hooray for the riffraff. Life on Earth is sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. We have The Parable of the Poet. That was sealed for $19.99. Jason Moran, that was sealed for $29.99. A Grateful Dead remaster, Oxo Moxo Oxo, that was sealed for $24.99. Hot Jam is sealed for $19.99. We got 4 of those. Detour Ahead, the music of Billie Holiday, Southside Johnny, blue vinyl, $19.99. Pat Metheny is sealed for $19.99. God is an Astronaut, we sold 1. There's 2 left. Post Punk, $24.99. God is an Astronaut. Hot Water Music by Vals on orange vinyl, sealed $19.99. We also have John Schofield and Pat Metheny. That is sealed for $39.99. R&R Now, that is sold to John Dodd. Chris Ridling's on Hot Jam. There's 2 Hot Jams left. There's 1 R&R left. Horace Parling Quintet, that's a classic jazz album, sealed $24.99, Stanley Turrentine. Also, this was Conan Gray, Found Heaven for $19.99. And then Gary Mulligan is an acoustic sound series, mastered from the original analog tapes and pressed at QRP. Those are just $29.99. Now Kiss is at $400. The Bob Marley cassettes are sold to Brandon Lack for $15. And it looks like we're done on Booker T here. Booker T is sold to Tyler Hubery for $40. And we got quite the battle going on for the signed Kiss comic. It's now at $400. All right, let's go ahead and put up a new LP then. The next new LP I have, oh, and I do have something to tag here that was Stray that did come in last week. This is sold to Solarplex Studios. Only 1 came in. If anybody else wants one, there's a waiting list with about 7 other people. This is a Van Halen new and sealed 5150. The waiting list is $39.99. $39.99. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Solarplex, you was on a waiting list. Let me go ahead and make sure I've taken you off on that now. And let me pull that up. That was Van Halen, and he was next in line. And the other people are Rick Hall, John Griffin, Michael Wood, Raphael Quintana, Cassie Center, Billy Humphrey, and Ben Dygert. That's everybody still on a waiting list, okay? Romelu wants Detour, Billie Holiday. That was right back here, and that is sold to Romelu C. And now Kiss is at $425. And now Chad's going to put up another new auction. And the other new auction I have is going to go up right now as soon as I click on this, and this, and this, and this. And we have Pink Floyd, How I Wish You Were Here. A 1975 Terre Haute original. The note from Laura is super clean. I like the sound of that when we're talking about Pink Floyd. This is very nice. EX++ near mint minus. $35 start. It does have the original inner sleeve, and it has no postcard. I don't remember the last time I've seen a postcard. It's always missing. I don't know if people actually mailed them out to people or just hung them on their wall or something. But, and it's hard to find them in the shrink wrap. I think y'all know we've had this before in the original blue-black shrink wrap, and that shrink wrap will add hundreds of dollars to it, just the shrink wrap. So Pink Floyd is a $35 start, 75 Terre Haute original. That's now up for bid. Add Randy to that waiting list. What was the Steely Dan? The Steely Dan waiting list was a live unofficial record plant 1974. Let's go ahead and grab the next crate. Let's grab the next crate, shall we? Next crate. Got some waiting list in here. You're definitely going to be hearing me say waiting list a lot with this crate, but that's good because there's some very popular stuff in here. I still got a couple handfuls of autographs and maybe even some other surprises. Perhaps other surprises. You never know about me. What could I possibly do? All right, Kiss is at $460. And we're very close to the air horn. And I meant to... Okay, so Pink Floyd 35. First item here is a super deluxe box set for Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy. $159.99. This is the super deluxe edition for Led Zeppelin's amazing fifth album, their fifth album, Houses of the Holy. And this is new and sealed, $159.99. All right, let's go ahead and get another LP going too. The next LP I have going is, almost pulled out a Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. Let's not do that right now. Let's jump back here and see. Do I have any other jazz left? There's a blues. Oh, Public Image. I forgot about this. Public Image. So this is a 78 UK original VG Plus, a $25 start. This is Public Image Limited. This is VG Plus, a $25 start. And I'm hesitant to say the title because I'm not 100% for sure. I think it's just self-titled. Yeah, I think it's just self-titled. I've never had this before. I've never had that before. That's why I'm kind of like, well, what's it actually called? Is it called First Issue or Religion Attack? But I think it's just self-titled. And it looks like this has been sold, and I can get more of these. So let's make sure we don't have any other bids. But first, Pink Floyd 35, Pink Floyd 40, and then Patty wanted Houses of the Holy. Let's put Solarplex. She put Josh, but she got auto-corrected. So Patty K does get House of the Holy. Solarplex, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Anybody else? Beautiful box. I mean, just the colors. $159.99. Yep, $159.99. So Solarplex on a waiting list, if that's okay with him, and anybody else. I only had one and it's gone. I'm glad I ordered it. Now let's update the Kiss comic over here. Wow. And this is at $460. Mike Torres, it goes back to you, sir. $460 is the high bid. It goes by First Issue. Thank you. Public Image First Issue. And it's already got a bid for $36. And Pink Floyd, it's at $40, but I'm not surprised it's not already at more. And yes, we got PI for Public Image, or hopefully people put PIL, and then PF if you want to bid on Pink Floyd. All right. 2 copies of Rammstein Rise Rise, or Ries. My German's a little off. I hadn't spoken in German in a while. But let me make sure there's not a wait list for Rammstein. There usually is. I think I just reordered this because it's sold out. Sometimes I sell out like right on the number. I'll order 3 or 5. We'll sell 3 or 5, and there's nobody on the waiting list. And I have them make a note. That way I remember to order more. So there is Rammstein, $46.99. I've got 2. And I've also got 1 copy of this. Yeah, I don't know how to say this, but this came from that industrial playlist. It's In Ein Strudenzin Nibeganganten. In Strudenzin Nubenbotten's greatest hits. $54.99. It is pricey. It was the only one in stock, and another distributor doesn't even carry it. So this is $54.99. But they were on that playlist, and whatever song that I found, it was good. It's a pricier record, but it's an import only. I guarantee it's probably like from Germany. So $54.99, and I've got 1 copy. Is this Dead? Yeah, Dead Can Dance, The Serpent's Egg. Some of this is pretty difficult to get. $33.99 for Dead Can Dance. $33.99. All right. So, a quick update. Has Mike Torres bid or set out? Corey had Kiss for $460. Public Image Limited got up to $27. I think there was a bid already higher, though. I think somebody already bid more than that? Maybe not. No, he bid on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, $36. Pink Floyd, $43. Mike says he's out on Kiss. Rebecca wants this greatest hits. So Rebecca gets, I think, the one I couldn't read. There's Rammstein. There's another Dead Can Dance. And now Corey has Kiss at $460. Final call. Public Image Limited is at 30, and Pink Floyd is at 43 with Mark Riley. And we've graded this one EX++ near minus, super clean, a 75 Terre Haute. Welcome to the machine. Ryan Eaton on Rammstein. That's sold to Ryan Eaton. Rammstein is sold. Public Image has another bid. And now, here is the Gandalf record. We did have a waiting list of the night. I showed everybody how great of a sock pop masterpiece this was. And it's cut by Kevin Gray. And it's on clear vinyl. If you want an original, you're going to drop around $500. Maybe on a good day. I have Jeremiah Stasich, Fred Cardinale, Rebecca Howitt, and Brian D. Leon. Jeremiah Stasich, Fred Cardinale, Rebecca Howitt, and Brian D. Leon. And to my count, that's 4 people. Gandalf is $38.99. Gandalf is $38.99. Same price as last time. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 3 extra copies of Gandalf. And that was originally released on Capitol Records. You can tell it's in a Capitol Records jacket, you know. And that's got to be one of the rarest records that probably was put on a mainstream label like Capitol. You know, you don't think of a rare psych record being on Capitol Records. The same label as Frank Sinatra and the Beatles and Nat King Cole. And I mean, I could go on for hours naming off that, but that's bizarre to see such a rare record. So there's that. And Gandalf is $38.99. Okay. So we sold Rammstein. Pink Floyd still getting bids. Public Image still getting bids. Gandalf sold to Tyler. And now, Corey, you do get Kiss for $460. Nice. Thank you, Corey. That's sold to you for $460. Rebecca, you was on the waiting list, yes. Public Image 32 and Pink Floyd 48. It's time for probably now another new autograph. Let's see what else I have over here. Let's see the next best one I can put up. Let's see. I kind of forgot what I had over here. This. Oh, let's do another Kiss item. How about we do back-to-back Kiss items? And I got Anthrax, or technically Scott Ian. Okay, this is going to go up really cool here. This is a $55 start, and this is signed by Ace Frehley. This is a backstage pass. Ace Frehley Rocket Ride Tour, all access backstage pass from 2008. There's the JSA certification, and the Space Ace himself signed the back of it. Ace Frehley's now up for bid, signed by Ace, and that is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start, okay? Gandalf, I've still got 2 copies left. If anybody else wants one, Tyler grabbed one. I've got 2 copies of Life of Agony, The Sound of Scars. Now, Bob Riger may have wanted this. Bob, are you watching? He wanted something from them. I don't know if that's the one. Life of Agony, $33.99. Also, we have Nirvana. This is In Utero. Nirvana is $36.99. In Utero. I've got 2 copies of Nirvana and the Beatles Past Masters. I think y'all know how I feel about this. We won't go into a half-hour discussion of how great that this album is, which is a compilation. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. There's not. Past Masters is $49.99, okay? There's that. And then we have over here, what about Public Image? So here's the last thing. So Public Image, $45 with Pink Floyd, $48 with Mark Riley. Public Image Limited, $32. Public Image Limited, $35. Public Image Limited, $37. Public Image Limited, $40. Public Image Limited, $40. Bob Riger gets a Life of Agony. Solarplex gets a Life of Agony. And Newton Botten Title Price. Was that the one that Rebecca grabbed? Newton Botten? Yeah. Newton Botten is $54.99. $54.99. It is a double LP. I only had one. It's gone. And we have Life of Agony sold out. Public Image 45. Tim Colino wants a Nirvana. Ace Frehley has a bid with Cheryl for $55. So Pink Floyd didn't have another bid after that 48. Mark Riley bid $48, and it's a final call. Final call on that. Now, this is a 75 Terre Haute original, super clean, final call for $48. Ace Backstage Pass has a high bid of 55 with Cheryl, signed by Ace, JSA authenticated. I've got 2 copies. I've been selling a lot of Black Crows, and I haven't had this one, Amorica. Amorica is $44.99. The Black Crows Amorica, that's a double LP. And there's another waiting list for this. This is a record kind of like Gandalf. It's a super rare original funk album from Turkey. There was only one pressing in Turkey in 1973. They sell for thousands of dollars. It's Mustafa Ozkent, $33.99. Mustafa, don't get me to say that too many more times. I've been calling it Ozkent. Paul said, just call it Ozkent. Don't know what you're talking about. Ozkent is $33.99, and we wouldn't have had this if Paul hadn't originally ordered it. The waiting list is Cassie Center, Randy Klein, Brian DeLeon, and Patrick Lear. So Cassie Center, Randy Klein, Brian DeLeon, and Patrick Lear. That's a good one. That's a good one. $33.99. So 4 people on a waiting list I just read off. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have 3 extras available. Okay? Now back up at the top. The last thing I did was pull Pink Floyd or pulled Nirvana, and then Public Image 48.49. Nick Bargeron on the Black Crows, Public Image 54. How much is Gandalf? Which variant? It is on clear vinyl. It's from Jackpot Records, the 1969 self-titled full of dripping psychedelic pop, all analog, cut by Kevin Gray, clear vinyl, $38.99. And then ST wants an Ozkent. ST gets an Ozkent, and then price on Nirvana, $36.99 for In Utero, $36.99, okay? And Pink Floyd then is sold to Mark Riley for $48. I think we're done on Ace. I think there was only one bid with Cheryl, the autographed Backstage Pass from Ace Frehley, final call for $55. Cheryl has that. Let's put that right there. Brent does take a Gandalf. Denise passes, but there's only one left now. And there's not much left in here again. So first thing, Rammstein, a 2LP remaster, $46.99 for Rammstein. 1 Dead Can Dance left, and this one's called The Serpent's Egg. It's a 33, only one I have of that, and only one left. 1 Gandalf left. Like I said, you can grab that if you hold out for an original, several hundreds of dollars, maybe even 5. Matthew Cabot wants an Ozkent. Let's go ahead and show that again right now. Originally released in Turkey. I think y'all know by now. A very rare record, like Paul says. If one does come up for sale, which they don't, maybe every few years, it might be like VG minus, and they still sell for like $1,000. If you find one high grade, it's probably a few thousand. So that's not bad at $33.99. That's sold to Matthew. Rick Berrien on Gandalf. That's sold to Rick Berrien. And now Public Image is a last call, a final call, and that's with Greg Hubers at $54. Okay? And then Nirvana In Utero, single LP, $36.99. The Beatles Past Masters, very quickly, this is all the non-album singles, like Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out, Hey Jude Revolution. That's everything that doesn't appear on their albums. There's great music on there that you can't get if you just collect their albums. And then 1 Black Crows left, $44.99. All right, so Cheryl does get the Ace Frehley Backstage Pass signed for $55. That's sold. Public Image, I'm about to sell it when I come back. Let's go ahead and get another LP up for auction. And that other LP up for auction is this right here. And I don't know. I'm still looking, honestly. Led Zeppelin. Let's see what's going on with presents here. Nice. An OG 1976 USPRC Richmond original with the original on her sleeve. Achilles' Last Stand. That's all you need to know. Achilles' Last Stand. 1976 US. It does have the original on her sleeve. I always thought this was a bizarre cover with the obelisk, the object. Led Zeppelin represents Led Zeppelin's presence. Very cool. And it has the original on her sleeve there. There it is. Nobody's Fault But Mine. For Your Life is a great song. Amazing. That is OG. I haven't seen one of those in a while. For some reason, I haven't. Presence is one that like doesn't pop up as much. I don't know if y'all noticed that either, but for some reason, it just don't pop up as much. That's a very clean original. All right, Greg Hubers, this is sold to you. PIL, that's going north to Canada to Greg Hubers for $54. Thank you, Greg. And Tim Voldness wants the monkey record. Tim Voldness wants the Ozkent, the Mufasa, the Mustasa. Somebody said the other night, don't they say that in a Steely Dan? And I was like, yeah, they say that in Bodavistia. That song from Steely Dan, Mufasa. We haven't really figured out if that's the same thing or not, but if y'all know what I'm talking about, that's in a Steely Dan. All right. Ozkent, Gandalf. We're selling some cool stuff tonight, and somebody's claimed the Beatles. Let me grab a new empty crate. Let's get up another auction, another autograph, and let's keep rolling here. I actually have a signed album. I may go ahead and do that next. And I knew his stuff was good, but I didn't realize it was as good as I found out it would be. And this is from Fred Goodwin's collection, so pretty cool. Like I told you, it was odd. I worked with his stuff all last night, and then if y'all hadn't heard, from the Fred Goodwin collection, Mr. Fred Goodwin passed away this morning, and just happened I was working with his stuff all last night. And did I not write this down? Dang it, I didn't write this down. Do I still have it pulled up? Give me 1 second. I thought I did. Okay, yeah. So this is a pretty good idea because there's a lobby card and stuff. Yeah, this I didn't know what the price. Bob Hope is actually a pretty good signature. I forgot about this. I forgot to write down my suggested starting price, but I'm looking at a signed baseball that's sold for $260. I'm looking at a lobby card which sold for $250. A photograph that sold for $200. And as y'all know, albums tend to be a higher premium. This is signed by Bob Hope, and it's obviously from the Fred Goodwin collection right here. Fred Goodwin, December 3rd, 1982. Fred bought this in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He bought it December 3rd, 1982. And then somewhere or another in Fred's life, he got to meet Bob Hope, and when he met Bob Hope, he had this thing signed. It's on Decca Records. It is an original. It is an original. It's actually, is this promo? Usually pink labels are promos. I guess not. Anyways, it's just on a pink label. It's nice. VG++ or better. Bob Hope. And this is $175 start. So it's JSL authenticated, not personalized. And from what I just seen, Bob Hope's signatures are pretty good. And I could not find a signed album that had sold. So if you look at comps and look at active, that is a great price. And if you don't want to bid, that's fine. I feel like if this doesn't sell, it'll be put up for $350 best offer on eBay if no one buys it. I would rather sell it to y'all right now, though. $175 start on Bob Hope. Okay, and then this was sold. This was sold to Tim Voldness. Thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. Von Stom got a Beatles. That's sold to Von Stom. Zeppelin 35. An air horn for Fred. Let's do that. Let me make an official announcement, and we'll let everybody know tomorrow, and then we'll do an official Fred Goodwin thank you and salute sometime tomorrow. Because I think hopefully, or maybe by Wednesday, because they're going to share all the information. We'll need to do something very special. Like everybody said, a memorial. We'll do something. I'm going to go ahead and take this in here. That's some of the sold stuff for tonight. Or we go ahead and blow the air horn right now. Whichever. I'm always trying to keep this under control. Oh no, I don't know if I feel like an air horn. I don't know if that's the proper. Is that a proper send off for Mr. Fred? I don't know. I wish I could ask him. Fred, is that a proper send off? An air horn? You know, usually it's like a moment of silence. That would be the opposite. I don't know what the proper send off is here. I've never done that. It almost feels like we're celebrating something. He would probably enjoy that. He did love attention. I know that. You should have hung around him. Oh my gosh. He loved attention. Okay, so very quickly now, we'll figure out what to do here pretty soon. But very quickly now, we had 7 crates of new vinyl. 5 crates. It's 5, 7, 5, 7. So everything left is right here. It's going to be a quick. It's going to be a quick rundown because we've had an amazing night of new vinyl here. And here is what's left. It's going to take me about 30 seconds to show you before we go through this other new crate, okay? And we have a stack of cassettes that's sold. I'm going to go ahead and take these in here. We've already sold drumsticks tonight, autographs, comic books, a little bit of everything tonight. All right, so back up at the top, Bob Hope open at 175, Led Zeppelin 40. Did I get a Gandalf? Claimed a ways back. Rick Berrien wants to know, did he get a Gandalf? Matthew Cobbett got Ozkit. Rick Berrien Gandalf. Oh man. Rick, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you got the last one, right? Yeah, because there was two, and then Brent got one, and then you got one. Yeah, and then Matthew got Ozkent, and then Tim got the last one. Von Stom got a Beatles. Yes, you got one, because I don't have any left. There was 2 when Brent asked. Brent got one, you got one. Led Zeppelin 40. Bob Hope 215. Bob Hope 220. Led Zeppelin 442. Okay? So Led Zeppelin is an OG pressing, EX, nice, and nice jacket. It just got a bid for $42 of MT matte. $42 of MT matte, and now $50. Okay? Then we got Bob Hope in Russia and one other place. It's signed, very nice, not personalized, JSA authenticated, of course, and even denoted with Fred Goodwin provenance where he bought it at. And then at some point, he got to meet Bob Hope, a legend. Bob Hope lived to be 100 years old, by the way. I was reading about him last night when I was looking that stuff up. All right, so very quickly, I have 1 copy of The Highwayman left. This is new stuff for tonight. Waylon, Willie, Johnny, Chris, $38.99. I've only got 1 left. I've got 3 copies of Dragon Force. This is a double LP, Reaching into Infinity. Dragon Force is $38.99. And then the new Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Everybody that pre-ordered got one. We've sold about a dozen live here tonight. And I've got about 6 or 8 here left. So if you don't have a Pink Floyd at Pompeii left, that's what's left right there, $46.99. Godsmack, first time on vinyl, $33.99, remastered. We have sold about a half a crate of those. That's what's left. Rammstein is $46.99. Dead Can Dance. Now, Hattori, I hadn't forgot about you. Hattori Hanzo said, I'll take the Dead Can Dance Serpent. And he said, I'll take Dead Can Dance Serpent. What is the other album and how much? That's sold to Hattori. And then Hattori, the only other thing left in here is Nirvana, $36.99. The Beatles is $49.99 Past Masters. And Black Crowes Amorica, $44.99. Okay, and then Bob Hope, $220. Led Zeppelin, $50, $51. Bob Hope, $225. Led Zeppelin, $55. Bob Hope, $230. Led Zeppelin, $56. And Led Zeppelin, $65. So Bob Hope's at $230. Led Zeppelin's at $65. That's all the newest new vinyl from tonight. Everything's been gone through, I think. I'm about to go check one more time. But in the meantime, we have another new arrivals crate to go through. So I better go ahead and get started with that right now. And yes, some people asked if we could get some other miscellaneous stuff up for auction. I'm going to work on that right now. Let me see what other odd and an unusual comics that I hadn't put up yet. We might bundle a few things together, but here's an actual Marvel title. This is, y'all might find this. This does include the Marvel value stamp, but y'all might find this interesting here because this is actually from Marvel Publications, The Frankenstein Monster, and this should be 1974. It is number 13. The Frankenstein Monster runs amok. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That's been boarded and bagged, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Frankenstein Monster. That's now up for bid. There's a quick comic auction for you. Let's put that right there. And then Led Zeppelin 65, and then Zeppelin 66, Frankenstein 7 already. What about Bob Hope? It goes back to Mark Fallon, I think. It certainly looks like it. Mark Fallon, are you still with us? Let's go ahead and grab another bin of new arrivals. Let's also go ahead and grab, do I have a check? Oh, I got a check conditions bin from John. Oh, man, this is always good. This is always good. I'm seeing great titles at great prices because they're check condition. So don't go anywhere, everybody. You're probably about to see some really good records, like I just said, at really good prices. Now, if I missed something, if I missed a claim, if I missed a request, if I missed something, let me know, and I'll take care of you, okay? So, MT Matt's out on Led Zeppelin. Chad, can I get the Beatles Past Masters? Not only can you get it, but you can greatly get it, okay? And this is sold to John Smetzer. He's going to greatly get the Beatles. And now we're sold out of that again. Let's make a note to order a couple more for this week. Led Zeppelin's at 75, and Mark says he's lost all hope. He's out. Final call on the signed Bob Hope album to Brent Robley at $230. $230 on the autographed Bob Hope album back there. Should be a great price from what I've been seeing. Very fair price. All right, let's go through some new arrivals check condition. We got some people beating down the doors for more cassettes. I think I might, before I puncture my eye out, I think I might go ahead and put up some more cassette lots right here. I got 3 cassettes going up for a $15 start. Jimi Hendrix, High, Live, and Dirty. Jimi Hendrix, Radio 1. And Jimi Hendrix, Axis, Bold as Love. 3 Jimi Hendrix cassettes, a $15 start. Let's go through some new arrivals, and I'm about to end some auctions and put up new stuff again. We got Van Morrison, my goodness. First Label, too, awesome. Van Morrison, First Label, his band, and the Street Choir. Great song, Whoa, Domino. Van Morrison, VG, $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Rewind, 1971, 1984, the best of the Rolling Stones. This looks like a foreign press. Plus, it has a hop sticker I don't remember seeing. Yep, VG, that's a UK copy, $14.99 for the Rolling Stones. And it has an original on the sleeve. If you start me up, I'll never stop. $14.99 on that. And one more, Overdog, Keith Hartley Band, VG Plus, $24.99. Let's go ahead and do another one. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, First Label, VG Plus, $24.99. Let's go ahead and do another one. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, Green Chrysalis Label, VG Plus, $14.99. And Walt Disney, Scandalous John, VG Plus, $14.99. Let's go ahead and show another one. Steve Winwood, EX, $17.99. All right, Frankenstein Monster. Thank you, Bob Riger. That is sold to you for $7. Thank you, Mr. Riger. The Frankenstein Monster is sold, and that's sold to Bob Riger for $7. Thank you, Bob. That is sold to you. And now, Jimi Hendrix, these 3 cassettes are a final call. These 3 cassettes are a final call for $15. Only one bid with Chris Gardner. He has it. He's about to get them. Chris Kirkley first on the Rolling Stones. That's sold. Natasha second. The Bob Hope signed album is sold to Brent Robley. Thank you, Brent. That is sold to you for the winning bid of $230, and it's signed by Bob Hope, $230. That is that's the important part. It's signed. That's sold to Brent Robley for $230. And, of course, JSA authenticated. I'm going to put that in the crate here for whoever's tagging. And then Led Zeppelin, nice copy here. And that is gone, and that's sold. Achilles' Last Stand. Da-da-dun-dun-dun. They told us. Da-da-da-da-da. That's such a great song. I've got it stuck in my head, actually. D-Kong gets that for $75. D-Kong 52, $75. Thank you. Next over here is Samuel H. Copage on Van Morrison. Whoa, Domino. That is sold to Samuel Copage. Jimi Hendrix has new bids for $16. All right, we need at least one new LP auction and then more autographs and new this and new that. We need a little bit of everything. But first, I overlooked a Miles Davis album. And this is a 69 U.S. Pittman original. It has a promo sticker. There is no white label promo of this that exists. Some of these have sold for as much as $150. This is a VG minus copy. It does have cover wear, $15 start. I used to know some of those lyrics. I had them in my head at one point. Now they're kind of gone. I think it's Achilles' Last Stand. It was an April morning. Where's Craig at when I need him? They told us we couldn't know. I smiled, turned, and laughed at you. Something. Whoa! I don't know. It's wild how fast he's singing and the instruments and the music and everything that's going on in that song. All the dynamics. Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmuther. Pink Floyd is a 1970 U.S. Jacksonville original. A VG Plus copy, $35 start. So this is OG Pink Floyd, a U.S. Jacksonville press, $35 start. The Cow album. All right, anybody else? What tapes? Hendrix High, Live, and Dirty. Hendrix Radio 1, which I think is BBC recordings, or at least live recordings. And then his second studio album, Axis Bold as Love. All right, and then we have Miles Davis at 15. Jimi Hendrix is at 16. Who was the first bidder on the cassettes? The first bidder on the cassettes was $15 with somebody. Who was that? They're outbid whoever they are. That was Chris Gardner. Chris, you're out on the Jimi Hendrix, by the way. Let's show a few more new arrivals. These are new arrivals, check condition. Carole King is VG Plus $9.99. Annette sings Anka. Oh, man. Where's, is it Larry that buys these? Annette, VG $14.99. I've got some signed Annette stuff somewhere. Journey Departure, Journey's VG condition $9.99. And The Eternals. Interesting. The Eternals is VG Plus $14.99. And 38 Special, Wild Eyed Southern Boy, VG $9.99. Hold on loosely. Miles Davis is at 17. Pink Floyd is a $35 start. And I'm about to sell those cassettes to Brandon for $16. I haven't heard back from anybody else. Let's go ahead and grab what? Something. Let's go ahead and grab another autograph over here. Let's see what I can come up with. Thanks for everybody for spending Monday night with us. We are officially rolling. And I'm about to put up some signed Anthrax stuff here. Let's do that right now. I got a piece of Star Wars memorabilia too, but this is the one that was advertised here. This is, and one of these members has now passed away. This is a early, I believe, what I think is early press photo for Blackberry Smoke, and it's signed, and of course it has the signature of now Brett Turner, who passed away, who was their original drummer. So there is Blackberry Smoke. A press photo, Bama Jam Records press photo. It's like it's like attached to a piece of cardboard. It's like part of a piece of cardboard, if that makes sense. So it's pretty cool. It's got a like backing stock already on it, but all signed, $95 start, Blackberry Smoke, signed, full band, including this man right here, Brett Turner. He has since passed away. He was the original drummer for Blackberry Smoke. So that is a $95 start. $95 start on that press photo from Blackberry Smoke. And so far tonight, there's no autographs left behind. Any mini guitars, not tonight, but I just ordered a bunch. Miles Davis, 15, 16, 17. Robin Glenn gets Journey. Thank you, Robin Glenn. That's so to you. Greg was second. Miles Detail, Scott Oman get 38 Special. Miles Davis, 19. And we have these three Hendrix cassettes. These are sold to Brandon Lack for $16. Trickster sold earlier, yes, $135, I believe. Final call to get a bid on Pink Floyd, a 1970 U.S. Jacksonville original, and that's a $35 start. And then Miles Davis, is a original. However, it is a VG minus, both jacket and vinyl, but it does have a promo timing strip. It does have a promo timing strip, 20 on Miles Davis and 20 on Miles Davis. And then there's Blackberry Smoke, a $95 start on that. Darren, sorry, I keep messing up your name. Darren has Pink Floyd at $35. Next in the bin is Walt Disney's Hansel and Gretel, VG condition, $9.99. Also, Ted Nugent. Wow, a cover that doesn't have a lot of wear. That does have the song Stranglehold on it. VG Plus, $9.99. Also, Asia, self-titled. It was the heat of the moment. VG, $9.99. And Prince, Purple Rain. VG Plus, $19.99 with inner sleeve and poster. Inner sleeve and poster. Purple Rain. Also, Peter Gabriel, So, VG Plus, $24.99. And Buffalo Springfield. Wow, what a great crate. That's an original Unipack sleeve there, $24.99. So Miles Davis 2020-22, and John Smetzer does want Ted Nugent. It looks like we are about to sell Pink Floyd for one bid, $35. There's your nightly dose of Asia, not Steely Dan, this time the band. And what else do I need to put up? We're chipping away. We've almost sold a half a box of comics here, which is what I want to do. And I think I've got another Frankenstein monster to run. This one's a little bit higher start. I think it's a higher grade and it's a little bit better issue, but it's only a $10 start. This is Marvel Frankenstein Monster, issue number 17. And this is Phoenix Aflame. Very nice. And that is 1975, issue number 17. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Frankenstein's a $10 start. So John Smetzer got Ted Nugent. Solar was second. Greg Beddinger got Prince. Kristen Barnett on Asia. Shannon, you were second on Prince. Miles Davis, 25. Let's show a few more LPs. There's the Peter Gabriel Melt album, VG Plus, $24.99. I just want to make a note that an OG copy of Peter Gabriel's Soul for $24.99 is still in the bin unclaimed. That's kind of unheard of. And what else was surprising? Probably the Bob Dylan Nashville Skyline. Johnny Cash plays on that album. Wow, the Beatles in the bin. Jacksonville original too, VG Plus, $26.99. It does have Phil and Ronnie and the Dead Wax. It is an original, yep. I Dig a Pony. Just the two of us. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Back to Hendrix here. Jimi Hendrix is VG condition, $14.99. Jimi Hendrix Band of Gypsies, VG, $14.99. And Johnny Cash at San Quentin. Cash is VG condition. First label, too. First label, $14.99. No bid on Blackberry Smoke. If anybody wants that, it is JSA authenticated. And Blackberry Smoke signed press photo is a $95 buy now, and it does include Britt Turner. Calvin, boy, you asked at a great time. It's a $95 buy now. I thought that would bring over $100, but it's a $95 buy now. And now Cash, or excuse me, I'm holding Pink Floyd, Chad. Pink Floyd is $35, and that is sold to our new bidder tonight, Darren Chrisman. Thank you, Darren. That sold to you for $35. That sold. Now we have Miles Davis at $26.30. Shannon Price on Johnny Cash. Now, Calvin's question came in at an unbelievable time because he asked right when I was making it a buy now, which gives him dibs, and then after that, two other people claimed it. So this is sold to Calvin Ward for $95, then Lillian, and then Gregory. But don't worry, I have another one. I haven't checked it all, but I do have another one we can put up either tonight or very soon. Do I have another one here? Yeah, I have another one. We'll do this one in just a second, okay? So don't go anywhere. I'll put up something else, but I do have another signed Blackberry Smoke press photo. I'm just trying to figure out who's all on this one. Yeah, Britt Turner signed this one too. Yeah, there he is right there. Is this 2, 4, 5, 2, 4? Yeah, that's the same lineup. Yeah, that's the same band there. I'll do another one in just a second. So those that missed out, since there's two other people, we'll try one more in just a second, okay? But right now, we definitely need another LP. And let's put another LP up for auction. And let's do back-to-back Pink Floyds. Here's one of my favorites. a 1977, and this is OG, a Pittman press of Pink Floyd Animals. Pink Floyd Animals. This is a 77 US Pittman original, VG condition, a $25 start. This is an OG copy with the original inner sleeve. $25 start. Lyrics. I needed the lyrics first time I listened to this, especially for Dogs. There's the entire Dogs album. I love this in part. Who was born in a house full of pain? Who was taught not to spit in the fan? Who was told what to do by the man? I love how it took me forever to realize part of that is David Gilmour and part of that's Roger Waters. That whole epic Dogs song. $25 start. Incredible. It's worth it just for that one side with Dogs. But then you get sheep and you get pigs and sheep. So it's really 3 songs. It's Dogs, pigs, and sheep. And then, of course, Pigs on the Wing are the little snippets, the opening closings. But, yeah, it's really 3 just lengthy songs. I love that last part there, man. All right, back up at the top. We have Blackberry Smoke, Miles Davis 32, Jack Suslack on CK. Is that for Carole King? Jack Suslack, Carole King. Thank you, Jack. Hadn't seen your name in a while, but welcome. I'm going to give you the Carole King if that's right. And then Pink Floyd 25. And then Frankenstein is a 10. That's a no bid. $10 bot now on Frankenstein if anybody wants that. It's now up for bid. The Frankenstein Monster. And then Miles Davis. The last bid on Miles Davis was Romelu at $32, and Neil Reigler went out. Also, we have the Tubes, VG Plus $17.99, and Jeff Beck Wired, VG $9.99. Keith Hartley Band, VG Plus $19.99, and the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG $9.99. Sell Bob Riger Frankenstein for $8. Thank you, Bob. That's sold to you for $8. That is sold to Bob Riger for $8. Okay? There's that. Thank you, Bob Riger. All right. Now, we have Little Feat Down on the Farm, VG Plus $17.99, and John Cafferty is VG $9.99. Pink Floyd at 27, Pink Floyd at 30. When I come back, I'm selling Miles Davis, but I had not the Blackberry Smoke. I had another autograph lined up. Change it up just a little bit. This is pretty cool. It was difficult for me to determine how to do this, but the best way is to sell all of it together. I think it needs to stay together. I think it all needs to stay together, but what makes it a little bit more difficult on me, I had to pay double authentication, but it's okay because I think somebody would want it all together anyway. So this is a Scott, it's a kind of a Scott Ian like backstage pass or backstage kind of VIP deal. So first of all, you get, let me show you the autographs. This says 11/24/18 Freeburg, Sick Arena, and then there's Scott Ian's signature from Anthrax. And then here's a certificate of authenticity. This is the certified that this pick was played by Scott Ian at Freeburg, signed by Scott Ian. So this sounds like a deal where like you could have met Scott Ian backstage and he had some of his stage played guitar picks. So there's one of the guitar picks. And then there's another one of the guitar picks. Now, what I don't know is this one is Anthrax Scott Ian, and it says, don't effing sell this on eBay. Don't effing sell this on eBay. So I think it does say this pick, but I'm assuming both of them. So JSA had to authenticate this, and then they had to authenticate that. So they authenticated his signatures there. They're obviously real. We probably could have sold this without the authentication, but it helps. And then 2 guitar picks. $95 start. $95 start. So you get 2 Scott Ian autographs, 2 Scott Ian stage-played guitar picks, and it's double authenticated by JSA. So $95 start on that. First thing was Robbie Woods on Jeff Beck, JB. Jeff Beck, that's sold to Robbie Woods. Pink Floyd's now at $39. And Greg Beddinger got the Rolling Stones. Now, I got one more thing. I got a hotel envelope. And I'm assuming this is Berlin. I'm assuming that's where Hotel Zoo, Berlin, Germany. and all that was down inside of it. So Freiburg, it's from a hotel letterhead, Berlin, and I'm assuming that's Germany, right? And then Miles Davis, I know where Berlin is, but I'm talking about Freiburg. And then we have Miles Davis. Miles Davis is sold, and this is sold to Romelu for $32, okay? Anthrax already has a bid, or Scott Ian lot at $95. Pink Floyd Solarplex is out. Randy Klein has that for $39. And then Peter Gabriel, PG here, Peter Gabriel, VG Plus, $24.99. This is got the original inner sleeve, yes. In Your Eyes. Love, I get so lost sometimes. Days pass, and when this emptiness fills my heart. Wow, that's a powerful song. I know this guy. He's a friend of my dad's. He came in the store one day, and that song was playing here over our intercom on the store speakers. And he paused, and he went, "My God, what a powerful song." I'll never forget that. It was kind of funny. Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes started playing. He paused, and he said, "My God, what a powerful song." So this is sold to John Smetzer. Thank you. We're about to sell Pink Floyd. Scott Ian is at $95. And we have Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson's VG Plus, $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, VG Plus, $17.99. Hall & Oates, Along the Red Edge, VG, $9.99. And J.J. Cale, Troubadour, VG Plus, $24.99. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey, VG Plus, $24.99. And The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, VG Plus, $24.99. I have a guitar pick from a show many years ago used by the bass player throwing me in the crowds anyway, authenticated. There's some guitar aficionados, like I know some people who collect Kiss stuff, and they can look at a guitar pick and pretty much tell you if it was actually like a real Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons guitar pick. However, I don't know if you can really authenticate that it was played on stage. Randy Klein, $39. It would just be kind of your word. Randy Klein gets Pink Floyd at $39. And as soon as I said that, I've scrolled at the bottom, and John Griffin said, "What's Pink Floyd at?" I've got to sell this to Randy for $39 for two reasons. I don't know if your comment had come in time, and he's had it for quite a long time. So that's sold to Randy for $39. One more record, the New Auctions. Another Hendrix, just $14.99, Electric Ladyland. VG, $14.99. But yeah, it's kind of like the drumsticks I had earlier. We sold some drumsticks earlier, and I was like, well, the guy told me these were thrown to him in the crowd. They have the drummer's name written on them. We know that they're actually their signature drumsticks, but you really can't ever prove they were played on stage unless you get somebody to sign and they say, yes, I played this on stage, and they mark it. And you know what I'm saying? Like it, otherwise, it's just like word of mouth, but you can kind of tell sometimes if they've been played with. But anyway, okay. Here is a 1966 U.S. original mono copy of the classic album Love by Love, self-titled. A 66 U.S. mono, VG condition, a $25 start. About the only thing you can really certify is signatures. Speaking of, it doesn't look like anybody else is going to bid. So Rebecca, I figured that would get a little bit more action, but all this is sold to you for a winning bid of $95. $95. Thank you. Stage played guitar. So this is the best way to do that, is like if you have this like a letter from the person, like Scott Ian said, yes, I did play these. Now, the problem with this is like, how do you know those are the right two guitar picks? But, you know, they've stayed together. We've got great provenance, but it'd help if he would have like numbered them or something. So either way, that's sold for $95. At least, you know, you got some signed Scott Ian autographs. Those are worth something. And Love has a bid already for $25. Let's go ahead and put up that other signed Blackberry Smoke photo. Signed and JSA authenticated, another $95 start. Signed by the full lineup, including Britt Turner. And this was a promotional photo from their album, Find a Light. Blackberry Smoke is a $95 start. Blackberry Smoke's a $95 start. I'm actually going to go ahead and put up another LP. And the other LP I'm going to put up, I've still got Rolling Stones, James Brown, Cream, Pink Floyd, Arthur Brown, Led Zeppelin, New Order, Ghost Woman Blues, War, Cowboy, Brian Eno, King Crimson, Cheech and Chong, Muddy Waters, and Electric Prune. Let's see what's going on with this New Order. This is a 2001 U.S. original. Wow. 2001 U.S. original. This is New Order, Someone Like You, the follow-up to the #1 club hit Crystal. And this is a promo-only EX edition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Blackberry Smoke does have a bid with Lillian for $95. And we have Mystery Machine on LOC. And that was not Electric Ladyland. LOC. What is that, Mystery Machine? Let me know. And we have what? We have Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, VG Plus $14.99. How much was Electric Ladyland? This is a VG copy, just $14.99. It is VG with a VG cover, but that should be the first label. Love is at 30. Oh, he's bidding on, he was about to bid on Love. He was about to bid on Love. New Order already has a bid for 15. And final call on Blackberry Smoke. Let me grab another miscellaneous item. And let's go back to the comics right quick and see what I got here. We have, let's see here. We might bundle a few of these together. Yeah, let's do a few of these. So we got Ghostly Tales. I think that might be the best way to do these. Ghostly Tales. I love these covers here. We have number 159, Ghostly Tales. Number 161. I like that one a lot. Look at that one. 167. Ghostly Tales 142. Ghostly Tales 168. So that's a lot of Charlton Comics Ghostly Tales. Ghostly Tales, very cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for a, let's do 5 for a $30 start. Ghostly Tales Comics lot. 5 for a $30 start. Those a bundle. That's now up for bid. Now over here, New Order 15, New Order 17. Rebecca said I bid 20. Rebecca's already bid 20 on New Order. And then Blackberry Smoke has a new bid for 98. Chris Baycheck on Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Chris Baycheck, Jimi Hendrix. Romelu C. He asked about Electric Ladyland, Chris. Romelu asked about this, and he just said he did want it. So, yeah, so this is the other Romelu C. This is Romelu Casas. I may just start calling him because I think I can say that. Romelu Casas, C-A-C-A-S. That's so to Romelu Casas. Thank you, Romelu. So we got a Romelu C and we got a Romelu C. One, I'm going to start calling Romelu Casas. That's the new guy. And then Romelu C is probably also watching. He's been buying from us for several years now. Here is Janis Joplin. I've got them old Cosmic Blues Again Mama, an original Columbia 2i label, $14.99. Barbie Benton, something new. Barbie Benton is VG Plus, $14.99. And Yours Forever, this is Billy Ward. That's VG Condition, $14.99. And Edgar Winter's White Trash, that's VG Condition, $9.99. And The Battle of Northwest 6, Keith Hartley Band, VG, $14.99. And In My Own Dream, the Butterfield Blues Band, VG Plus, $9.99. Now, let's pause there. There's a lot going on. Somebody says, what's the promo? What's the promo? What's the promo? Let me update all 4 auctions, actually, so we know where we're at on everything. Let me get rid of a few sticky notes here. That lot of comics is Ghostly Tales. That's a lot of 5 for a $30 start. And then let me discard this. Okay, so back in the back left, first in the back left is New Order, Someone Like You. New Order, Someone Like You. And the last bid on New Order that came in was Rebecca at 20. Now, since then, there was lesser bids. She was first to bid $20. And she still has it. And now it's a final call for $20. If you're done bidding, please say out, but you can't bid again. If you want to continue bidding, you can. If not, I'm going to sell it to Rebecca. We got a signed Blackberry Smoke press photo here. This is a final call. Brent's out. Lillian has that for 110. 110, final call. The back right is a copy of Love. This is OG Mono, 1966 Love. And the last bid on this was Chris Bachek at $32. Chris Bachek bid $32. It is VG, but it's OG mono. We have an out and we have an out, so that may be done. Those are final calls, and then definitely a final call on the comic lot. Lot of 6 for $30. Next is James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, VG Plus $17.99. That's the original label. A classic album. In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. Walking down a country road. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. A classic. VG Plus $17.99. Stevie Wonder. Speaking of classic, I Was Made to Love Her. VG $19.99. And Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. VG Plus $17.99 on Fleetwood Mac. Lillian, congratulations on the Blackberry Smoke. That's sold to you for $110. Awesome. And then Ghostly Tales. This is a buy it now. All those sold in a lot for $30. Ghostly Tales. A new order is sold to Rebecca for $20. That is sold to Rebecca for $20. And we have Robin Trower, Twice Removed from Yesterday. VG $9.99. And Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. VG Plus $17.99. So what a great bin of check condition. This thing was pretty full. Looks like we've sold about half of it. I would love to sell y'all a bunch more of it. To do that, I might have to read them one more time, but right now, we got all new auctions. And now Love is sold to Chris Bachek for $32. Now, welcome everybody. We have all new auctions. Thanks for spending Monday night with us. The drumsticks are gone. I do have a pretty big item over here I was going to show as a surprise. I think I actually mentioned it. I, honest to goodness, did not know I had this, and I'm going to put it up for a $575 start. I've got a guitar signed by Kid Rock, and it's JSA authenticated, and it's going to go up for a $575. Normally, I would have a photograph of this, or I could show it, but I'm just going to put it up here on the fly tonight. If it don't sell, then I'll re-photograph it and we'll re-promote it. I have a couple people that have bought every Kid Rock autograph I've put up. We sold some. We sold, what was it, a signed drum head one night for over $700. This is a signed guitar. It's a Crate Electra, not that high end of a guitar. You don't really ever see high-end guitars signed. Let me try to show you the headstock here. You don't ever see a lot of high-end guitars signed. They usually sign cheap guitars. You know, you don't really ever see a lot of... this is from Kevin Cave of Rock. Kid Rock did date it 1999. So there's that. It's missing the little pickup selector switch. But it's a $575 start. That includes shipping. And, of course, it is JSA authenticated. Signed by Kid Rock. And it's a $575 start. That is up for bid. Bow wamba dinga dinga dingy bingy dingy. I can't leave it up here, but now that you've got a good look at it, it is up for sale. JS authenticated Kid Rock. $575 start. Okay? We have it, and it's technically a live auction. It is up for bid. I just can't leave it up here where everybody can see it because I don't have space. It is a large instrument. Now I've got to balance it over here and hopefully it don't fall and break. Don't want that to happen. All right, let's get all new auctions going right now. My name is Chad Williams, and our next auction is going to go up right now. It is King Crimson. It is a 1969 U.S. Presswell original with the company inner sleeve. It's a VG copy. It is OG. It is VG, but man, look how iconic. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. It is a 69 U.S. Presswell original VG copy. That is King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King. That is a $25 start. Are the Japanese releases done? We sold every Japanese pressing last week. There will be plenty of new deliveries this week. Whenever they show up, I don't know when. You never know about the Japanese deliveries. But yes, we will have more this week whenever they show up. Next is another $25 start. And this is an OG Presswell VG Plus of the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. The classic. Brown Sugar. Can't You Hear Me Knocking? Wild Horses. I Like Moonlight Mild. Dead Flowers is on there. There it is. Sticky Fingers. It is OG with the zipper cover. It is VG Plus, just a $25 start. Talk about two iconic album jackets. My goodness. Right there. I mean, that's like two. That's a big one. King Crimson and then an Andy Warhol Sticky Fingers over here. How iconic. So those are up for bid. The Disney one's Hansel and Gretel. I'm about to just read the titles in here. Hansel and Gretel was the Disney. If you need a price, if you miss something there, let me know. Hansel and Gretel is VG $9.99. All right, I'm going to try to finish this water off right quick. Let me do that. I have a whole nother Laura crate. Laura crate on deck. Laura crate is on deck. Quick time out for water. Yes, it does have the zipper cover. Yes, it does have the zipper cover. All original. By the way, quick note, those zippers were made here in Tennessee. A small local company, I think in Cleveland, no. Crossville, no. Somewhere here in Tennessee, a local manufacturer got the contract to make like 90% of those zippers that were used here in the United States, which was millions. It was millions of zippers they had to have for all those, and most of them were made here in Tennessee. That a very unique album design there. But yeah, that is OG with the zipper. All right. Elevate Stock Tanking. Yeah, I was going to go there yesterday. I've been trying to go once a week on Sundays, and I didn't get out till like 9 o'clock last night. So yeah, I may have to have a couple this week. I said it earlier. I'm on 3 hours of sleep, and I'm on 3 hours of sleep, but I'm doing pretty good right now. I'm about to have to go get a V8. Details on Keith Hartley, here it is. Overdall Keith Hartley band, VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. So Hansel and Gretel, Keith Hartley. If you need a price or information, let me know. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, Jethro Tull, Scandalous John, Steve Winwood, Annette Sings Anka, The Eternals, Buffalo Springfield, Peter Gabriel, The Beatles, Jimi Hendrix, The Tubes. Wow, so many great titles. Another Keith Hartley band. This one's called The Time Is Near. Another OG Daryl, VG Plus, $19.99. Little Feat, John Cafferty, Willie Nelson, Fleetwood Mac, Hall & Oates, J.J. Cale, Van Morrison, The Doors, Joe Walsh, Janis Joplin, Barbie Benton, Billy Ward, Edgar Winter, another Keith Hartley band. And this is VG $14.99, Battle of Northwest 6. Somebody asked, which Keith Hartley? That's the third one in there. Butterfield Blues Band, James Taylor, Stevie Wonder, Fleetwood Mac, Robin Trower, and Pink Floyd. Wow. Unbelievable. There's so much great stuff in there. I think we got so much activity with the auctions going on. Just some people have gotten distracted. I've got another item. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. We have sold several of these before. I think this is really cool. I've sold a bunch of these. And this is signed by John Voight. As in, yes, you bought a car because it belonged to John Voight? John Voight bit you? Of course, this is an original press photo from Deliverance. An original press photo from the movie Deliverance. This is a real deal, official press photo, 1972. An actual photograph from 1972 from Deliverance, signed by John Voight, $125 start. JSA authenticated, John Voight is $125 start. $125 start. And there's some Seinfeld lore in there. Y'all know I'm a huge Seinfeld fan. Okay, so let's go back up to the top. We had King Crimson. I hadn't called out a single bid for King Crimson. And then we put up the Stones. They're both OG pressings. Here's the bids on King Crimson. 25, 25, 25, 27. Then 30 with Raphael. And then the Stones, 25. And then the Stones, 28. King Crimson, 33. The Stones, 30. The Stones, 45. And then the Stones, 32. The Stones, 46. The Stones, 46. The Stones, 50. How much was Peter Gabriel? That was the first question. Peter Gabriel, that's the Melt album. The Melt album is VG Plus, $24.99. King Crimson, $35. Rolling Stones, $47. Rolling Stones, $50. The Tubes for Fred Cardinale. That's the one here with like the tube paint. Or it looks like something's going on there. VG Plus, $17.99. VG Plus, $17.99. I have not had watermelon. I'm not a watermelon flavor person. Can I bundle all three? Matt, I have to stick to my guns by keeping everything sticker price here. A little bit later, I may recap them or another night, but right now I got to stay at sticker price. Just a new arrival rule. James Taylor is VG Plus, $17.99. The Van Morrisons that's in here, there's two, aren't there? Isn't there two Van Morrisons, or is there just one? There is Tupelo Honey. Nice. VG Plus, $24.99. And Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is VG Plus, $29.99. OG. Rolling Stones, $51. Rolling Stones, $55. Rolling Stones, $56. Pink Floyd's $39.99. Rolling Stones, $60. King Crimson, $37. And then Tim Graham on James Taylor. Let me figure out who asked about it. Who asked about James Taylor? James Taylor was asked by Chris Sheridan. Chris, let me know, sold or pass. He maybe meant Jethro Tull. He put JT. He might have meant Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull back here was Minstrel in the Gallery. Whoops, sorry. I just smacked the camera with Jethro Tull. VG Plus, $14.99. All right, so let's actually go ahead and tag. All right, let's tag James Taylor then, unless that's what he also was asking about. Let's go ahead and tag this for Tim Graham. Okay, that's tagged for Tim Graham. So Rolling Stones just got a new bid for $65 with Christopher Dean. Raphael's in on King Crimson at $39, now $40. In the Court of the Crimson King. John Voight signed deliverance photo, $125. Jack was second on James Taylor. Actually, second. Chris Sheridan does want Jethro Tull. Now, Pink Floyd was asked about. Van Morrison was asked about. The Tubes was asked about. Peter Gabriel was asked about. And as of right now, those hadn't been claimed. And then there's the three Keith Hartley bands. There's the three Keith Hartley bands. Let me go ahead and get them together in case he does change his mind later. And those were 25, 20, and 15. Okay? King Crimson, 43. And Rolling Stone, 66. All right, so everything's still getting bids. Let's go back to the top. No, somebody had asked about. So what happened, Jack, was. Oh, wait a minute. No, Jack did ask first. Oh, my bad. So Tim, was that after Tim? It was before. That was before Tim. That was before Tim. You're right. You've asked twice. That messed me up. You've asked twice. Jack was first. Tim, this is actually sold. James Taylor is sold to Jack Suslak. That was right. He asked before you. I overlooked that because I thought he was asking about Jethro Tull. Not Jack, but Chris. I know this is confusing, but this does go to Jack Suslak. And Jethro Tull does, in fact, go to Chris Sheridan. Okay? Now, next thing on my agenda is what? I don't know at this point. By the way, don't forget, Kid Rock is up for bid, $575. One more look. Signed kind of a red-looking Stratocaster guitar. It is an off-brand. What is this called? Crate Electra. These are really just for display purposes. I don't think you're going to be ripping the Solo to Comfortably Numb on this. If you can rip the Solo to Comfortably Numb on this, you can video and send me a picture or send me a video. I'd like to see it. Okay, and then we have Mike Owen does tank Pink Floyd, okay? And then Todd, you're the only one I didn't answer. Let It Be was VG Plus condition and probably a VG Plus jacket. Not bad. It's not bad. $26.99. $26.99. All right, and then if anybody wants John Voight, he's $125. A signed Deliverance press photo, JSA authenticated. A legend. A movie legend. That's National Treasure's dad. That's National Treasure's dad. And then John Griffin. Who got Pink Floyd? Mike Owen said Pink Floyd. Okay, now who asked first about it? It was first asked about, I think, Mike Owen, right? Mike Owen says Pink Floyd price. So he does get dibs. Plus, he said he would take it anyway before John Griffin. All right, so that is sold. All right. To Mike Owen. Now, King Crimson is at 42. Raphael, you're out. The Stones is at 66 with Nashville Tiger. Tied with Solarplex Studio. Solar bid 66. Nashville Tiger bid 66. Solar came in first. So Nashville, you're out. Animal House movie pictures come Fred Goodwin. Yes, they did. If you've bought a movie poster from me, there's a 99% chance it came from Fred Goodwin's collection. If you bought a lobby card from me, there's a 100% chance it came from Fred. I think every lobby card I've sold has all come from Fred. So, and next is another Laura crate, which I'm doing right now. Okay? As soon as I can reach over here to grab it without breaking my back. Oh, here we go. Oh, that actually felt pretty good. Nashville's out. All right, we're about to sell that. And here we go. Man, I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. Laura's got a nice little Pikachu hop sticker here. Pikachu. That is very nice. All right. John, you've had some bad luck tonight. I've noticed it. Stick with it. Stick with it, John. All right, did Raphael go out on King Crimson? He did. Let's sell some auctions. Let's put up all fresh stuff. Cameron, oh, wait a minute. Christopher just said, Chad, am I winning King Crimson? No, I was just about to sell it. I thought it was down to one person. Carmen Tiger has it for $42. Oh, wow. Christopher Dean's already bid $43. Hold on, y'all got out of order. Christopher Dean has it for $43. Christopher went out on the Stones. My bad. Christopher was bidding on both auctions. That messed me up. Christopher has King Crimson for $43. Raphael's done. Carmen, you've been outbid. He was already at $43. So y'all were still bidding on this. Y'all were still bidding on this. And now the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones. And this is sold. Let me make sure I call this right. Nashville Tiger, $66. Man, sorry, okay. There's that. Okay, I'm going to officially say if anybody wants Kid Rock, you can buy it for $500. It's a buy it now for $575. Kid Rock is officially a buy it now for $575. So now y'all know I have it. Now you know you've seen it. And now you know how much it is. Maybe we can strike a deal. Let's throw up another signed item here. This is deep in the collecting of Star Wars here. But I know some people that have collected dozens, if not hundreds, of different Star Wars autographs. All the different people that's played in the films. You know, these people go to conventions. They make a living signing autographs just because they made an appearance. And this is Lieutenant Lenz from Return of the Jedi. Lieutenant Lenz from Return of the Jedi. And his actor name was Barry Holland. And he played Lieutenant Lenz in Return of the Jedi. And he had a line in the movie. He told Han Solo, Harrison Ford, you rebel scum. There's him holding a blaster at Han Solo. And it's signed by Barry Holland, who played in Return of the Jedi here. And this is a $35 start. JSA authenticated Star Wars autograph. Have I messed up the Rolling Stones? Who did I sell to? It was supposed to be Solarplex Studio. What happened? Solarplex Studio gets the Rolling Stones. Man, these were confusing because a lot of bids got out of order and there were so many ties. Solarplex Studio, without a doubt, gets the Rolling Stones for $66. Without a doubt, this is sold to Solarplex Studio for $66. What messed me up is y'all were tied and he never did bid again. He said out. That was Nashville Tiger. So without a doubt, this is sold to Solarplex Studios for $66, okay? Now, the other one that I've keep messing up is King Crimson. They have went back and forth for quite some time. Carmen has it for $45. Solarplex is out. I mean, Christopher Dean is out. Carmen Char Tiger, $45. It is time for me to go get a V8 energy drink. I told y'all I'm on maybe 3.5 hours sleep. If I don't go get something right now, this show's going to completely go off the rails. Let me step up front right now and go get a V8 energy drink for my brain. Time out. Stop the show, as Uncle Leo said. All right, thank you. I'm back. I didn't take my normal break and get snacks and all that. Just the V8. Just the V8. All right. I got some high-end autographs there. These are all lettered, and they're already listed, but I was going to bring them back here just to make sure somebody doesn't want them. Okay. Let me crack open this V8. Chug and crush time. Welcome, everybody. Quick timeout. I've got to get refocused. This is a brain drain to do this, if y'all hadn't noticed. All righty. So, Black Cherry, crushed. Thanks, everybody, for bearing with me. Christopher Dean, I know you're watching. You'll be glad to know there is a Led Zeppelin RL on the turntable up front. There is a Led Zeppelin RL on the turntable up front. I've cleaned it. I've played it twice when I was working last night, and we will be selling that tomorrow. There will be a RL Zeppelin 2 go up for tomorrow. And actually, one more thing. Let me go get those because I want to show y'all something that's very important for y'all to know. I'm doing this as a public service announcement and also for y'all's safety on buying records, but also just so y'all know that we're obviously very honest sellers here. I think y'all know that by now. At least I hope you know that by now. And everybody new that's watching. But I discovered something that's kind of frightening on one of these RLs. So y'all know I've got a stash of Led Zeppelin RLs. And I think I have found one that's possibly fake. And if I can find it, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me figure out which one that was. They may have took the disc back there. Yeah, it's this one right here. So I found an RL press that there's a good chance I think is a counterfeit. Let's see if I can get the light there. Y'all see that initial? Y'all see the RL there? It just don't look right. See that? And then over here, see these SS's? Look how odd those look. and you can feel them right there. And I just want y'all to know that, you know, you can scratch an RL in here and make it look like it's a Robert Lugwood cut. There's only one way you can really test. Listening to it, and I got another CTH pressing, and I measured the length of the dead wax. And this one, that's another CTH that's definitely a real RL, and this one's wider. So I think somebody at some point was trying to scratch in an RL. So before you buy one of these things and you spend a ton of money on one, I would make sure you've really looked at it and possibly given a chance to play test it, unless you know, you're buying from somebody you really trust that's very reputable. Because I think if it's possible, you can scratch that in the dead wax, and unless you know and you've seen as many as I have, and plus you can play test it, as expensive as these things are getting, they're starting to bring hundreds, if not thousands. You've got to be very careful, because I think that one's fake. I hadn't made a determination, but I have also looked it up on Discogs. I've went through eBay and tried to look through other photos. I don't see any kind of markings that look like that on any others. So beware before buying an RL pressing, because you can scratch whatever you want into the dead wax. However, some of them, you know, you can feel like that one's like rough and the rest of the letters are all smooth. I don't know what to take of that, but just beware when looking at RLs, okay? Especially before you pull the trigger on an expensive one. This is sold without a doubt to Christopher Dean for $48. And that's sold to Christopher Dean for $48, okay? Now, I do have one that I'm going to be selling tomorrow. That's obviously good and ready to go. If anybody wants Barry Holland, he's a $35 buy it now. Played in Star Wars. All right, but let's go ahead and get started showing Laura crates. And the first thing I have is, who do I have here? Freddie Gibbs, solid sold. Soul sold separately. Freddie Gibbs, soul sold separately. That is sealed $24.99. Sealed $24.99. And whoever, I'm already trying to give it away to somebody. Whoever's the first person to claim record gets the Lord Crate Hype sticker, of course. Jaco Pastorius and Rashid Ali, Blackbird. That is unopened, a music on vinyl press on $24.99. And Matthew bid on Holland. Oh, man, you might have bid when I was away. Oh, man, my bad. Oh, he did. Okay. Sorry about that. Matthew Cabot bid $35 on Barry Holland. Sorry. Yep, that's right when I about said I was going to go up front and get a V8. I completely missed that. All right, by then I have to run this one more time. So final call on this. This is a final call to Matthew Cabot. So Robert, sorry about that. He did bid, final call to him. So I got to put it back live, Matthew. Now it's a final call to you. Jared Inc. gets Jaco Pastorius, and this is sold to Jared Inc. with a Laura Cray sticker. Cameron Bortz, if you have a collection for sale, message CollectCo, okay? Message the CollectCo page. That is our official Facebook page, and that is, send us a message with what you have, okay? Send a message with what you have. Also, if anybody ever has a collection for sale, always just message us. Don't ever put that in the comments, because I've had some people, some scavengers who stalk my page. We obviously spend a lot of money advertising, and I do have some people who stalk my page trying to direct message people who are trying to sell records to me and not them, because they don't have a page or spend any money advertising. So make sure if you ever have a collection for sale, you just direct message us, okay? Don't ever put it out there, because there's also scammers out there that want to know where you live with all of your valuable records. So be very careful. Just message us directly, and Paul will take care of you, okay? So send us a Facebook message to CollectCo, and Paul will take care of you, okay? And if anybody does ever have any scavengers that try to message you directly trying to get your business away from Coletco, let me know so I can block them, okay? Because I do that quite often. We do have a lot of scavengers that stalk our page looking for anything they can take advantage of. James Brown, it's a new day, let a man come in. I have never in my life seen this James Brown record. So this is James Brown, it's a new day, let a man come in. Laura says this has a chemical reaction on side A that looks like there was tape on the disc at some point. But they've cleaned it. It plays back VG minus G plus. It is just a $5 start. But in my life, I have never seen this James Brown album. Just a $5 start. It's a new day, let a man come in. It's a 1970 with promo sticker. With promo sticker, okay? This is sold to Matthew Cabot for $35. Thank you, Matthew. That's so to you. All right, so the Laura sticker's already gone. We had a Freddie Gibbs Soul. What's it called? Soul Sold. Boy, that's tough for me to say. Soul sold separately. Goodness gracious. Jaco Pastorius, Thelonious Monk, Genius of Modern Music. That's a 2020 US, $19.99. And we've got several copies here of Idols Crawler. Idols is sealed for $19.99. James Brown, just a $5 start. Next auction's going up right now, and this is a 1975 U.S. Jacksonville. It is a reissue. This album originally came out, I think, in 72. This is Obscured by Clouds. Pink Floyd. It is a nice copy on this Capitol Rainbow label, which I will say I don't see often. This Capitol Rainbow label, I don't see that one as often. Nice copy, a $25 start. Boy, we've sold off most of our autographs tonight that was prepared and advertised for tonight. Let's go ahead and get the next one, which is John Corabi. John Corabi is going to go up, and this is a signed photo from John Corabi. It is going to go up right now for a, let me make sure I sold everything. We sold Barry. We've showed, we hadn't put up Shawn Michaels yet. Let me actually go grab that. It's still up front. We've sold Jackal, Scott Ian, Blackberry, Kiss, Trickster, John Corabi's right here, Tommy Thayer, and Alice Cooper. Yeah, that's all gone. All right, so this is a $55 start. It's signed by John Corabi. Nice press photo there. JSA authenticated, of course, a $55 start. Now some cassettes. Here. Let me see here. I think we got quite a bit of more reggae here. I've got 4 reggae cassettes. I think this is all reggae. Yep. So we have Bob Marley. We got Black Uhuru. We have Burning Spear and Third World. 4 reggae cassettes, a $15 start. 4 reggae cassettes, a $15 start. Next is Hound's Mouth, Little Neon Limelight. I think that says Hound's Mouth. Hound's Mouth is sealed, $19.99. I've got 3 of those. And I have Gotham Instrumentals, Talib Kweli and Diamond D. An instrumental hip-hop album sealed. That's $19.99. And Herbie Nichols Trio. That's a Blue Note Tone Poet. That's unopened for $29.99. All right, so up at the top, I introduced a pretty scarce James Brown. Sent message. I have a spreadsheet, and I'll send that. We'll get an email from you. Okay. I'll let Paul know about this. James Brown 5, 5, and 5, and 5, and now 6 and 6. Yes, the record, Shawn Michaels. James Brown 7, cassettes 15, 15, 17. Pink Floyd does not have a bid. It's a 75 U.S. Jacksonville press. No bid for $25. The reggae cassettes are at 17. And we have Lonnie Smith, Turning Point. Lonnie Smith is sealed. We're going through a new Laura crate here, which is all new and sealed stuff. $24.99. And for those that normally buy 45s, if you're watching, Chris Bryant and everybody, Craig, I don't know if Therese is on. I'm going to start those here in just a second because we're almost done with autographs. I've got maybe one more after this. I still got some comics, but I'm going to try to mix those in too. But I'm going to try to start getting the 45s. And as y'all know, we got thousands, so I got to get right back to them. Also, out of the blue, this is Sunny Red with Wynton Kelly. Lots of sealed jazz stuff in here. Blue Note Tone Poets. That's $29.99. And we have Wax Bodega. And Wax Bodega is on purple, white, and galaxy colored vinyl. That is $29.99. If anybody wants John Corabi, he's a $55 buy it now, signed and JSA authenticated. I can't believe it, but Pink Floyd is a buy it now for $25. Nice 75 reissue of that. The cassettes are at 17 with Carmen Schartiger. So Brandon Lack, it's up to you. And I think we're done on James Brown too. I think everybody went out after it got up to 7. Chris Ridlings, you're out. James Brown's at 7. James Brown's at 7. And Pink Floyd's a $25 buy now. I'm going to have to go through our no bids over here in just a second. My no bid pile's getting a little messy over here. A little messy. What is this? Glass Animals Dreamland. We got a bunch of them. Glass Animals Dreamland. Let's go ahead and sell off all those, hopefully, at $19.99 each on glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Glass Animals. All right, Carmen, you get all 4 of those cassettes for $17. Thank you, Carmen. Those are so to you. And yes, let me go get that Shawn Michaels item. And it's really cool. I've had it here forever. And I was like, we got to do something with this before it falls and breaks or something happens to it. Now, this is really nice because it's already framed, and this is really nice. It's already framed and authenticated and ready to go. So James Brown has new bids for 8 and 9. Kind of hard for me to show this because it's large and framed, but really cool. It's 2 dudes with attitudes, Shawn Michaels and Diesel. It's been authenticated by Beckett. I bought this from a guy that used to work for me. I'm pretty sure he had it signed. I think it was one of those like Beckett witness things where they signed it in person, which is even better. That's really cool knowing that it was like witnessed and signed. I like those. Really nice frame. He had it framed and everything. I mean, listen, I just went, I'm going to post pictures later tonight. My local framer, Miss Kim, she's the best ever. And I had 5 framed items picked up. One of them was huge. I'm going to post a picture and share it with y'all. It's like a 4 foot tall by 6 foot. I mean, it's huge. I picked up 4 framed items and it cost $1,241. So I know if you had this framed, this would cost a couple $100 for framing. This is a couple $100 by framing. $195 star, and that's shipped. $195 shipped. That's the starting bid. It's up for bid. 2 dudes with attitudes. Signed, framed, $195 start. James Brown's at 11 with Kristen Barnett. Let's go ahead and finish up this crate. And by the way, I do have 2 more John crates of vintage new arrivals that have never been shown before. Those are on deck. Oscar Peterson, more Jazz, 1971. Unopened, $24.99, and more Jazz. Down with it, the Blue Mitchell Quintet, unopened for $29.99. Amazing. And we have Ice Age. Again, we sold them earlier. Ice Age, a post-punk album, $24. This one's called Plowing into the Field of Love, $24.99 on that. I've got 2 of those. Government Mule, Heavy Load Mules, 2 LP pressed on 180-gram black vinyl. That is $24.99. James Brown's at 11. Chris Ridling's out. The Shawn Michaels is $195 start. That is framed, shipped, and we got GA, and that is Natasha, and that's Glass Animals. Does anybody else want one? Featuring the biggest song in the world, Heat Waves. Featuring the biggest song in the world, it says Heat Waves. Wow, biggest song in the world. That's a big statement. Ice Age is sold to Rebecca Howard. I wonder if Mike Massey's still watching. And Hum, Downward is Heavenward. Hum is a 2021 unopened for $34.99. All righty. So we got Rod out on James Brown. It's Rod. It's up to Rod. Rod, you're out. Kristen has it for 11. Now he's in at 12, okay? There we have it. $195 start there on that. I could have swore we already sold these, but Tanner said I didn't. I must have just found more, but These are from Fred's collection. He had all kinds of Bond stuff. These are sealed, brand new Goldfinger DVDs. $6.99. Brand new sealed Goldfinger DVDs. James Bond, $6.99. Darren Johnson wants a hum. Before I bring over another new crate, let's go through all of tonight's no bids, okay? And speaking of no bids, I'm not going to give this any more time because I need the table space. If anybody wants Shawn Michaels and Diesel, $195. If not, I'm going to hang it here in the store and wait for somebody to walk in and buy it, which they will. That way we don't have to ship it. But if you do want it, it is available for $195. And we will ship it to you. Shipping included. And that's sold to Paul Brothers for $195. Excellent. Excellent. Maybe, Paul, I can convince you to come pick it up. I'll give you a slight discount. If you come pick that up, I'll give you a slight discount on it. JB12, JB13. They're still bidding on that. Goldfinger DVD, $6.99. I'm pretty sure I started a show one night, and like one of the first things I did was show these, and I know people bought them, but I just don't think they got invoiced. I think they got overlooked or the feed glitched or something, because I know we already sold those to somebody, okay? All right, now, Obscured by Clouds. Anti-Korea, it's only EX. It's EX. There's very little wrong with this. Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds. Yeah, it's really nice. Just a couple light scuffs. It's just a hairline or two from being near mint minus. It is a 75. That's our first no bid tonight. $25 on Pink Floyd. I also got John Corabi for $55. A signed photo. John Corabi. He played on a Motley. He was a lead singer in a Motley Crue album there for a while when I guess they were doing a switch up. And then John Voight, a signed original Deliverance photo. If anybody wants to make an offer, go ahead on these no bids. I'm here to sell stuff. So we have John Corabi, 55, John Voight, 125, Pink Floyd, 25. Let's go ahead and sell Paul Brothers, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the operations room. Thank you. Let's knock $20 off for Paul. If you're okay with picking it up, Paul, and if he's not okay, then we'll ship it to him. But we'll do $175, and we'll hold it till whenever you can come pick it up as usual. But I'll do $175 since you're going to pick it up. Just let us know either way. Like I said, we'll hang it on the wall till you can come pick it up. That way it's okay, and we can save a lot of time, work, and risk, because it is glass, so it don't get broken. Let me go ahead and set it in here in the operations room. Let's set that in the operations room. Thank you, Paul Brothers. All right, so let's just mark that. Let's give him $20 off then, since he's picking up. Anti-Korea got Pink Floyd. Jetstream wants Oscar Peterson here. I got one left. Oscar Peterson on a clear day. That's $24.99. Anthony did get Pink Floyd. So James Brown is officially sold to Rod Bryan. Man, we still got some cool auctions over here. Let's sell Rod Bryan, the James Brown for $15. And Jared Inc. also wants an Oscar Peterson. So there's another one sold. Now we're sold out of Oscar Peterson. Let's also go ahead and put up another auction. Let's do Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. This is OG. This is a 1976 U.S. Specialty original. This is Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same with the company inner sleeve. Laura's graded at EX minus VG++. That means it's right on the borderline. We couldn't make our decision if it's VG++ or EX, so we did both. That's going to go up for just a $20 start. Shannon Lee, I'm going to sell you John Corabi for $45. Thank you. That's sold to Shannon Lee for $45. That now just leaves John Voight. And then I had a bundle here for these Ghostly Tales. Charlatan 70s comics here. Issue 167, 142. Cool covers on these. And that was 6 comics here. 5 comics. 5 comics for $30. Ghostly Tales. I'm left the best one here on top, I think. Cool cover there with the castle and stuff. That's a bundle on those for $30. And the only other no bids tonight was Tarzan for $15. 1951. Tower of Shadows, issue number 1 for $10. And House of Secrets was $7. House of Secret 7. And the only LP tonight that didn't sell was a Japanese pressing of the band. A 77 Japanese pressing, no Obi, $20 buy it now on that. And that's the only no bids today, just tonight. Just one record, these comics, and if anybody wants to bundle everything that's left there or make an offer, let me know. And then Jon Voight. Now, I think I've sold probably a dozen Jon Voight signed photos from Fred's collection. So I bet a lot of people watching that would want this probably already has one. But if you don't, that is an original, like, 1972 photo signed by Jon Voight. I forgot where Fred said he met him. Fred met him. I forgot the story. And by the way, if you didn't hear, Fred Goodwin of the Fred Goodwin collection, he unfortunately passed away this morning. And we've been selling his stuff for 6 years now. And we still got thousands of items. People keep asking about the books. What kind are they? Everything. Everything. Wow, no bid on Led Zeppelin. Looking for a $20 start. $20 start. Let's go ahead and put up some new stuff. More cassettes. I think I got more reggae. Let's see what we got here. Let's break these up into lots of, well, let's make it one big lot here of reggae cassettes. We have Inner Circle, Ziggy Marley, Inner Circle, and Inner Circle. So what did I do earlier? I did 3 or 4 for 15. Let's do a $20 start for all these. All these cassettes here are $20 start. That's now for bid. Lots of reggae there. All Inner Circle and Ziggy Marley. $20 start. Also $20 start on Led Zeppelin. And, I mean, it's hard to say on books. There's 12,000. I mean, it's everything. It's hard to say. There's 12,000 books. I mean, it's just, most of it informational type stuff. You know, he was a reference guy. He was a history buff. I mean, I bet there's 500 books on World War II. You know, kind of like my collection. I don't know why I have so many books about World War II. It's just like something you want to collect. I see a World War II book, I'm like, I'll take it. But I got a note from, I got a text from his brother this morning, Sam. And Sam said he passed away at 5:10. But yeah, for those that missed the announcement earlier tonight, a lot of y'all have bought Fred's stuff. We've been selling it tonight. I mean, and we sell it. I mean, about every night we sell something from his collection, a poster, a record, a photo, or something. And before I introduce Muddy Waters, the only other no bid was Kid Rock here. I got the only other, it's a big one. It's a signed guitar, $575 or best offer. That's the only other no bid tonight. It's a signed red looking Stratocaster guitar, $575 or best offer. Especially if you want to come pick it up, if you're local, I'll make you a deal. It is signed Kid Rock 99. The provenance is from Kevin Cave of Rock's collection, who this guy personally knew Kid Rock. All right, or personally knows him. Muddy Waters. He lives just right down the road from here. Muddy Waters, more real folk blues. Muddy Waters is a 1967 U.S. original promo copy. Now, the vinyl is in G condition. This is a low-grade record. It is a promo copy. It does say DJ copy, not for sale. This is going to go a $5 start. $5 start. More real folk blues. Muddy Waters, a $5 start. That's now up for bid. $5 start. Now up for bid. All right. Now, Led Zeppelin, 2020-22. That's the high bid on Led Zeppelin. The $22 bids with Greg Beddinger. So, John Griffin, you're out. And the cassettes are a 20, what did I say? A $20 start for 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, $20 start on the cassettes. The only thing I'm going to do is just recap this Laura crate right quick because I can do it fast. It looks like a full crate, but there's multiple copies. And then we have new arrivals. So this is Freddie Gibbs, sold separately. Freddie Gibbs is sealed. It's either on blue or yellow vinyl. $24.99. We've got 3 of those. Jaco Pastorius and Ashid Ali. That's unopened for $24.99. Thelonious Monk, the genius of modern music. Thelonious Monk is sealed for $19.99. Idols Crawler. Idols is sealed $19.99. Also, Houndsmouth, Little Neon Limelight. Houndsmouth is sealed for $19.99. Gotham Instrumentals, sealed for $19.99. We have a few of those. And then getting into some of the jazz. Herbie Nichols Trio, that's a Blue Note tone poet, unopened for $29.99. We got Lonnie Smith Turning Point, that's unopened for $24.99. Sonny Red Out of the Blue, that's unopened for $24.99. Wax Bodega, that is sealed for $29.99. Glass Animal, still got a bunch of those for $19.99. And then the Blue Mitchell Quintet, that's $29.99. And then Ice Age for $24.99. Government Mule was sealed for $24.99. And Hum is $34.99. Patty says she'll take all the comics besides the Tarzan for $40 over here. So that was the bundle of House of Secrets, no Tarzan. So this bundle, that and that for $40 to Patty. Patty, you got it. Now that I know those are gone, I'll feel better about putting up some more. I hate having a no-sale pile accumulating. That holds me back from putting up more. Muddy Water says 1 bid for $5. No bid on the cassettes, $20 buy it now. Cassette bundle. I mean, I usually start these at $5 or $7 each. There is 7 for $20, all being sold together. And Muddy Waters is a low grade, but it is a mono promo. $5 on that. All right, now, I think all the autographs that were tagged and advertised for tonight have sold. The only other thing was the Shirley Lee photos before I bring over a new crate. I had the Shirley Eaton photographs from Fred's collection. Bond Girl, Shirley Eaton, Jill Masterson, and Goldfinger. And I sold one tonight. As you see, I've got a bunch of them. They're $55. They're all signed and JSA authenticated. There's that design. There's this design where she's on the bed with Sean Connery, also known as James Bond. There's kind of like a glamour shot there. Jill Masterson and Goldfinger. And then there's a really cool one with Sean Connery and Ian Matthews, okay? Or excuse me, Sean Connery and Ian Fleming, who wrote all of the James Bond. So those are all signed, and we have JSA certifications with them. And those are $55 each. And we have a cut if anybody wants to see those. So, but we've got certifications with them as well, which I've got quite a bit of money tied up. I got quite a bit of money tied up in that, just having them authenticated. I remember Fred was like, why do you got to have them authenticated? I know she signed them right here in front of me. I was like, I know, but in this days and age, nobody's going to want an autograph unless it's certified. That's what I told him when I was buying his collection. I said, Fred, you've got $50,000 here in certification fees. It's going to cost me $50,000 to have all this stuff certified. I know you said it's real, and I know you were there, this and that, but you don't understand. It's going to cost me $50,000. I have put a lot of money certifying autographs. Chuck Haley gets Tarzan for $12. Thank you, Chuck Haley. And now we have Government Mule Heavy Load Blues. Government Mule is 2 LP. Blue Smoke Vinyl is $24.99. And then we have, this is black vinyl. Black vinyl and blue smoke. It's called Heavy Load Blues, okay? Muddy Waters is sold to Kristen Barnett, just $5. And John Griffin has Led Zeppelin for $23. Led Zeppelin is a 1973 U.S. specialty original. It does have the company inner sleeves, and it is around EX condition, maybe VG++. It's not a bad copy. An album known for having a lot of wear just because of the way the cover was designed. Shows wear. The covers are always pretty worn out. The cover would go about VG. It does have Atlantic, a.k.a. Swan Song. This was, the book is inserted in the middle. Atlantic was Led Zeppelin's label. And then, of course, they were on Atlantic. Then they formed their own Swan Song when they were obviously, at that point, millionaires in the 70s. Okay. Fred was a Vols fan. Oh, yeah, big Vols fan. Okay, time for new vintage arrivals. I'm excited because I always like going to these new vintage arrivals. I never know what's about to be shown. But there's that. Let's go ahead and knock out this. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. Ooh, that's really cool. Ah, this is a good one. Yeah. All right, let's hit this. Is that a promo? Man, that might be auction worthy. I'm going to leave it in there, though. This is a pretty good crate. Here we go. Led Zeppelin still getting bids. I'll take one of the gold fingers of her on the bed with Sean, okay? Yeah, and I'll tell you another reason you have to have autographs authenticated. So Fred had address books. I've kept them just because I think they're cool. Some stuff, I've kept some of his personal stuff. He had address books with like literally people's addresses, like where they lived. Clint Eastwood, Frank Sinatra, Marlon Brando. Now, that stuff was shared a lot back in the days with autograph collectors because you could mail these people and they would sign stuff for you if you were lucky. A lot of that's not done anymore. Most people don't do that at all. You can't, it's impossible to get addresses, etc. Maybe sports people, some minor celebrities, but the big people, almost impossible nowadays. But Fred would send off to people like Clint Eastwood, and his secretary would sign them sometimes. When he sent off for Marlon Brando, his secretary. Now, Fred, 30 years later, didn't realize secretaries were signing stuff. And so he had an address one time for Sean Connery, and y'all probably remember, I had a picture of Shirley Eaton and Sean Connery that he sent off, and it looked like it was signed, and Fred thought it was real, but it was a secretarial for Sean Connery. So it was where Sean's secretary had signed it, and it looks just like his. So that's something else you got to be careful of, secretarial signatures. So, yeah, this one here is the one Darren's talking about. This one right here, yeah. And, of course, if you took this right here and Sean Connery did sign this, instead of $55, it would be about $1,500. Very desirable signature there for Bond, James Bond. I'll give you that one right there off top. Let me get you the card for it, and this is so to Darren Johnson. So something to be aware of, secretarial, and it can fool a lot of people. And Clint Eastwood, basically, he didn't sign mail for years, and that's why his signature, we just sold one last week that was, $1,600. That's why. AX7537. 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 Thank you, Darren Johnson. This is the second one we've sold tonight. Somebody bought one of the other ones. He's buying this one. AX7357. There's your card. There's the photo. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've been trying to track down a Connery autograph myself. I hadn't found the perfect one yet. Before I spend $1,000 on one, I want a perfect Bond pose. I've been looking. There's no way you can get one less for $1,000 unless you're lucky. But I've been waiting for the perfect one to show up on eBay, and I hadn't found one yet. I've been looking for years. I missed some. Some get listed. They buy. They sell immediately. There's a couple on there, but you'll see also some of the ones I want are on there right now, but they're $3,000. They're crazy prices, $2,000, $5,000. But realistically, it's about $1,000, $1,500 if you want a nice Connery that's authenticated. The Shirley Eaton photos are $55. Here's our next stop. Whoop, we can't do that. There's a Led Zeppelin already up. How about we go ahead and put up Cheech and Chong. Cheech and Chong with the rolling paper so you can roll your doobies. A 1972 U.S. Terre Haute original, an OG copy of Cheech and Chong with the rolling paper. I hear you're not using your papers for writing, but for rolling doobies. That's Chris Farley on Saturday Night Live. Rest in peace. $15 start on Cheech and Chong. let's go through this new arrivals bin and see what's in here. These are all sticker price new arrivals. 10cc, Live and Let Live, $19.99 on 10cc. A little touch of Schmilson in the Night, $19.99 on Harry Nilsson. And we have Ted Nugent Scream Dream, $14.99. So 10cc, Nilsson, Nugent, and then some country for you. Reba McEntire, What Am I Gonna Do About You, $14.99 on that. Cheech and Chong 15, Cheech and Chong 20. Michael Martin Murphey with his great song Wildfire, $9.99 on that. And Loretta and Conway sing the great country hits, $16.99. Led Zeppelin is sold to Greg Beddinger for $28. Thank you, Greg, on Led Zeppelin. That has an amazing live cut of Dazed and Confused. We were listening to that today here in the store, that 28-minute version of Dazed and Confused. Jimmy Page goes through about 5 different cycles of guitar solos. Here's a 1971 U.S. Presswell Original Club. So this is an OG 71 with the hop sticker. It is a club. It's actually 4-digit. It mentions the Broadway address. So this is OG. It was just manufactured for the RCA Club. Very cool, 1971, and you get a hop sticker, which I don't see too often for 4-digit Zeppelins. For Led Zeppelin 4, I don't see many 4-digit hop stickers. They put a lot of them on the 77 reissues, also with a hop sticker advertising Stairway to Heaven. I don't see many hop stickers, especially for club copies, advertising the track listing. That's unusual. A $25 start. It is VG. Cheech and Chong has 2 $20 bids. Shannon Price was first. Reba is sold to Danny Thomason. We're going through new arrivals priced as marked here. Next is the Doobie Brothers. Speaking of Doobies, $12.99. This has that great song, Taking It to the Streets, $12.99. The Cow Seals in concert has a hop sticker, includes the smash hit Hair, $9.99. So these have all been cleaned, and they're all EX Plus or better. Darren Johnson wants an Idols from the previous crate. I feel like somebody else wanted something from a previous crate. Jetstream wanted a Government Mule. Jetstream wanted a Government Mule. I hadn't forgot about you, Jetstream. I've just been talking. I get really distracted when we start selling all this Bond stuff. It makes me very distracted. So I've got to get refocused here. Let's pull him a Government Mule, and let's pull him an Idols Crawler. Is that in this bin? Yeah. Sorry. I get really distracted talking about James Bond. Okay. So here we go. Government Mule sold the Jetstream, and Idols here sold to Darren Johnson. So those are gone and gone. Thank you. Back to the new arrivals bin. The Alan Parsons Project. Vulture Culture, $19.99 on Alan Parsons. It does have the original inner sleeve. All right, let's put up a couple more comics right quick. So I actually might make the Tarzan just buy it now because most of these, I think, are fairly priced. They are. And let's just go ahead and show those right quick. Let me put them over here. I'm going to make the Tarzans just buy it nows, and maybe we could sell some or possibly bundle them. I'll work with you. And then over here, let's see what's left. I have we got 2 here. Let's go ahead and I might just show all this stuff by it now. I think it might be best. There's a couple I want to auction. I'll figure it out in just a second. This is what I was talking about earlier. I was thinking about auctioning a white label promo of Faces long player. How unusual is that? And the vinyl is spectacular. A white label promo of Faces. $59.99. White label promo. That's Rod Stewart of Faces. A promo with Timon Strip. $59.99. So here's what's happened. Cheech and Chong is still tied. Shannon bid $20. Let's see if we can get some balloon action going. $20 with Shannon Price. Where's my balloons at? And then Greg Beddinger tied them. So, Greg, you're still out on Cheech and Chong. You're still out on Cheech and Chong. The high bid is $20. Led Zeppelin is tied, $25.25. Raphael, you tied Chris X. Now Danny's in at $27. Okay? That's where we're at. Minor Detail, $12.99. I don't know why my balloons aren't working. I've got my 2 fingers up. Balloons are supposed to be popping up on the screen. Does the thumbs up still work? No, they might have took... Who took off my reactions? Someone's getting fired. Living in a Box, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99, and Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry, $19.99. I'm going to turn into full George Steinbrenner here. This is Paul McCartney 2, with the bonus single that came with it. $24.99 on McCartney 2, and the greatest hits of Carl Perkins, $19.99, the greatest hits of Carl Perkins. Okay, here's some buy it nows on comics. These are Mysteries in Space, number 116 and number 115, back-to-back issues there, $8.99 and $8.99 each. So Mystery in Space, $8.99, $8.99, number 115 and number 116. Those are 2 copies of Mystery in Space. Also, we have Lips Inc. Pucker Up. Lips Inc. is $9.99. And Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. Ray Parker Jr. is $14.99. So all of a sudden, new bids, Led Zeppelin 30, Led Zeppelin 30. Now Cheech and Chong's at 25. Now Led Zeppelin 29. So now Raphael has it for 30. Now Nick Bargeron's out. Now Chris is out. Now Danny's out. And now Cheech and Chong, Greg Beddinger. Actually, you know what? Shannon, you might have bid against yourself there. And no, Greg did bid at 23. Boy, that's weird. Okay, now Shannon has it for 25. Somehow the bids have gotten really out of order on that one. Cheech and Chong's at 25. Led Zeppelin's at 30 with Raphael. And then it's went down to 29, which is not right. It's Raphael at 30. Nick's out, Danny's out, and Chris X is out. A lot of people bidding on that. And then, let me go ahead and show these. These are really cool Tarzan comics. This one's the most expensive. This one is $54.99. I need to see what that's early. That's a really early one there. $54.99 on Tarzan, even in that condition. That is pretty cool. That's very early. And then I have some other ones here. So we have, this one's $15. This one's $7. This one's $15. This one's $7. This one's $7. This one's $9. That's a cool one there. Him underwater wrestling the shark. So once again, Tarzan, 55, 15, 7, 15, 7, 7, and 9. Those are all available. Buy it now, okay? Cheech and Chong does have the rolling paper, yes. The high bid on Cheech and Chong right now, Chris X went out. Shannon Price has it for 25. It's Greg Beddinger I got to hear from. This is a 1972 Terre Haute original VG vinyl with the dope smoking paper, with the marijuana paper, or tobacco. There may be some tobacco enthusiasts watching. And then Led Zeppelin just got a new bid for 33. Raphael bid 33. Danny bid 32. All right, a seal copy of that Zepp seal with a Stairway Hest of $560. I believe it. Wait a minute. Who was the eBay seller, though? Was it called Rare Earth or Antique Earth? Was it an eBay seller called Antique Earth? If so, it's fake. There's a couple fake eBay sellers selling off a lot of fake stuff. Graham Parker, Human Soul. Graham Parker is $24.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum. This is in shrink wrap, $34.99. CCR Pendulum, $34.99. And Alan Parsons Project, Eve, $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, Eve. And then John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade. John Mayall is $26.99. Great New Arrivals bin. And Van Morrison, Common One. Van Morrison's $34.99. So back here in the back, this was Faces, Nick Bargeron. A white label promo. Definitely an auction-worthy record. Faces is $59.99. Also, Tina Turner, Steamy Windows. Tina Turner, that's a 12-inch single. I don't recall ever seeing that before. $14.99. So Cheech and Chong, Greg's out, but now there's new bidders. 26, 27, now 30. What about Led Zeppelin? Raphael still has it for 33 over on YouTube. Everybody else is out, and now it's a final call. Now it's a final call. Let's see what else I have over here. Does nobody want to make an offer on the reggae bundle? I already had them down to 20, which I consider already a discount, but for some reason no one's bought them. I'm very confused. Man, there's a bunch of reggae in here. I don't know if I need to find a new basket. I mean, it's all like ska and reggae. There's not many more. Here's Rainbow. We might just have to make some of these buy it nows later. Saxon. Yeah, I might have to put up 45 for auction. Okay. Surfless Records. Okay, that actually might be legit. If you search like probably Beatles and then you go highest first, there's a seller called Antique Earth and they sell fake records for huge money every day. So there's a seller on eBay and they sell fake counterfeit sealed records for thousands of dollars every week. And it's all fake. It's all fake stuff and they sell it every day and people get burned on it. This is Candy ASS. This is our first 45 of the night. Candy ASS. That's going to go up for a $5 start from the hardcore account there. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $34. Raphael, Danny's bid $34. CCR was $34.99. Creedence Clearwater $34.99. And then Cheech and Chong, Shannon still has it for $30. Nick Bargeron's out and James out. And then how much was Faces? $59.99. Also, Janis Joplin Pearl. This is EX. $29.99 on Janis Joplin Pearl. Now Led Zeppelin's at $36. Now, Danny, you've been outbid. Joe Walsh, you bought it, you name it. This is $19.99. Joe Walsh, you bought it, you name it. The Best of Solomon Burke. The Best of Solomon Burke, $29.99. Two-tone, The Best of Solomon Burke. And The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. Puff, The Magic Dragon, $9.99 on that. Give me 1 second. All right. Led Zeppelin 36, Danny's out. And I think we're done on Cheech and Chong. I've lost a couple people. Somebody the other night says, I'm looking for a Moody Blues Greatest Hits. This is about the best thing I can offer you. And this is called This Is the Moody Blues. It's a double LP. It's a compilation, extremely nice. This is the Moody Blues, 1999. A Fifth of Beethoven. Da-da-da-da. Fifth of Beethoven. Rick Nelson Garden Party's $9.99. And Rockin' with Ricky Nelson is $14.99. And then Free Highway. Free, as in Paul Rogers. Very nice, $24.99. Candy ASS is a $5 buy it now. Led Zeppelin is sold to Raphael for $36. And now Cheech and Chong's at $34. And now Cheech and Chong's at $35. We're not done there. We started the night with a cream auction. Here's another cream. This is a 69 US Monarch. This was the very first cream record I ever had. It was a game changer. Amazing compilation of cream music. Like side one is Sunshine of Your Love, Badge, Crossroads, White Room, and Swallow Bar. What an incredible compilation. It sounds really good too. This is a Monarch cut. Monarch is known for just having superior sound qualities. $15 start on that. Danny Thomason on Free, that's sold. And then Larry says, what is the Tina Turner? The Tina Turner is right here. It is called Steamy Windows. It's a 12-inch single, Larry, $14.99. If you don't want it, Cheryl wants it. The Beatles Rarities is $34.99. And John Lennon Mind Games is $19.99. John Lennon Mind Games, okay? All right. There's that. Now Cheech and Chong's at $40. So we're not done on Cheech and Chong. Not done there. Dale, I'll try to find that eBay account for you. Let me see if I can track something down. I used to have them saved, but the stuff's coming out of India. I believe it's India. I've consulted a few other high-end Beatles people and experts, and they actually, somebody bought something and then opened it and realized it was fake, and they were able, I believe, to get their money back. And they reported them. They're trying to get them off. I wonder if they took some of it down. I showed some of it one night here on Facebook. It's pretty easy to pick their stuff out when I find them. It may be Vinyl Collect, too. They may have a new account. Yeah, this could be it right here. Vinyl Collect 14. Yeah, this is another one. This is all fake stuff here. None of this stuff's real. All this stuff right here. See all this incredibly rare stuff. Neil Young sealed hop sticker. Kiss Love Gun sealed. Rolling Stone sealed with hop sticker. Cream sealed with hop sticker. All this stuff here. Led Zeppelin sealed with hop sticker. All that is fake. None of it's real. None of it's real. I'll show it closer here in just a second. Danny Thomason got free. Cream 15, Cream 15. Cheech and Chong 40. Details on Fifth of Beethoven. That is an OG, and that is $9.99. $9.99. Let's give Cheryl the Tina Turner. That's so to Cheryl. And then Nick is passing on the Cheech and Chong. So Shannon has that for 40 for a final call. This is really cool. The Best of George Harrison. The Best of George Harrison, $24.99. Music for Pleasure. The Best of George Harrison. And then Wings, Back to the Egg. Wings is in shrink and hop sticker. Looks like somebody wrote their name on the hop. But as a Paul McCartney and Beatles collector, I don't see these stickers. I see that one because the title wasn't right on the cover. They put that sticker on a lot of them. But I don't recall that right there too often. That's in shrink, $24.99 on Paul. And I Cantina, Her Man, His Woman, that's $29.99. All right, so Cream did get a bid and then another bid. Nick Bargeron bid 15. Robbie Woods bid 15. That's $15.15. And then Cheech and Chong is officially sold to Shannon Price for $40. That is sold. Rebecca asked for Fifth of Beethoven. She said pass on Fifth of Beethoven. Okay, no problem. And then we have Neil Diamond Moods. Neil Diamond is $12.99. And Graham Parker is $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come. Arthur Brown is a 1974 U.S. Monarch original. Of course, Arthur Brown, that is the God of Fire. And that is a 1974. That's a different album, but this one I don't see as often. Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come. It's classified as prog and experimental. Prog and experimental. Arthur Brown is a $20 start. Robbie's back in on Cream at $16. And we got Alan Parsons Project for $19.99, Ammonia Avenue. And then Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors. Ted Nugent is $14.99. Ted Nugent's $14.99. All right, let me clean up some sticky notes here. There's all that and all that. Good to go. There's that and there's that. There's Arthur Brown. I guess I could pull another single out of here. I keep forgetting. And let's see what this is here. It definitely looks hardcore. It's called Hazardous Waste. Hazardous Waste, $5 start. That's now up for bid. Hazardous Waste, $5 start on that. All righty. So that was a great crate of new stuff there. Excuse me while I had the hiccups. And I'm going to read through some of those again, okay? Cream, that means Nick Bargeron's out. I'm just going to read the titles, and then we have another one. Then I'll probably need to do some cleanup and figure out what we're going to do for the rest of the show right quick, for sure. So let's do that right now. We've sold a lot. We're working on our 2, 4, 5th, 6th crate of the night. Somebody said earlier, Chad, it might be an 8-crate night. It could be. We're on pace to get there. And let's see what's going on here, okay? So if you need a price, just let me know. There's still fantastic stuff in here. Stuff that always gets grabbed. 10cc, Live and Let Live. Nielsen, Ted Nugent, Michael Martin Murphey, Doobie Brothers, Loretta and Conway, The Cal Seals, Alan Parsons, Minor Detail, Living in a Box, Steve Perry, Paul McCartney, Carl Perkins, Lip Sync, Ray Parker Jr., Graham Parker, Alan Parsons, John Mayall, Van Morrison, CCR, Faces, Pearl Jam, my bad, Janis Joplin, Pearl, Joe Walsh, Solomon Burke, Peter, Paul and Mary, Moody Blues, Rick Nelson, John Lennon, The Beatles, George Harrison, Fifth of Beethoven, I think everybody's asleep right now. Wings, Icontina, Neil Diamond, Graham Parker, Alan Parsons, and Ted Nugent. Hazardous Waste does have a bid with Chris Bryant for $5. Going once, going twice on that. Nick did bid $17 on Cream. Robbie, you're out, and nobody bid on Arthur Brown. Arthur Brown is a $20 buy it now. Arthur Brown is a $20 buy it now. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Ghost Woman Blues. This is a compilation, Country Blues, 1927-1942. It's called Ghost Woman Blues. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Michael Martin Murphy is $9.99. Wildfire. And for those that didn't hear, the Mad Season that was supposed to come out last Friday, they have pushed it back 1 month. It's not due out now till May 30th. Mad Season's not coming out now till May 30th. It's just FYI. So I'm surprised no one asked tonight, but if you are curious, May 30th, okay? There's that. And then Danny on Arthur Brown. That's so to Danny. And now, Nick, you've been outbid on Cream. Chris Bryant, you get Hazardous Waste for $5. Thank you. I'm going to put that back in its sleeve. That's sold. I'm going to put that right there. Let's see what else I have here. Let's grab the next one in here, which is Head On. Head On. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. Okay? And let's grab another crate. See what's going on. Cream is moving slowly but surely. These are reggae cassettes. 2, 4, 5 by Inner Circle and Ziggy Marley. All of them together for $20. All right, let's put this right over here. Let's see what else we got in here. Let me take a peek at this next crate. All righty. Very cool. Nice. 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 All right, let's show some of these. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Arthur Brown was a $20 buy it now, yes. All right. I lost Nick Bergeron on Cream. I lose Nick Bergeron quite often. This is sold to Robbie Woods for $18. The Blues comp does not have a bid. That is Ghost Woman Blues, looking for a $5 or a $15 start. Head On's a $5 start. And here's our next auction. It's a sealed OG copy. A 1973 sealed original pressing of War, Deliver the Word. And it has a really cool hop sticker up here with the lips. It says, contains the hit single Gypsy Man and Me and Baby Brother. And it also has another sticker that says, this album is available on quad tape. That's pretty cool. The cover's die cut right here. That's how it was designed. It is sealed. It's never been opened. A sealed original War. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Does the EP have a name? This is called Head On. Let's give you a title. And it is called Isolation and Bit Lip Smile, Second Win. Now, John Minsmore, I don't know if he's watching, he was trying to explain to me, does somebody, I might need a background, an informational lesson. So he was talking about if it has the X, straight edge. I'm kind of confused. I'm not really into this hardcore underground punk, underground hardcore scene, but John was trying to explain to me with these X's and it straight edge. He kind of lost me there. I didn't follow. Most of the stuff I've never even seen before. So I'm kind of new to understanding some of this. But anyway, we have new arrivals here, cleaned and ready to go. Carlos Santana, Havana Moon. Carlos Santana is $19.99. James Taylor, this is Flag. James Taylor is $14.99. Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer. Boz Scaggs is $19.99. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. Neil Diamond, a 2LP live, $16.99. Evelyn Champagne King, Music Box. Shrink and Hop, $9.99. And Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks, $9.99. There is a bid on the Sealed War. That's a good one. Sealed, 1973. Just one bid for $15. Final call on that. And Alan Parsons Project, I Am the Eye in the Sky, $19.99. $19.99. Okay? So head on. We'll go ahead. Chris is the only one willing to throw a bid out there. So let's go ahead and sell that to Chris for $5. Straight Edge is a lifestyle smoking. Okay, that's kind of what I was what I was assuming. Basically, they're saying they're a straight-on band. And that's what I assumed earlier when he was explaining that to me. You know, because I think some of these hardcore bands are literally hardcore, right? So maybe they're trying to distinguish themselves like, hey, we have hardcore music, but we're not, you know, maybe hardcore. This is a buy it now for $15. Ghost Woman Blues. That's a buy it now for $15. Buy it now for $15. And that is Ghost Woman Blues compilation. Let's put up another auction. This is called Reach for the Sky by Cowboy. This is a really cool record here. It's a white label promo. I'm straight edge. Yeah, I would definitely be classified as straight edge. No smoking, no drinking, no cussing. 1970 U.S. Presswell original, white label promo, EX edition, $20. Cowboy, Reach for the Sky, orange promotional copy, $20 start. $20 start for Cowboy, Reach for the Sky. A white label promo on that. Okay? Next is Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger. That is a Nautilus Super Disc, $39.99. $39.99 on that. This is really cool. This is Buddy Miles Express Electric Church. An OG that's really good and a really cool cover. Nice. $29.99. We have Less Variations, Moroccan Roll, $19.99. So Chris X, you're out on war. Chris Riddlings did bid 16 over on Facebook, so he has it for 16. That is the high bid on that. Straight Edge. Learn something new every day, huh? I'm surely I was the only one that didn't know me know. I'm assuming, but okay. Heavy Nukes, what a cover. With Nikita Khrushchev there on the cover. On the back, it's Atomic Energy Lab. I think this band's hardcore. Heavy Nukes. Based on their titles, Effed Up for Life, Violence Under the Gun, Victims of the Effing Hell, Bombs Away, Tortured, Lick the SHIT. Goodness gracious. Did they play that music for their mamas? That is Heavy Nukes, a $5 start. Next is The Best of Carly Simon. This is $9.99, The Best of Carly Simon. Van Morrison Wavelength is $34.99. And this looks familiar, Joe Walsh. Wow, never get this one in. 1991. How often do you see this Joe Walsh album? Full album. Hear that year? 1991, $39.99. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. 1991 Joe Walsh, $39.99. Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities. Ted Nugent, $14.99. And the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager. Moody Blues is $14.99. And Free, Heartbreaker. Free is $24.99. Another great one there. $24.99. Heavy Nukes has a bid for $5. War 17, War 18. Nobody bid on Cowboy, a white label promo. Wow, back to back. And that's a buy now for $20. A white label promo, too. Chris X and Chris Riddlings are battling over the war there. Next auction is a 77 Terre Haute original. And this is Before and After Science, Brian Eno. Before and After Science, Brian Eno. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Brian Eno is OG, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Chris X on Ted Nugent. That's Intensities in 10 Cities. That's sold to Chris X. Also, the Beatles love song. We always have this like on a Japanese pressing. This is a 2LP US edition, $34.99. The Best of George Harrison. Earlier, we had the UK edition. This is the US edition, which is incredible. Look at side one. His Best of Beatles, Something, If I Needed Someone, Here Comes the Sun, Taxman, Think for Yourself, For You Blue, While My Guitar Gently Weeps. That's pretty crazy. And then side two is My Sweet Lord, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, You, Bangladesh, Dark Horse, and it closes out with What Is Life. Crazy good track listing on that one. Best of George Harrison, $24.99. Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks, Everybody's Rockin'. He's only $24.99. Neil Young and Jimmy Buffett, Mr. Buffett here. Songs You Know by Heart is $19.99. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits. Down and Margaritaville. That's a new original. Usually I have those new. Heavy Nukes is sold for $5 to Chris Bryant. I think he's 3 for 3 on all the singles. And the Sealed War is sold to Chris X for $20. That's sold to Chris X. As of right now, there's no bid on Eno. Looking for a $15 start. And we have a 1967 US Mono original. This is a classic, the Electric Prunes. I had too much to dream last night. Laura says the jacket has track listing in the correct order, unlike some other OG copies. And it is VG, and we're going to put it up for just a $10 start. A classic, an Electric Prunes album. I had too much to dream. Ken Foster is in on Eno at 15. Let's grab another single out of here for a $5 start. Let's try to do 2 at a time. If I can find where I have put these. Here they are. And then here are this one. So the next one we have here in the hardcore basket is HDPHN, Not Actual Art. HDPHN, Not Actual Art. And then this one's going to go up Asylum, Death of Music, and Birth of Noise EP. Asylum. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Eno has a bid for 15, and now Prunes has a bid for 15. Excellent. So those have bids. Next in the bin is the Beatles Blue album. This is an Apple 2LP. $49.99 for the Beatles, 67 to 70. We have Firefall self-titled for $9.99. And the band's Last Waltz. That is amazing. $49.99 with all the goodies, the book, the inner sleeves. So triple LP with book and all the inner sleeves, $49.99. A beautiful OG copy. This lineup, I mean, you got the band, of course, but listen to everybody else that plays on here. Paul Butterfield, Eric Clapton, Neil Diamond, Bob Dylan, Emmylou Harris, Ronnie Hawkins, Dr. John. Joni Mitchell's incredible. Joni Mitchell and Neil Young play, they do Helpless, and she's behind the stage doing backing vocals. Have you ever seen that video on YouTube? Very cool. The Staples, Ringo Starr, may have heard of him. Muddy Waters, may have heard of him. Ron Wood, may have heard of him. That's a beautiful original press of that. The band's Last Waltz, $49.99. Big Brother and the Holden Company, that's $24.99. That's live at California Hall. Yvonne Elliman, Night Flight, that's $9.99. So HDPHN is a $5 start. It's on black vinyl. Asylum is got an insert with it. It's also on black vinyl. No bids on those. Eno is sold to Ken Foster for $15. The Electric Prunes is with Susie at $18. Chuck Haley, you're out. Denise says she's out. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. Okay, let's put those there and there. And now, what's next? Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and show this. We got Dilford and Tilbrook. These are, they were members in a band called Squeeze. 1999, Dilford and Tilbrook. Also, Sheena Easton, $9.99. You Could Have Been With Me, Sheena Easton. Glenn Fry, The All-Nighter. Whoops, I just smacked the camera. Smacked the heck out of the camera with that Glenn Fry record. And then Fleetwood Mac. Boy, this looks abnormally clean. Wow. Very nice. I don't think it's a first press, but it's really clean. Still got a textured cut. It might be. I say that without... No, it's got the insert. It could be. You know, they made millions of them. These are so hard. It's definitely not a new copy, but it could be... You know, it came out in 75. It could be like a 77. I can run the numbers if I need to. And Christopher Cross is $9.99. Tim Graham on Fleetwood Mac. These are new arrivals. Sticker price. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Tim Graham. Big Noise from Winkinta. Gene Krupa. Gene Krupa is $19.99. Asylum has new bids for $5 and now $7. Nobody bid on HDPHN. I'm worried to know what that even abbreviates to, but that's $5. I buy it now. And then we have Poco, $9.99. Man, I did it again. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Climax Blues Band is $9.99. And Christy Burr, Into the Light. Krista Burr is $14.99. Whew. All right, and then Bob Riger on Yvonne Elliman. Thank you, Bob Riger. Okay, now the only comics, I'm going to show what's left at Buy It Now. Here's a few more comics at Buy It Now prices. Midnight Tales, issue number 18, Midnight Tales, $6.99. Tales of the, Unexpected with the Mark Jewelers variant. Unexpected is $9.99. Secrets of Sinister House, that's $8.99. Unknown Worlds is $7.99. Unknown Worlds, that's a pretty cool one. We have Mary Shelley Frankenstein, a full 4-comic run here, $14.99. And then these are actual postage stamps. These are legit U.S. postage stamps. DC Comic Superheroes, $9.99. 39 cents. What is that? Early 2000s? 2005. 2005. So that's a page of United States postage stamps with iconic comic book artwork, including Batman #1, all the DCs. That's sold to Chris Gardner. Thank you, Chris. That's sold to you. And then one more look at our Buy It Now comics. Does Big Brother have Janis Joplin on it? Yes. Yeah, 1966. Yep. Sam Andrew, Janis Joplin. And then one more look at those Buy It Now. So this was Frankenstein, 4 issues bundled to 1, $14.99. Unknown Worlds, number 43 is $7.99. Secrets of Sinister House was $8.99. Also, Unexpected. The issue number's covered up, but that was $9.99. Midnight Tales, $6.99. Okay, so those are Buy It Now, or if anybody wants like a bundle deal on all of them. Cool stuff there. We've almost sold this entire box over here that's almost all gone. And I showed the Tarzans earlier. I'm going to go ahead and stack all these back together. So we have Tarzan for $55. That's the most expensive one of the night, probably. $54.99. And then Tarzan 15, Tarzan 7, Tarzan 15, Tarzan 7, 7. I really like that one. $9 on that one. $9 on that one. To me, it's a lot of them is like to present, you know, how well the cover presents. Chris Gardner gets the Frankenstein set. That's sold to Chris Gardner. Asylum is sold to Shannon Price for $7. Susie bid $22 on the prunes. Chuck Haley went out. So the electric prunes is sold for $22 to Susie Breedlove. And Danny Thomason does want Big Brother and the Holding Company. All right. And let's see here. Let me move some stuff around. Okay, so I had these 2, 4, 6 cassettes at 20. I'll mark them down to 15. Inner Circle and Ziggy Marley reggae. So those cassettes are $15. I'm going to go ahead and take them off the table because I need my space here. I got to have my personal space. And then there's 2 unsold singles. Candy ASS for $5. HD PHN for $5. This White Label Cowboy is still available. A 1970 Presswell Cowboy, Reach for the Sky. That's $20 or best offer. Ghost Woman Blues, a blues compilation for just $15. And then here's the other Buy It Now comics. Mystery in Space is $9. Issue number 115. And then issue 116 is $9. And then one of the first no bids of the night is still available. A Japanese pressing of the band for $20. And I think the only autograph that didn't sell was John Voight for $125. Signed deliverance photo. John Voight's $125. Okay, and there's those for $5 and $5. And that's all the comics that's left from tonight. And I know there were some people buying some of the Tarzan, so if you want a bundle, we can take out the pricey one. And if you decide you want a bundle, just let me know and we'll strike a deal. Okay? Now, far as tagged LPs, we have sold every tagged LP except those 3 over there. Everything else is sold. I do have more stuff I can put up. A little bit of everything, honestly. But right now, Bob Hope did sell. Yep, for I think nearly 300. No, 230, 235-ish maybe. That's a good one. I hope I have more. No pun intended. I hope I have more. I think I do. I think I've got more Bob Hope signed albums. So, hey, missing cassettes. I just reduced the reggae lot for 15. I'm trying to sell these here. Inner Circle, Inner Circle, Inner. I reduced those to 15. And if you buy those, Brandon, I'll put up more. I hate having leftovers before I put up anything new. I like it just constantly being emptied, going for there. So now, to finish up the sale, we're going to move into discount bins, okay? We're about to move into discount bins. I'm probably going to be live tonight for enough time to get some more, at least crates filled and sold. First thing I need everybody to do is let me know where you're watching from because I've got to do some cleanup. I'm going to go ahead and introduce some auctions. But if y'all could let me know where you're watching from to kind of keep the chat going. I like to see where everybody's watching from all over the world, literally. I'm going to have to play some cleanup right quick to get basically out of this jam I've got myself into. And that's what I'm going to have to do. So bear with me. I have quite the mess here, and I don't know what happened to my trash can, but I'm going to need it, and I'm going to need it fast. Chris, I'll do I can't do half off on Cowboy. I thought that thing would bring $40 or $50. How about $15? How about $15 on Cowboy? Okay, so let's start getting this place cleaned up and putting up some new stuff. Let's clean up and put up. Let's clean up and put up and bring out some discount bins. Give me 1 second. Let me move this out of the way first. They got all these carts in my way. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They can't help it. They probably don't have anywhere to go. Oh, here's a whole nother crate of auctions. We might put some of those up, if not. And then no one bought Kid Rock guitar. I still got a Kid Rock CD. It's the same price. It's actually pretty rare to see that signed. Grit sandwiches for breakfast. And I've got Gary Newman's autograph, $135 on Gary Newman. So, yeah, everybody let me know where you're watching from. And yes, always thank you to Paul for doing the Sunday shows. I'm probably going to be here the next couple Sundays. Most likely, I'll be here the next couple Sundays doing miscellaneous type deals. But let me get this place under control here for a second, because I don't even know where the next crate is that I want to get to. I really don't. So I've been stacking stuff right next to me, and now we're pretty much in a jam, as they call it. Let's play some cleanup. Metallica's coming to town. I've got a 2-day pass to see Metallica on Thursday night and Saturday night. So, speaking of Paul, hope everybody's used to hearing his voice. You'll hear him Thursday night and Saturday night. I'll be down on the floor, general admission with Metallica in the mosh pits. I'll be pushing and shoving people. Limp Bizkit's opening, Pantera. If I come out alive, I'll be lucky. Limp Bizkit. Have y'all been seeing those videos? Oh my gosh. It looks like Woodstock 99. It's just one of those days. That's going to be a rocking concert. Metallica. Stadium rock. Nothing like seeing a big band that sounds incredible in a big arena. Arena rock. Nothing like it, right? Welcome everybody to Coletco. Chad's playing a little cleanup over here. I have got one crate of John New Arrivals. Let's put these over here. With this other crate of New Arrivals on the table. And then be at both nights. Might see you there. Michael, you might actually get to see me. Posters to sell us. You can't do that. You can't get posters to sell. They only allow you one, and you got to get there. I'm not getting up that early. I can't. I'm on night shift. Fred. Who am I thinking of? Seth. Seth is going to go down there early. He's going to try to go to the pop-up show on Wednesday. I think I'm going to send Seth down there. Pop-up show Wednesday. And then he's going to try to go Thursday and get in line for the merch tents. I can't because my schedule. I'll be here what? So Thursday night's the first night. I'll be here Wednesday night selling until 1 a.m. If I leave right after the sale, it'll be what? 2 or 3 a.m. like normal at the earliest. I usually don't go to bed till the morning. And I told him, I was like, I'm not going to get up and go stand in line at merch for 5 hours to get a poster because I'll be a zombie and I won't be able to enjoy the show. So I'm going to let them do merch and I'll just try to buy one on eBay. It's actually worth my time to buy the scalper price on eBay than my time to go down there and wait all day to try to get one at Sticker. I'd be financially better off paying a $300, $400 for one. And I'll feel better. And I won't be dead. When Metallica finally comes out, I won't be dead. So, when I try to go to those football games in the fall, y'all know I go to a lot of the football games, I'll be like, well, I got to end the show. We're leaving at 8 in the morning for that 11 o'clock kickoff in Knoxville. And I'm up there at those football games, and I can barely even stay awake. And I'm like, why am I even going to these? I can't even enjoy them because I work at nights and then try to get up the next morning. So I was like, Seth, I'm going to walk in Nissan Stadium when Metallica's probably coming out. I don't know if I'm even going to get down there for the opening acts. I was like, I might not get down to Nashville till like 8, 9 o'clock at night. I'll just probably walk, I'll probably be walking down Broadway and hearing It's a Long Way to the Top if you want to rock and roll. They come out to that. And then that Pantera. I've seen them already in Dallas, though. See, I went to Dallas 2 years ago on the same tour. I seen Pantera, Metallica. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Thanks, everybody, for the timeout. I got my area cleaned up a lot better. So Texas, Alabama, San Antonio, California, Portland, Vegas, California, North Carolina, Tennessee, Puerto Rico, Florida. Chris Riddlings takes Cowboy for $15. So Chris Riddlings, thank you. You get Cowboy for $15. Oklahoma, Kentucky, New Jersey, California. It's Jimi Hendrix live at Berkeley for sale that I see in the red crate in the upper left. It is Jimi Hendrix live at Berkeley. It's a double LP, $34.99. $34.99. Chris X. We got viewers in Arizona, California, Arkansas. Bill Keenum says he asked for Jimi Hendrix after the sale last night. Patrick C. Smith gets to Gary Newman for $135. Nice pickup there. Thank you. By the way, the COA on the Gary Newman autograph, Patrick, is inside of the CD case. So thank you. That's so to you right here. The CA for whoever's tagging. That's $135. So to Patrick C. Smith. I'm glad I brought that over here. Thank you. Nice pickup there. And then over here, we got viewers in Louisiana, Michigan. Any Cream magazines? None that I can get to. None that I know where they're at. Do I probably have some, Pam? Yes, it's just like everything. Where are they? I don't know. But that also tells me I might not actually have any. So I don't want to get your hopes up, but I don't really know of any that I can get to right now. All right, so we went through this crate here. This crate was already gone through Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's condense this with this other crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. And I've emptied about 5, now 6 crates since I've been talking and moving stuff. And you probably can't tell it, but I'm on 3 hours sleep. That's why I have all these that's why we've had such a great night with all these autographs. It took me all night. This is the person I'm trying to hire. If anybody's out there, I mean, what I did last night is what I never have time to do. And that's like go through all the stuff we have in the store that we buy and accumulate, research it and photograph it and get it ready to sell here live on our auctions. So it took me all last night to sort through autographs, research them, photograph them, and get them prepared and ready to sell tonight. We would have stuff like this every night if I had some additional help here. Everybody that works here right now is tapped out. We don't have any extra help. And I need somebody that knows a lot about collectibles that wants to start a new beginning in life at Collectco. But you got to be pretty knowledgeable about a lot of different stuff. That's why it's been hard for me to find something. It's not a lot of people out there that's an expert in autographs or knows how to look at them and appraise them and stuff like that that I have learned how to do. But if you're out there, let me know, okay? The first thing we're going to do, we're now into the final stages of the show. 1, I've got to get some sleep and be back here in the morning. And 2, I've got to get some sleep and be back here in the morning and then be back again by 5 o'clock. So I've got a crazy next 48 hours ahead of me up until Thursday when we are at Metallica. We're going to go through new vinyl. I'm about to put up more auctions. We're about to go through this very quickly, auctions, and then Buy It Now Best Offer and discount bins until the show's over. We got cassettes, 45s, albums, and maybe some other random autographs. I just showed Kid Rock, $575. And I've got an autographed guitar for $575. Both the CD and the guitar, same price. Or best offer. Or best offer. They are authenticated and obviously good to go. Now, let's go through this and let's go ahead and put up our first auctions, okay? I've shown the Shirley Eaton autographs. We've sold a bunch of them. I've shown that. I've shown that. Let's go ahead and grab sealed Reba McEntire here. This is sealed, My Kind of Country, an unopened, sealed, original Columbia Club copy of Reba McEntire, My Kind of Country. That's going to go up for a $15 start. It's never been opened. It's sealed and never been opened. And now I've got a reduced price Japanese pressing. This was from Hatchet Ed's Putback Bin. A great Beach Boys compilation. It's called Spirit of America. It's sealed, a $15 start. Chris Knapp, Amorica is a double LP, new and sealed, $44.99. And here is all the new vinyl. We had 7 crates. We had 7 crates, and we have 1 crate left of new vinyl. That's how much we've sold, and here is what is left. The first thing is the Black Crowes Amorica double LP. We've sold 1. There's 1 left, unless Chris Knapp decides he wants it. $44.99. 1 copy of The Highwayman left. Music on vinyl, $38.99. Waylon, Willie, Johnny, Chris. Classic. Epic, $38.99. They're all now passed and no longer with us. And Dragon Force. Dragon Force is called Reaching into Infinity. A double LP, $38.99. We still got all 3 copies of Dragon Force. And I have the release of the week and probably the release of the month. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. New. Steven Wilson mix. First time ever released on vinyl officially. I've been selling bootlegs since I've been doing this. When we get vintage bootlegs in collections, and people have been bootlegging it on CD and cassettes and forever. It's now been officially released by the band themselves. Pink Floyd has made a decision. Let's put it out. They could have done that 50 years ago. $46.99 on that. $46.99. Oh, Willie Nelson's alive. Oh my gosh. Willie Nelson's alive. Sorry. Willie Nelson's alive. I forget about him. Black Crowes, that's so to Bill Samus. My bad. That was a big mess up. Willie's alive. That's true. Knock on vinyl. Sorry about that, Willie. What? Chris just died. That's who just died. Chris Christopherson just died recently. Sorry, my bad. I knew that. I'm sorry. Godsmack the Oracle. First time on vinyl. Godsmack the Oracle. $33.99. Godsmack the Oracle. We're all amazed that Willie is still alive, right, though? After his life and everything he's done. Wow, right? $33.99. I was thinking about Christopherson. Godsmack is $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more hardcore singles. We got False Economy and something else, and these are going to go up for $5 starts. So Chris passes on Amorica, no problem. So that does go to Bill Samus. Here is False Economy, Boy Racer. That's a $5 start, and we've got I don't know what I have here. Code 13. Or is that the label? Havoc? Code 13? Maybe Havoc? It could be split. Some of these are split and it gets confusing. $5 start either way. False Economy, that definitely says Code 13. Havoc could be the label. $5 start on those. And we have Rammstein for $46.99. Rise, Rise. And Nirvana. Nirvana is $36.99. Chris Kirkley does get Chris de Burr. Chris gets Chris de Burr. You got it. Now my problem, Chris, is just trying to find that for you. Let me see. That's the first crate from the night. That was the second crate from the night, right? Right here. Yep. Found it. Got it. Found it. Done. Got it. Found it. Done. You got it. I'm about to show it so they'll know what I'm talking about. Now I can probably condense these. Excellent. Alrighty, so there's that, and there's this. And don't forget, the two albums in the back are just $15 starts. Japanese, that was in the Hatchet Ed crate, so that was a $15 start, or it is a $15 start. It sold last time for $30, and I've never put up Reba. That's something I found in this auction box over here. And Chris de Burr is sold to Chris Kirkley. All right, so an amazing night of new vinyl. That's all that's left right there. And hopefully tomorrow there'll be a lot more show up, and then the day after that. So there's that. Thanks, everybody. And now let's do some discount bins. Probably half off. Let me try to find which one. Let me figure out where they're at, what I want to do, how much, and when. I know that's a lot of questions, but I can answer them. Well, I don't remember showing this Jefferson Starship picture disc half off, so, or ever. I don't even remember that. So this looks like a pretty good bin, but let me see what's underneath it. The next best one could be underneath it, because I see some stuff here. Yeah, this has only been shown once. Yeah, all this stuff's been shown once. And now we're going to do it half off to get some stuff moving, get some stuff selling, get some crates filled up. Let's get the show on the road, all right? Here we go. Chris, you have both singles for $5 and $5, and now the other ones are buy it nows for $15 and $15. Beach Boys, great pickup for somebody, and Sealed Reba for $15. Those are buy it nows for $15, $15. Thank you, Chris. I'll take that as a compliment. I think we try to keep everything going here by having new stuff all the time. And I like the element of surprise. I like it where y'all have maybe no idea what's about to come up for sale. At any given time, you tune in. Now, somebody asked about Jimi Hendrix back here. If somebody does want it, it's $34.99. There was 2 people who kind of asked about it, but it's available if anybody wants it, okay? Half off crate, no more, no less. Hipbone Slim is a 2004 garage album, now just $5. Looks like a record that Paul had put out. Rainbows, Ron Cooley, that's now $5. This is a half off bin. We have Spyro Gyra, Access All Areas. Spyro Gyra is now $10. And Eddie Floyd, Down to Earth, nice. Now just $10 for Eddie Floyd. That's on Stax, right? Yeah, Stax. Eddie Floyd's now just $10. No condition notes. Nice pickup on the sealed original Reba there. 15 on that, and track listing on Beach Boys. We can take care of that for John Griffin. So side 1 on the Beach Boys has Dance, 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 Breakaway, 409, The Little Girl I Once Knew, Spirit of America, Little Honda, Hushabye Hawaii, Good to My Baby, Tell Me Why. And then over here we got Do You Remember, Please Let Me Wonder, Why Do Fools Fall in Love, Custom Machine, Bob Baran, Salt Lake City, Don't Go Back Down, or Don't Back Down, When I Grow Up, Do You Want to Dance, and Graduation Day. Just 15 on that. If John doesn't want it, it looks like Patrick does. Next half off claim is Spyro Gyra, and that's so to Michael Rudolph, Michael Ruttman on Eddie Floyd, and Denise, you were second on Eddie Floyd. But that was so to Michael Ruttman. My crate's already almost filled up. We have Laura Nero for $7.50. Explosive. Freddie Cannon, a German import compilation, now just $7.50. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. And Billy Joe Spears, Mr. Walker, It's All Over. That's $5. I got a few more OG sealed records here to get together. Let me find those right quick. And the first one I have is Ray Parker Jr. and Billy Ocean. Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman, and Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls. Those are both sealed original records with hop stickers, vintage original copies. $10 starts on those. So, Patrick, you do get the Beach Boys for $15. Thank you, Patrick. That's so to you. This is a half-off bin. No more, no less for anybody that's watching. Thanks for tuning in late here on a Monday night. We have Kenny Loggins for $5. Kenny Loggins for $5. Bill Keenum puts Laura. That's Laura Nero. That's so to Bill Keenum. Invoices did go out earlier today. Ed and everybody's done a great job. They're very ahead of the curve. All of the invoices have been out. Everything's packed up. They're doing a great job managing everything here as usual. Isaac Stern, a little bit of classical here for you. This is on the Columbia Classical Masterwork label. $5 start on Isaac Stern. There's that. Let's go ahead and put up another couple hardcore singles here. And the first one I have is actually a picture disc. And then this is CIV. So this is called Murder Your Effing Thirst. Liquid Death. That's that right there, that Liquid Death, they advertise that at Metallica concerts. And then here's CIV. That doesn't look hardcore. It looks like somebody that's going to soothe your soul. Secondhand Superstar. CIV. That is going to go up for $5 and $5. And what else do we have here? Eddie Harris, Free Speech. Eddie Harris, we're doing a half-off bin. That's just $7.50 on Eddie Harris. Rockin' 60, 16 original hits. Wow, great track listing here, and just $5. Purple Haze, My Generation, Feeling All Right, Joe Cocker, $5? Are you kidding me? Michael Rudolph on Isaac Stern. That's so to Michael Rudolph. Thank you on that. And now let me go ahead and swap out crates because this one has gotten really full. So let me go ahead and do that right now. And that's our 2, 4, 6 full crate of the night. Wow. A lot of vinyl being moved tonight. Thanks for John and Laura. Paul's normally here on Mondays. He wasn't here today. He'll be back here tomorrow along with, no, I think it's just Laura and John again tomorrow. I don't think we have Paul here again tomorrow. What's going on, Paul? By the way, I am going to go ahead and take some of this sold miscellaneous stuff in here before a disaster happens. and especially some of these expensive autographs. So let me go ahead and take this stack of sold stuff in here. I'm going to try to start running some cassettes for $6.99 buy it now. I think we sold every advertised autograph tonight that was advertised. And just a note of reference, I promise if we're ever selling autographs here, I've done extensive market research. And I'm familiar with the medium and what they are. And if I'm pricing an autograph, it's always a fair, very fair starting bid. I think y'all have picked up on that. I think that's why everything's sold tonight and nothing's left behind. It takes a lot of time. It's just that little handful. It took us all night to sell them, but that little handful took me hours to, make sure we had everything locked down. So, Rockin' 60s, that is $5. That is sold. $5 on that. And the Tiki Tones. The Tiki Tones is a 1996 Surf Lounge record. Now $30 off. Now $30 off. That's now just $30. Somebody else asked about those Blind Melons. As of right now, I can't get those Blind Melons with their self-titled album with No Rain. As of right now, I can't get those. How about the Oxalate Lynx? That's a 94 German beat album. That's $5. And then Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. $7.50 for Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. And we have Experience Gloria Gaynor. That is sealed for $10, okay? And then these are no bids. So sealed Ray Parker Jr. for just $10. Sealed Billy Ocean for just $10. Murder Your Effing Thirst is now just $5. A picture disc. I still don't really know who it is. Ways Away. And then CIV is sold to Shannon Price for $5. And we have Larry Graham, now just $7.50, Sooner or Later. That is $7.50. And Dexter Gordon, Sophisticated Giant. Nice, gold stamp promo. Dexter, just $7.50. Tracks on Gloria Gaynor. Featuring the hit single, If You Want It, Do It Yourself. Casanova Brown, How High the Moon, The Prettiest Face I've Seen, What I'll Do, Tell Me How, I'm Still Yours, and Walk On By. I know a song called Walk On By Isaac Hayes. That might be the same one. Here are some really high-end autographs. These are now officially listed online. And most of these here are lettered from JSA, which means they're $500 and up. But if you were not aware and you're looking for one of these, it'd be great for me to say because they are listed online, like on eBay. They're all 500 plus, and I'd much rather them sell them to y'all. So if you need an exact price or more information, I can tell you everything about these you want to know. This is signed by Joan Crawford. It's a letter signed by Joan Crawford. This is a Frank Zappa ticket stub signed by Captain Beefheart. Ward Bond signed cut. Willie Dixon signed photo. This is a Errol Flynn, or Roe Gardner. Errol Flynn. Neil Young, autographed backstage pass. Bill Monroe, signed photo. Al Jolson, signed photo. This one's a little bit more cheaper. Guy Clark, autographed napkin. That's from Dale's collection. And Lincoln Park. And Chester Benningfield did sign it. It is got Chester Benningfield's signature on it. So those are pretty pricey, except for the Guy Clark. If you're interested, I can tell you more about them. Donna Turner got Dexter Gordon. Kenneth Jank was next on Larry. And then Bill Keenum. The Tiki record was half off of $60. The Tiki record was half off of $59.99. So that's only $30. That's only $30 on that. And then Donna wants Eddie. Eddie Harris. That's so did Donna. All right, moving right along. We have Renaissance Novella. $7.50 for a Renaissance Novella. Leo Kottke Balance. Leo Kottke is $5. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. The Rolling Stones is now $15 on the Rolling Stones. Chi Coltrane is $5. and Bill Camplin's latest effort. That's a folk rock album, and Shrink, $7.50. Let me try to grab a handful of cassettes out of here and knock some of these out at $6.99, because that way, if we don't sell them, maybe we can start striking some bundles with some people. I think there's a couple bundlers on tonight. We love big bundle people. How about UB40, Labor of Love? These are all $6.99. That has the hit song Red Wine, the Neil Diamond cover. Bob Marley, his 20 greatest hits. Broken Bones, Bone Crusher. Man, that might be a good one. That's a metal, isn't it? That might have been one I needed to put up for auction. Like Mace here, Process of Elimination. Wow, that's a couple good ones. Sax and Destiny. How about Primitive Pete? Primitive Pete. Jimi Hendrix Experience, live at Winterland. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. And who? Paperboy Diddy. Diddy? Is that the Diddy? Paperboy. All right, next in here is Welcome to My World, Eddie Arnold. Eddie Arnold is a 6 LP box set, just $7.50 for Eddie Arnold. A 6 LP box set. 6 LP box set. Also, we have going up for bid a $5 start. This is called Cut Short. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Cut Short, that's our next single there. A $5 start on Cut Short. Appears to be the name of it. Somewhere or another, I've got some more sealed original records here. Here's 2 more sealed LPs. Let's go ahead and put up Don Williams first. This is a sealed original Don Williams. Traces. $10 start on that. Michael Rudolph gets Eddie Arnold for $7.50. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. We are going through a half-off bin. I've got Buckboard Boogie Boys, Lucky to Be Live. VG $5, a 1978 red vinyl garage album, signed. Now just $5. Looks like something pretty obscure there. And it's been pressed on red vinyl. That's $5. Eno is now just $6.50. It's a 2017 reissue. Now just $6.50. Saxon is sold to Brandon Lack for $6.99. Thank you. And that still leaves UB40, Broken Bones, Bob Marley, Mace, Primitive Pete, Jimi Hendrix, Rainbow, and Paperboy Diddy. Chris Ridling's on Bunkboard. That's sold to Chris Ridling's, half off. Ken Foster gets Eno, just $6.50. Let's keep rolling with these. We have Letta Mabulu. There's Music in the Air. That's VG Plus, now $7.50. And Jordan, nothing to do with Michael. This is Earl. It's a 72 US, VG Plus, $8.50. Brandon also wants the Bob Marley 20 Greatest Hits for $6.99. Can't believe no one got UB40, Broken Bones, Mace, all of them, really. I'm going to put those right there so we can bring over some more in just a second. Let me fix my anti-fatigue mat. I'm currently standing on the my anti-fatigue mat, which was donated by the Vlodarchek family. Thank you. It's really come in handy, I think, here since I've had it. It slides around a lot, but I get it adjusted in the perfect spot every night. Bill Keenum gets the Jimi Hendrix cassette for $6.99. Now they're starting to chip away. Let's keep going through some more half-off LPs. Moe's Curried Soul. A 1970, this is Moe Kaufman, a 1970 soul jazz album. That is $6.50. Nitro is a 1977 soul disco album. That is $7.50. Ohio Players, Contradiction. Wow, a half off Ohio Players with no condition notes. And of course, a little bit of a risque cover there. $10 on that. Michael Ruttman wants UB40 and Broken Bones. So those are sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99 and $6.99. Now there's only 4 cassettes left. Cut Short is a bot now for $5 if anybody wants that. And we got Sealed Don Williams going up for a $10 bot now. No bid on Sealed Don Williams. Next in the half-off bin, nice. Wilson Pickett in the half-off bin. Wow. And it's only $6.50. It is a VG copy, but it is a 68 original Terre Haute. $6.50 on that. Kenneth Jank on the Ohio Players. Kenneth Jank is getting that for $10. The Kingsmen, Volume 2. More great sounds from the group that gave you Louie Louie. That's now $5 VG condition. Eric Squindo, second on Ohio. Donna does get the Wilson Pickett. Also, we have Olay by Xavier Cugat. Xavier Cugat is VG condition. $5 on Xavier Cugat. Let's grab another handful of cassettes. That one was pretty fun. Somebody might need this. How about a Case Logic cassette holder for $19.99, and that includes shipping. Case Logic cassette holder. These things cost a little extra. Items like this, we got to upgrade your box, and it costs more postage, but pretty cool there if anybody wants that. Case Logic cassette holder. And it's very clean. Let's go ahead and grab some more cassettes here. These are all $6.99. $6.99. First thing is Wanted, Richard Pryor in concert. Martin Lawrence talking SHIT. I've never seen a Martin Lawrence anything, cassette or CD, or definitely vinyl. There's the classic Steve Martin, Wild and Crazy Guy. There's the legend, the best of Bob Marley. I don't know. This might be... These are something homemade. I don't know what those are. And then Heart's classic album, Little Queen, with Barracuda. $6.99 on all those. All right. Wanted, Richard Pryor. That's sort of Michael Ruttman. Brandon Lack picking up Bob Marley. Leslie on Steve Martin. And we still got Martin Lawrence and Hart, if anybody wants those. Back to the half-off bin. Halloween. Halloween. Not Halloween, Halloween. Now $7.50. VG condition. Halloween. Starpoint, hot to the touch. EX $5. So this is Halloween. Nothing to do with Michael Myers, but also not Halloween, the metal band with the guy that wears the pumpkin head. Nothing to do with that either. This is some cool sitar music here. Indian's master musician. You may have heard of him. Ravi Shankar. Now just $6. That is on the World Pacific label. Diana, as in Diana Ross, working overtime. That's a full album, $7.50. And Jan Davis, this is Flamenco Soul. Jan Davis is VG Plus, $5 on Jan Davis. VG Plus, $5 on Jan Davis there. All right, let's grab some more cassettes here. These are all $6.99. Wow, cool ones here. I've had a handful. I don't know if y'all follow Rick Beato on YouTube, but of course, one of my favorite YouTube channels. And Rick just posted a video, the top 10 all-time greatest sitar songs in popular music. And it made me really appreciate how great, you know, all those great sitar songs from the late 60s, early 70s. That is sold to Tracy. Ken was second, and then Bill Keenan was third. We got Larry Gonzalez on Ross, Dinah Ross. That's sold to Larry Gonzalez. All right, these cassettes are $6.99 each. Never seen that one. Richard Pryor, the Wizard of Comedy. Richard Pryor, $6.99. Richard Pryor, Black Ben, the Blacksmith. Richard Pryor again. Richard Pryor again. Who Me? I'm Not Him. Richard Pryor. Also Chunky A, Large and in Charge. Chunky A. There's DJ Jazzy Jeff. This is some kind of bootleg of The Cult. Sonic Temple, some sort of bootleg. The Carl Stalling Project, music from Warner Brothers cartoons. That's pretty cool. Music from Warner Brothers cartoons, 1936 to 1958. Paul Simon Graceland, You Can Call Me Al, and a classic soundtrack, Less Than Zero. Aerosmith, Poison, Roy Orbison, LL Cool J, Danzig's on there. Public Enemy, Slayer, Joan Jett, Bangles, $6.99 on that. All right, so Michael Ruttman on Richard Pryor. I have a feeling Michael wants all three Richard Pryors. We'll wait on that. He definitely gets the Cult Sonic Temple for $6.99. Let's keep going through these half-off records. Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, VG minus. VG minus only $6.50. Less than zero is sold to Shannon Price. Brandon Lack second, then Leslie Holt. So that's going to leave Chunky A, DJ Jazzy Jeff. He's the DJ, I'm the rapper. We auctioned one of those earlier tonight. A different album for like, what, 10 or 12 bucks? Carl Stalling Project, Cartoon Music, and Paul Simon. He said he wants all three Richard Pryors. So to Michael Ruttman, and Michael Ruttman. Nick was next on zero. Bill Keenan wants DYL. I bet that was for, we're about to find out. How about Big Brother and the Holding Company? This is VG Plus, now just $11. VG Plus on this, $11. And then Bill, what was DYL? Halloween Funk Disco, a promo. Let's go back and find out for you. I don't think it was. Paul would have definitely marked it. Paul definitely would have marked it. No, it's a stock copy. It is a stock copy. Van Morrison Wavelength, that's VG Plus $10. And we have Phonetic Rock, develops foundation skills required for beginning reading. VG Plus $9. Dylan, oh, DYL, Dylan, how did that go over my head? Sorry. Bill Keenum, you get Dylan for $6.50. I apologize. I keep smacking this camera. Y'all don't realize how close it is. This camera is just, it's inches away, and it's the best setup for what we're doing now. And I am in a habit of smacking it with the camera or with a record. Nick Bargeron wants BBHC. That was Big Brother and the Holding Company. That is sold to Nick Bargeron. And we have Brethren, Moment of Truth. Brethren's a 71 US $10. Let me take these sold cassettes in here before we have a spiel, and I'm about to grab another handful, okay? All righty. So let's do that then. Let's grab another handful of this box. There's those. And let's see. There we go. All right, interesting one here. Little Mermaid soundtrack. Little Mermaid soundtrack. That's bizarre. $6.99. I know that was never on vinyl. I never knew it was on cassette. UB40, Labor of Love 2. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits. Chris Rock, Roll with the New. Chris Rock. I'm sure that's funny. Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures. Peter Tosh, Legalize It. Peter Tosh and Heart. Those are all $6.99. And Brandon Lack wants LM. And LM was for, oh, you're fast, Little Mermaid. $6.99 on Little Mermaid, sold to Brandon. Back to the half-off bin. Deep Purple Fireball. This is now EX, $11.50 with the insert. Leslie got Chris Rock for $6.99. Shannon on Peter Tosh for $6.99. Chris X next on Chris Rock. And Shannon Lee also put LI. That might have been for Little Mermaid, already sold. And then the elusive Bob Lind, VG Plus, now $5. And nice, Sir Douglas Quintet, now just $14. EX edition, $14 on Sir Douglas Quintet. This is a half-off bin. And the Suite. The Suite is EX edition, $11.50. Peter Tosh, Legalized. Okay. Okay, you were first. So those went Little Mermaid to Brandon, Leslie on Chris Rock, Peter Tosh to Shannon. You got those. So that left UB40, Chuck Berry, Bobby McFerrin, and Hart. There's all those. Eric Squindo on the Sir Douglas Quintet. And let's go find that record that Nick Bargeron's talking about. He wants a pricier record from earlier. Great decision, though, because those are always very desirable. White label promo faces. Let's find that for him right quick so we don't lose it. It could easily get buried and just we never see it again. Well, we would see it again, but it would be like 3 weeks from now. See, I can't even find it right now. It happens quite often. It's got to be right in here. Yeah, there it is. All right. Now make sure this doesn't go in half off because it's not. This is definitely full price. And this is Faces, a white label promo with timing strip, $59.99. All right. Let me grab some more cassettes from this box here. Let's see. Let's grab those and these. Let me show all those in a row. That way somebody might take all three of them. I've never seen that on cassette. And then there's this and this. All right. So these are all $6.99 cassettes. First, Brethren, condition and price. Brethren was VG Plus, a 71 US original, now just $10, okay? Here's some $6.99 cassettes. Killers, Murder 1. Killers, Murder 1. Bob Marley, Chances Are, Bob Marley. Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Jimi Hendrix, Second Time Around. Jimi Hendrix, 2 double album set, historic Hendrix. Stone Free, a tribute to Jimi Hendrix. Fishbone, self-titled. Fishbone, Truth and Soul. And Rita Marley, We Must Carry On. Denise does take Brethren. Thank you, Denise. What's in the back left corner behind the cassettes? These are sealed Goldfinger DVDs from Fred Goodwin's collection. $6.99. Goldfinger. He's the man. And here is Sweet. EX condition. It's on Corny Records. The vinyl's EX 1150. It does have some sticker residue right there, okay? Michael Ruttman wants MC. That's the Mariah Carey. All I Want for Christmas Is You. And that leaves Killers, Bob Marley, Hendrix, Fishbone, and Rita Marley. Technically, Hendrix, tribute to Hendrix. Next in the half-off bin is White Lightning. That looks like Miles Davis Bitches Brew. VG Plus, $7.50. White Lightning. Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. That's VG Plus, $8.50. Hoyt Axton, Free Sailing, $5 on that. Petula Clark's Greatest Hits, Downtown, as featured in Seinfeld, and Spooky Tooth Witness, VG, $5. VG, $5. And Bill Keenan wants the double Hendrix, the historic Hendrix. That's sold to Bill for $6.99. So that left Killers, Bob Marley, Hendrix, tribute to Hendrix, Fishbone, Rita Marley. Bill Keenan wants Hoyt. That was Hoyt Axton. That's also sold to Bill Keenan. Now, here's what I'm going to do. Let me restack these cassettes right there. Running out of space here. Chris Riddlings wants Spooky and Sweet. He gets Sweet and Spooky. Those are sold to Chris Riddlings. Thank you, thank you. Great half-off bin. We just took a big chunk out of there. We should have. They were already great titles and then half off. Let's see what else I have here. There's this. There's this. There's this. There's that. Let's grab these here. All right, more cassettes here very quickly, $6.99. So we have Martin Lawrence, Funk It. Martin Lawrence, $6.99. Heart Bad Animal, $6.99. Heart Brigade for $6.99. Fishbone, Give a Monkey a Brain. Fishbone, The Reality of My Surroundings. Living Color, Biscuits, and some kind of other Hendrix deal bootleg here. Hendrix, Are You Experience? It could be where somebody recorded it. Yeah, I think it's just homemade artwork. I think it's just homemade artwork. I think that's what's going on. But that's pretty cool. Somebody was able to trim that down and make that back during the day. Wilson Pickett sold, but yes, I'm about to recap right now. We're definitely going to go through these again. Hopefully sell another chunk, and then I can just bundle everything left to somebody else. Speaking of bundle, does anybody want a bundle deal on all the unsold cassettes? Because my stacks are getting crazy. I'm hoping Michael Rudolph is still lingering, but we'll see what he says. Okay? Let's read through these half off one more time. Hip Bone Slim was a 2004 garage album, VG condition, $5. I'm going to go ahead and go through this entire bin right now without pausing. Rainbows, Ron Cooley. Rainbows, no condition note, $5. Explosive, Freddie Cannon, a German import, sealed, $7.50. There is a title in here called White Lightning. White Lightning is VG plus, $7.50. The inner sleeve, the die cut cover, looks like part of the Miles Davis Bitches Brew cover. VG plus, $7.50. Fishbone for $3. I can't do 3. Usually if I bundle these, I'm discount them down to 5. So I'll do 5 if you take all the Fishbone cassettes. 5 each, that is. 5 each for all those. Okay? And then Shannon, that's up to you. And then William Drugovich wants a hip bone. That's so to William Drugovich. Also, we got Billy Joe Spears, Mr. Walker, it's all over. That's so for $5. That is $5. Bill Keenum wants Freddie Cannon. That's so to Bill Keenum. Kenny Loggins, In High Adventure. Kenny Loggins is $5. The Oxalic Lynx. That's a 94 German beat record for $5. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, $7.50. I don't know why I just put that in the sold bin. Jason Boxell on Billy Joe Spears. That's so to Jason Boxell. And Experience, Gloria Gaynor. That is sealed for $10. And the Tiki Tones is a 96 Surf Lounge. The Tiki Tones is $30. Renaissance Novella is $7.50. Jason Boxell also wants the Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell. That's so to Jason Boxell. Leo Kottke Balance. Leo Kottke is $5. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis is $15. Chi Coltrane is $5. Chi Coltrane, $5. Bill Camplin's latest effort, a folk rock album, $7.50. Letta Mabulu, There's Music in the Air, VG plus, $7.50. Jordan, 1972, VG plus, $8.50. Moe's Curried Soul, VG plus, $6.50. Nitro, a 77 Soul Disco, VG plus, $7.50. Holden 180 on Chi Coltrane. That's sold to Holden 180. The Kingsman Volume 2, VG condition, $5. Olay, Xavier Cugat, an early 60s mono reissue, VG condition, $5. Starpoint, Hot to the Touch, Starpoint's EX, $5. Jan Davis Flamenco Funk, VG plus, $5. Halloween, Come See What It's All About, VG, $7.50. Van Morrison Wavelength, VG plus, $10. Chuck Haley on Nitro. Leslie was second. Chris Bryant says K5. K5. Kingsman. Maybe. That's so to Chris Bryant for $5. Bill was second. Phonetic Rock. You listen to this and you learn the ABCs. VG plus, $9. Deep Purple is EX, $11.50. The Elusive Bob Lynn, VG plus, $5. Steve Miller is VG plus, $8.50. And Petula Clark's Greatest Hits, Downtown, $5. Somebody requested I go through the cassettes that's on the table before I bundle them. We have Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Which is, I think, homemade artwork. It's the actual official cassette. Living Color Biscuits. Fishbone, The Reality of My Surroundings. Fishbone, Give a Monkey a Brain. Heart Brigade, Heart Bad Animals, and Martin Lawrence, Funk It. Those are all $6.99 each. How much was White Lightning? White Lightning, unless Oso's still researching it, is VG plus, $7.50. Holden wants Bob Lind. That's sold. And then over here, we have Killer. Let's start on top. Rita Marley, We Must Carry On. Fishbone, Truth and Soul. Fishbone, Self-Titled, I think is what that one goes by. Stone Free, a tribute to Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix, Second Time Around. Bob Marley, Chances Are. And Killer's Murder One. Those are all still available. And then we have Tracy on Petula Clark. Bill Keenum, what was Space Cowboy? And then over here for $6.99, we got Heart self-titled, Bobby McFerrin Simple Pleasure, Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, UB40 Labor of Love, Paul Simon Graceland, and the Carl Stalling Project, music from Warner Brothers Cartoons, 1936-1958. And over here, we had DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. That one's called He's the DJ, I'm the Rapper. We had Chunky A, Large and in Charge, Heart Little Queen, Martin Lawrence Talking SHIT, Paperboy Diddy. And then we have Rainbow Straight Between the Eyes, Primitive Pete, and Mace, Process of Elimination. Steve Miller, the Space Cowboy, of course. That's sold to Bill Keenum. Some people used to call him Maurice, but something Pompatus of Love or whatever he says after that. All right, I'm going to show you the last cassettes in this box. There's a lot of like bootlegs. They're not like live concerts. They're just like homemade type deals. I'm not going to show you those because I don't think anybody wants them. Here's this, and I think that's about it. Another UB40, and then some Mariah Careys. Yeah, the rest of them are like bootleg type deals. All right, and then we have the Mighty Quinn soundtrack, UB40 self-titled, and then Mariah Carey. I'll actually do both of these for $10. They're cassette singles. We'll do both of those for $10. White Lightning can still play. Well, Oso never did say Soder Pass. Dale never did say Soder Pass. Let me make sure I hear back from them, and then you can have it. And then the Jimi Hendrix is sold to Bill Keenum, which is Stone Free, the Jimi Hendrix tribute. Thank you on that. All right, let me ask everybody this right now. Is there any last request? Because if you hadn't heard already, I've strived this year to do a lot of very good resting for my body so I can be prepared to do these sales every night. Last night, today was an odd situation. I had to stay up all night because I had to go to an appointment to go pick up some framing. I get stuff framed in Carthage. I had to go do that. I went to Carthage where everybody knows me and sees me, and I ran into two people outside of this frame shop, and one guy talked to me for an hour and a half, and the other guy talked to me for about an hour. And this is why I can't go out in public. I know y'all think I'm joking, but this is why I can't be seen during the day, because I don't get to sleep, and it makes the sales a lot shorter. So this is why I hide, and this is why I come here at night underneath the radar. So I walked out of that frame shop, and a guy was literally driving by the road. He turned around and pulled in, and then we stood outside of Miss Kim's frame shop. You can ask her. He talked to me for an hour and a half. And then another guy across the street saw me. He came across, and he talked to me for an hour. And so I had been up all night, and then by the time I got home, it was 12 o'clock. By the time I fell asleep, it was 1 p.m. today. And, of course, I woke up at about 3:30 to come here and get ready for the show. So I've had about 3.5 hours sleep. But this is also why I don't go out in public, because people's like, Chad, why don't I ever see you? And I was like, y'all don't understand. Our customers are very committed to our shows. They're incredible customers. Y'all that are watching right now, y'all are incredibly committed. So there's only one thing I've got to do every day, and that's come here and do these live streams, which means I've got to go home, I've got to sleep, and I've got to come back here and do this again. But also, I don't live home anymore, so people that used to see me all the time never see me. But I did get to catch up with some people. White Lightning is sold to Dale Sanders. I know, I'm a superstar. I'm just joking. I'm just a normal person. However, a lot of people do like to chat. Okay, what's the unsold auctions? Let's go through those right now. The unsold auctions are as follows. But for those that say, man, why aren't you ever to your store? Why don't you come out in public? That is exactly why. I literally can't. Because if I don't come here and I'm not rested for these sales, it hurts everybody. because y'all expect me to go late and be well rested and tuned in. And if I'm not, then the show suffers. So this is why I just don't do anything but the sales and go home. Sales and go home. It's just like, the only thing I can do. All right, so we got 5, 10, 15, 20. 4 hardcore records did not sell. So 3, 6, 9, 12. $12 for the bundle of the 4 hardcore records. Sealed Billy Ocean, $10. Sealed Ray Parker Jr., $10. Sealed Don Williams, $10. Those are all $10 each. Those are all $10 each. Those were unsold auctions. Sealed, sealed, sealed. Kid Rock is $575. John Voight, that's the only 2 autographs, $125 on John Voight. The Band is a 1977 Japanese pressing, $20. And Ghost Woman Blues compilation, $15. So Ghost Woman Blues is $15. The Band is a Japanese pressing, $20. Those are all sealed original Ray Parker, Billy Ocean, Don Williams. $10 on those. These are all sold for $12. Brandon was first and then Shannon Price. So those are gone. Bill Keenan wants to put back the Stone Free Jimi Hendrix. That's still available if anybody wants it. Susie wants the sealed Billy Ocean for $10. That's sold to Susie for $10. Osa says all sealed, 8 per LP. I'll go ahead and sell Oso the last 2 for 8 and 8. These are sold to Oso for 8 and 8. 8 and 8. And that leaves the Band and Ghost Woman Blues. Wow, a blues comp, not getting a claim or offer. And then John Voight's $125. Kid Rock is $575. And if anybody wants all the cassettes that's left, if you take all those cassettes back there that's left, right there, $4 a piece, you got to take them all. $4 a piece, you get all the cassettes. $4 a piece. Michael Rudolph usually pays $5, but that's a big lot there. That's a pretty big lot, including these inner circles as well. So the lot bundle deal on the cassettes before they fall, did y'all see that? That was about to be a disaster. Oso Adventure on the Band for $15. And I'm also not really ate, so I'm like exhausted, hungry, dehydrated. I can't believe I actually told Tanner, I was like, I'm probably going to stop at 11 o'clock tonight because I'm going to have to come back in the morning and finish up the rest of the stuff for tomorrow. So it's been a wild ride the last 24 hours. So. But I do it for y'all because y'all are such incredible customers. I mean, it's like I feel responsible being like well rested and taken care of so I can come here and literally perform. It's just like I gotta be well prepared to do this every night. Eat well, sleep well, and prepared well. So, and we've got it down to a science. This is sold to Chris Ridlings for $10. And now we're in that final stage. We're taking offers on unsold records. I'm doing bundle deals. The last trick I was going to do was try to bundle the half-off crate. So there's some great stuff still left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I think I just counted 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's either 18 or 19. $95. $95, and look, this one is marked 60, and I think this one's marked 35. And I'm selling the whole bin for $95. Everything left, that will clean out the crate, and that will fill up the last of this crate. Everything left in there, bundle deal, $95. Thank you, Chris Bryant. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Denise. Thanks to everybody. Chris Ridling said sold on the bundle. So he gets everything left in that crate for $95. As soon as this video's over, I'm shooting a video for the Whole Lot of Records group in the morning. The Whole Lot of Records group, if you don't have a link to that and you need in our private group, be sure to let us know. Ronnie G said he used to live in Middle Tennessee. I'm, of course, here in Lebanon. I grew up in Smith County, and that's where I went back to today. My amazing framer, Kim, she frames all my stuff, and I had a James Bond poster that was, I think, 6 foot by 4 foot, framed, and I had to go get it in my Tahoe. It barely fit in my Tahoe, and I've took pictures of it to share with y'all tomorrow on Facebook, but I've got a killer poster, and I had to go to Carthage and pick it up because my mom couldn't get it in her car. It's such a gigantic poster. Plus, it cost about $600 to have framed. And I wanted to be very careful with it. So it's now in my house. It's now in my house. I'm a she. I used to work in Smith County, worked at TTU for 38 years. I graduated from Tennessee Tech University in 2018. I'm a graduate of Tennessee Tech University. I have a degree in political science, which I don't think I use on a daily basis. Maybe in some way, and I don't realize it. So, anybody have any last requests? Vinyl? Anything? I gotta go find my chapstick that Leslie gave me. My lips are on fire. It's because I haven't had enough water or sleep. Y'all probably wouldn't want to see me right now. I probably look like a zombie. I'm very diplomatic. Well, thank you. I want to be well rested and fired up for the show tomorrow. I got to go sleep and then come back in the morning, then basically go home and go back to sleep. But I got to shoot these videos first. I don't have anything in stock by Motorhead right now. But thanks, everybody. I'm signing off just about an hour early. I usually stop around 1:30. But we'll sign off right now. I'm about to hit the button. Come back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I'll be doing another show. We'll be here from 5:30 till 1:30, 8 hours. And I'll get started tomorrow around 5 or 5:30. I'll try to get those blind melons. I'll check tonight. I got to order. That's one reason I got to wake up. I got to wake back up basically to order some more vinyl right quick. So thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be back around 5 o'clock tomorrow, okay? See y'all tomorrow.